Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1076. Holy Lord. Ying Teng was trampled under Qin Wentian's feet, and felt that his dignity was completely lost. His eyes were spitting fire, and the power of the immortal platform was about to burst out, but Qin Wentian stepped on him with one foot, which injured his body, making him unable to gather immortal power to attack, and he could only lie on the ground and let Qin Wentian trample on him. Qin Wentian, Ying Teng, swear that I will make you want to live but not to die. Ying Teng was such a proud person, a genius of the Ying family, with a noble status. When had he ever been insulted like this? Bang! Another heavy step came down, and Ying Teng felt that his internal organs were about to be broken, but he was not on the verge of death, and he could not stimulate the immortal thoughts in his body. Qin Wentian controlled the force very well. Keep being arrogant. Qin Wentian's expression was cold. Ying Teng wanted to play with him in the palm of his hand, use him for his own purposes, and become a tool to open the treasure. He also threatened him with the people of the Nanohuang family and Qianbian Xianmen, so he would teach Ying Teng how to respect people. Kill me if you dare. Ying Teng roared. Qin Wentian's behavior made him more painful than killing him. Killing you is too troublesome. The strong men of your Ying family will hunt me down again. Kill the younger ones and then the older ones. This is your usual style. My realm is so low, how could I clash with the Ying family? Qin Wentian smiled, making the people of the ancient Ying family secretly relieved. Sure enough, Qin Wentian did not dare to kill Ying Teng. However, I have a lot of time. Killing you is too troublesome, but if I torture you slowly, the Ying family will be embarrassed to hunt me down because you failed to compete with your peers outside. Qin Wentian changed the subject, and the corners of his mouth curled up with an evil smile, saying, after all, the injury of a genius and the setbacks are also the driving force for moving forward. As he said, Qin Wentian stepped down again, and with a rumble, everyone's heart beat, Ying Teng screamed, and the crowd seemed to be able to feel Ying Teng's pain at this time, and they probably wanted to cut Qin Wentian into pieces. But what he said was also true. Ying Teng was injured and encountered some setbacks outside. The Ying family would not stand up for Ying Teng in a big way. Being humiliated like this, Ying Teng himself would not have the face to go back to the family and tell the elders for help. Then he might not be able to gain a foothold in the ancient Ying family in the future. Ying Teng, you can also go back and complain to the elders, telling them how you were humiliated by me. In that case, maybe your elders will take extra care of you in the future. Qin Wentian seemed to be able to guess Ying Teng's thoughts and continued. Ying Teng looked ashen. How could he say it? This lunatic. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian and trembled. He was definitely a lunatic. Being humiliated like this, Ying Teng might have a demon in his heart in the future. Zhang Zai watched Qin Wentian torture Ying Teng from a distance, his eyes flashing with strange light. Be careful when you meet this man next time. Zhang Zai said to the people around him. He felt a wildness from Qin Wentian, crazy but calm. He did not kill Ying Teng, but made Ying Teng suffer more painful torture than death, but he would not put himself in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, he was completely different from Qin Wentian, who did not say a word when scolded by Ying Teng before. As long as she gets the chance, she will make you regret it. While Qin Wentian abused Ying Teng, he swept his eyes to the other people fighting and said lightly, remember to show mercy, don't kill them, just let them lie still and unable to move. Okay. Qin Wentian responded with a smile, seeming a little excited. They were fully armed and had an absolute advantage. They crushed the people of the Ying family. It didn't take long for everyone to lie down. At this time, Ying Teng could no longer move, lying softly on the ground. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand to lift him up, walked towards the bronze gate, and left his palm print on the bronze gate. The door opened, and Qin Wentian threw Ying Teng out. The others did the same, throwing out all the members of the Ying family. They came in arrogantly, but left miserably. It seemed that they not only gained nothing from this trip, but also were severely humiliated. I heard that you want to kill me. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at the people of Dongsheng Xianmen and Zidiman, with a playful tone. Those people were startled and secretly cursed Qin Wentian as a bastard. This guy ignored them before and waited until he dealt with the Ying family before touching them. Is Dongsheng Ting dead? Qin Wentian suddenly asked, making everyone look cold and staring at Qin Wentian. It seems that it is indeed your own fault. It is a pity that you did not kill him yourself. In this case, perhaps the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor will treat you well. I will not do it. Please. Qin Wentian made way for them to go out. The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and the Purple Emperor stepped out one after another. Their faces were extremely ugly. Indeed, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor might take their anger out on them for the death of the Eastern Saint Court and Ziyan Wu. If the Immortal Emperor was angry, it might be fatal. They were thinking whether they should go back to report. If they did not report, they might be hunted down by the Immortal Emperor. Watching those people leave, Qin Wentian looked at Zhang Ziyu and the others again and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang." Zhang Ziyu looked at Qin Wentian and smiled, "Brother Qin, are you really not going to visit my Zhang family?" "No, I will go there when I want to go later," Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Well, I look forward to Brother Qin's arrival." Zhang Ziyu smiled, then waved his hand and led the Zhang family out tactfully. "Do you want me to invite you?" Qin Wentian looked at the remaining people from the major forces and said. Their faces were livid. Now Qin Wentian and his men were all wearing puppets, and they were difficult to shake. If they fought, the top masters of the Xiante could still resist, but those with weaker realms would be easily slaughtered. It seemed that they had no choice but to evacuate. Kushan had come here in vain this time, and he did not get the hand of God. The so-called treasure of Emperor Yi, these puppet armors, actually also needed the hand of God to open. Soon, the masters from all parties left, leaving only the people of the Nanhuang clan and the Qianbian Xianmen. They walked inside, and the bronze door closed automatically. There were many puppets here, and although their forms were different, their powers should be similar. Following the middle road, they walked all the way to another bronze door, and it seemed that there were doors in front and behind. Qin Wentian suddenly felt a little funny. Could it be that the puppets here were used to prevent people from tracking him and to defend him from the enemy? If so, the person who did this was indeed far-sighted. After opening the bronze door, a burst of light shone in, and a breeze blew on his face. Qin Wentian stood at the door and stared at the front in a daze. "This!" Nanhuang Yangxi exclaimed. Not only she and Qin Wentian, but everyone who saw the situation in front of them was stunned there. The eyes blocked by the puppet armor flashed with shocking light. Qin Wentian walked forward step by step. This was a staircase. Walking down the stairs, they landed on a suspended boulder on a mountain. In front of them was a steep mountain, but on this mountain, there were palaces, in an orderly manner, which made this mountain range extremely perfect. They were in a high place, and they had an excellent view looking down. They could even see human figures moving there. They continued to look into the distance. Because the distance was too far, the buildings and humans in the distance were as small as ants, but they were all moving. That was a city. His body floated up to the top of the mountain. Looking around, he found that the mountain range he was in was not the end of the space, but the middle of the city, like the king's mountain range, where he could see every corner. Here, there were not only humans, but also a city, like a world. In the palace complex below, figures soared into the sky. All of them were wearing armor. There were hundreds of them. They floated in the air, staring at Qin Wentian and his group, standing on both sides. Many strong men descended below, and people kept coming here. Those strong men who descended had extraordinary demeanor and bright eyes, as if they contained powerful fighting power. Among them, a middle-aged man stepped out and looked at Qin Wentian and his group, wondering, why are there so many people here? Who opened this door? Qin Wentian took a step forward and said, "It's me." The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Wentian, then he bowed slightly to Qin Wentian and shouted, "Welcome to the Holy Lord. Welcome to the Holy Lord." The powerful men who came from all directions bowed to Qin Wentian and shouted loudly, "Welcome to the Holy Lord." The soldiers in armor even knelt on one knee. At this moment, the sound shook the mountains, like a tsunami, shocking people. Qin Wentian was stunned, and Nanhuang Yangxi and the others were also stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Holy Lord? Why did these people respect Qin Wentian so much and call him Holy Lord? Can you explain it? Qin Wentian said. Holy Lord, please follow me. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and Qin Wentian walked out. The people behind followed one after another, all with curiosity. The middle-aged man led the way in front. He led Qin Wentian to the sky below and walked towards the buildings. The palace buildings here were not so solemn, but they were simple and majestic, with unique style and exotic characteristics. Qin Wentian had a strange feeling. This feeling was very wonderful, as if these buildings contained a fighting power, which was an invisible force, a fighting force. Can the Holy Lord take off the puppet armor? These puppets were made by our people. The Holy Lord does not need to be on guard against us. The middle-aged man said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled. He did not feel any malice from the other party, so he took off the puppet and revealed his true appearance. The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Wentian, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The Holy Lord is so young, he is really not an ordinary person. He should be younger than the last generation of the Holy Lord." The last generation of the Holy Lord, Emperor Yi. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Could it be that this place was not opened up by Emperor Yi? Emperor Yi was just an outsider like him? P.S. The first chapter updated on July 1st, the first day of this month, was chapter 999. This is chapter 1076. A total of 78 chapters have been updated this month. At least 2 chapters have been updated, with an additional update every 2 days. There are still many people saying that the update is very slow, and some say that 1 chapter is updated every day. Wuhan really doesn't know what to say. Chapter 1077 Fighting the Saint Clan. Many powerful people gathered in the ancient palace. Among them, there were many young men and women, staring at Qin Wentian with curiosity. They had heard too many legends about the clan, and they also knew what the Holy Lord meant, but seeing Qin Wentian's young face, they still found it interesting. Gather the clan members and go to the ancestral land. The middle-aged man said loudly, and the voice spread throughout the space in an instant. Powerful people from all sides surged, and many people went back to a certain place. At the same time, some people entertained the people from the Nanhuang clan and the Qianbian Xianmen. The middle-aged man said to Qin Wentian, "Holy Lord, regarding your identity, you may need to go to our clan's ancestral land alone to explain to the Holy Lord." Qin Wentian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. Entertain the guests well." The middle-aged man ordered the servants, and someone took the order, and the middle-aged man took Qin Wentian to another direction. "Senior, is this a world?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "Holy Lord, my name is Qi Dongliu." "Holy Lord, just call me by my name. Don't call me Senior." Qi Dongliu hurriedly said, "This is indeed a world, but it is naturally not comparable to the outside world. It was the first generation of Holy Lord who sealed this place to create the 3 realms in order to help our clan find a place to settle down." 3 realms? Qin Wentian asked in confusion. "Yes, the 3 realms. This is the first realm, and there are the second realm and the third realm above it." Qi Dongliu explained, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash. He couldn't help but think of the 3 bronze doors outside. Could it be that these 3 bronze doors correspond to the 3 realms mentioned by Qi Dongliu? Qi Dongliu took Qin Wentian through many caves and came to a desolate land. This desolate land was like an ancient battlefield. There was an ancient battle platform. The ancient battle platform was surrounded by huge stone ancient peaks. At this moment, many figures stood on the peaks. They all had surging energy, their blood and ki were extremely vigorous, their spirits were surging and powerful, and their eyes were full of energy, as if surrounded by a powerful fighting power. Qi Dongliu led Qin Wentian to stand in the peak in front of the ancient battle platform in the middle. Looking at the people around, Qi Dongliu said, "Why don't you pay homage to the Holy Lord? Pay homage to the Holy Lord." Everyone looked at Qin Wentian and then bowed to pay homage. However, Qin Wentian also found that some young people's eyes were not so pious, and they looked at him with fighting intent. Don't blame the Holy Lord. There are some young guys in the first realm. Most of them lack offer the history of the clan. However, the people of my fighting saint clan are all good men. Even if they lack offer the Holy Lord, they will never dare to do anything disrespectful to the Holy Lord." Qi Dongliu said, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. "What a domineering clan name. Fighting Saint Clan." Qin Wentian murmured. "There are many ancient clans in the immortal realm, such as the Nanhuang clan, the Ying clan, and the Jiang clan, all of which have been passed down for countless years. In addition, there are countless ancient clans in the immortal realm, such as the Golden Clan in the southern region. However, a clan like this one that dares to call itself the Fighting Saint Clan is probably rare in the immortal realm." "Yes, the Fighting Saint Clan." Qi Dongliu nodded and explained to Qin Wentian, "The Holy Lord probably doesn't know about our clan yet, and our clan also doesn't know about the outside world, But according to the ancient books of the clan and the ancestral precepts passed down from generation to generation, I know that our Fighting Saint clan is a powerful clan that has existed since the ancient times, standing at the top of the endless world, looking down on the world, and fighting unparalleled. Hearing Qi Dongliu's voice, the eyes of the young people on each peak were beating with sharpness, and there seemed to be fighting blood flowing in their bodies. This rumor passed down by word of mouth has been instilled in their minds since their childhood. The ancestral precepts let them not forget their identity, not forget to be strong, and one day, they can return to the top. The Fighting Saint clan, a powerful clan from the ancient times, the top of the world. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. He thought of the memory in his mind, the memory left to him by his father, the family that his father rebelled against. Was it such a powerful clan? Of course, this is already history. Now, it is useless except to add some glory to our Fighting Saint clan. Qi Dongliu suddenly said again, seeming a little lost. From ancient books and ancestral teachings, we know that countless years ago, our clan suffered a dramatic change and encountered a crisis of destruction. The most important holy bones in the bodies of our Fighting Saint clan's strongmen were taken away, and we suffered a catastrophe and were almost destroyed. Our ancestors escaped a catastrophe, so we have today's Fighting Saint clan. Qin Wentian heard Qi Dongliu's words, and he believed that no matter how powerful a race is, it will have glorious periods and decline periods in the long river of history. There are so many powerful clans in the endless world, and hundreds of millions of years of history have evolved. Who can guarantee that a powerful clan can be immortal? This fairyland had been unified by many ancient emperors, but it still fell apart. Many heroes rose up. Time can change too much? How many powerful forces and ancient tribes disappeared in history? There is no trace of them anymore. The Fighting Saint clan can be preserved to this day and a lineage still exists. In fact, it is lucky. My clan was not exterminated and survived. It was the help of the first generation of the Holy Lord. In order to avoid the disaster of that year, the first generation of the Holy Lord let our clan take refuge here and cut off contact with the outside world. Only when the Holy Lords of each generation stepped into this place, they selected some clansmen to go out and survive outside. At the same time, they worked hard for the ultimate goal of our clan and found the Fighting Saint bones that were taken from the ancestors of the Fighting Saint clan. Why don't we go out together? Qin Wentian asked. Saint Lord, you don't know that although our clan has reproduced very quickly countless years ago, it is extremely rare to find people who can truly awaken the Fighting Saint bloodline and give birth to Fighting Saint bones. The Saint Lord has also seen these people here. These are the clan members who were born and grew Fighting Saint bones in the countless years between the previous Saint Lord and you, Saint Lord, stepping into this place. Of course, that's only in the first realm, and some people have gone to the upper realm. Qin Wentian looked at everyone and frowned. Isn't that too few? There are not as many people with the direct blood of the Fighting Saint in the first realm as in the upper realm, because after entering the Immortal King realm, the clan members will choose to go to the upper realm, and our Fighting Saint clan members are extremely talented, and many of them will step into the Immortal King realm and go to the upper realm. Those here are relatively young. When the Saint Lord reaches the second realm in the future, he should be able to see more of his clan members, Qi Dongliu said. Qin Wentian had also noticed long ago that the people here were all in the Immortal Platform realm. It turned out that they had gone to the upper realm. It seems that, just as I guessed, the other two bronze doors should be connected to the upper world. This is probably to prevent people who enter here from taking out many people from the Fighting Saint clan without strong strength. Qin Wentian thought secretly in his heart. Qi Dongliu, didn't you say before that your ancestor's Fighting Saint bone was taken away? Why did the clan members awaken and give birth to Fighting Saint bone? Qin Wentian asked puzzledly. According to the ancient books of our Fighting Saint clan, the Fighting Saint bone that was taken away from our ancestors is the most important inherited saint bone of our Fighting Saint clan. It contains the infinite mysteries of the great Dao of the heavens and can be passed on to future generations with a certain probability. Therefore, every once in a while, there may be a natural Fighting Saint king appearing. However, in that disaster, the saint bone was taken away and there is no inheritance. Everyone in our clan guessed that not only can our clan no longer have a natural Fighting Saint king, but the general talent is also much weaker than that of that era, and the power of inheritance has been diluted. Qi Dongliu sighed, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble slightly. If what Qi Dongliu said was true history, and now people with the Fighting Saint bones can step into the Immortal King realm in large numbers, How terrifying could the people of their clan be back then? They might really be a peak powerful clan, and such a glorious era is simply unimaginable. Although the first generation of the Holy Lord continued the bloodline of our clan, he could not bear to see our clan disappear into history, so he risked his life to do such a good deed, and did not ask for anything in return. However, in order to thank the first generation of the Holy Lord for his great kindness, our clan allowed the first generation of the Holy Lord to practice our clan's holy fighting method. The first generation of the Holy Lord was also an extraordinary figure. He derived a super powerful magical power from our clan's holy fighting method. Holy Lord, you should have relied on this magical power to step into this place. Qin Wentian continued. Moreover, the ancestor and the Holy Lord reached an agreement that in the future, the people of our clan will assist those who have inherited his legacy and regard them as holy lords. Each generation of holy lords can mobilize half of our clan's power to go to the outside world. As for those who stay, it is to continue the existence of the holy fighting clan. The people of our clan respect the Holy Lord as their master, but they also hope that the Holy Lord can help them grow together. Those who have gone out with the Holy Lords of all generations will not come back. In addition to assisting the Holy Lord, they are also responsible for finding the deprived holy bones of inheritance and returning to the peak glory of our clan. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked, what if there are multiple Saint Lords in the same era? This is unlikely. The first generation of the Holy Lord said that those who can obtain his inherited magical power and open the door to come here have the potential to dominate the outside world. There will not be more than one such person in an era. Even if they appear, it is impossible for them to obtain this inheritance at the same time. This probability is almost zero. If they appear, then we will respect the two Holy Lords. Qin Wentian smiled, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharpness. The potential to dominate the fairyland? This first generation of the Holy Lord is really confident. It turns out that the God's Hand's secret art was not created by Emperor Yi, but someone had it in the previous generation before Emperor Yi. This was created by the first generation of the Holy Lord. Qin Wentian suddenly thought of someone and asked, do you know Emperor Yu? Emperor Yu is rumored to be the servant of Emperor Yi. And the people of the Fighting Saint clan respect Emperor Yi as the previous generation of the Holy Lord. Yu. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. I have read the ancient family tree. Among the tribesmen who went out with the previous generation of Saint Lord, there was a person named Qi Yu. I wonder if there is any relationship. Then, it is probably correct. Qin Wentian smiled and said. It turns out that Yu Di not only protected Yi Di's unique skills, but also his tribesmen. Then the old people beside Yu Di, are they also members of the Fighting Saint clan? P.S. Monday is also August 1st. Brothers, don't be stingy with your guaranteed monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. In the new month, keep working hard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1078 Treasure. Holy Lord. At this time, Qi Dongliu looked at Qin Wentian with a serious expression. What's the matter? Qin Wentian asked. We didn't expect the Holy Lord to bring so many people here this time. Regarding the secrets of our clan, I hope the Holy Lord will not mention anything to people from the outside world. Although it is difficult for outsiders to step into this place, once the news of our clan spreads, I am worried that it will attract powerful people from other worlds to come. Qi Dongliu said, of course, the Holy Lord can come at any time. The lineage of the Fighting Saint clan escaped from death and passed on the lineage here. Those who went out are responsible for revival and finding hope, and the people here are responsible for passing it on from generation to generation. As long as the Saint clan is not destroyed, there will be a generation that can succeed. This is the expectation of their Fighting Saint clan. Don't worry, I will keep it secret from everyone, including my friends. Qin Wentian nodded seriously. This is related to the inheritance of the Fighting Saint clan. If it is spread out, it will definitely cause a shock in the fairyland. It's just that there are some extraordinary means in the outside world. If the people of the Fighting Saint clan encounter danger outside and their memories are searched and taken away by others, wouldn't it be bad? Qin Wentian said. How could our clan not consider this? The men of our Fighting Saint clan are born warriors, and they are all good men. If they are really captured alive and encounter such a crisis, They will commit suicide or destroy their memories with secret methods. Qi Dongliu said, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. In this case, unless the Holy Lord betrays them, the secrets of the Fighting Saint clan will never be exposed. Of course, the Fighting Saint clan can follow the Holy Lord, and the Holy Lord has no reason to betray this clan. Holy Lord, the people of our clan who awakened the Fighting Saint blood and gave birth to the Fighting Saint bone in the first realm are here. You can choose half of them to follow you. They will swear to assist and protect the Holy Lord. I only hope that the Holy Lord can help them while they grow up, and see if anyone can break the shackles and accompany the Holy Lord. Qi Dongliu pointed his finger at the crowd and said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The people here are indeed mostly young people, with surging momentum and strong fighting spirit. The Fighting Saint clan is a natural warrior. In their glorious era, they even gave birth to a natural Fighting Saint king. Who of you is willing to follow me to the outside world? Qin Wentian asked. I. All the figures stood straight at the same time, and everyone took a step forward. Without exception, they all wanted to go out. In this space, they, the Fighting Saint clan, had no rivals to rule the world. If they stayed, they would not have the opportunity to grow. Compared with protecting and inheriting their descendants, they would rather go out to explore, to trace the glory of their ancestors, to find the lost glory. That was their mission, even if there were many crises after going out, even if they were not allowed to return after going out. However, they, the Fighting Saint clan, needed such courage and unyielding faith. They were all born warriors. How could they be content with being ordinary? Qin Wentian looked at them, and seemed to be able to feel their courage. Even though many of the young people among them lacked all of him, they still expressed their willingness to follow him out without hesitation, just because that was their mission. Qin Wentian took a step forward, looked at the people from all sides, and said, I, Qin Wentian, have cultivated to the first level of the immortal platform. I am very weak, even not as good as many of you. I came here unintentionally and became your Holy Lord. I swear by heaven that in the future, I, Qin Wentian, will not betray the Fighting Saint clan, nor will I easily betray any of you. I will respect you. Otherwise, I, Qin Wentian, will not be tolerated by heaven and earth and will be punished by heaven. Now, I also need your oath, just because I don't want the people who follow me in the future to become a burden, do things that are disrespectful to me, or even betray me. I won't force you. If you are unwilling to swear, I won't take you out. Qin Wentian said coldly. Swear in the name of the Fighting Saint clan. Qi Dongliu stepped forward and stood in the middle of the crowd, saying loudly. Everyone's eyes flashed, looking at Qi Dongliu, and then said loudly, swear in the name of the Fighting Saint clan. All the members of the Fighting Saint clan here are willing to follow this generation of Saint Lord Qin Wentian until death. No one dares to disobey the orders of the Saint Lord. If anyone betrays the Saint Lord, the world will not tolerate it, and the Saint clan will never revive. Qi Dongliu made a solemn oath, and the others followed suit, with solemn expressions. Qin Wentian looked at everyone and nodded. Getting the Hand of God was already a great gain. He did not expect that because of practicing the Hand of God, he would come here and become the Saint Lord of the Fighting Saint clan. However, since he had such an opportunity, Qin Wentian certainly did not want to miss it. This was a matter of benefit to both parties. Therefore, after hearing Qi Dongliu's description of all the situations of the Fighting Saint clan, Qin Wentian knew that he had the opportunity to form a super army of his own, grow with him, and conquer the world. This was not the power of the Xianfu realm, nor the power of the Dongsheng Immortal Gate, but his own power, and only obeyed him. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and suddenly a treasure tripod appeared. The treasure tripod enlarged in the void and turned into an extremely huge treasure tripod. Then it sat on the ground and said, this treasure tripod contains the ancient holy light, which can evolve the body and make you more talented. But the light of the holy light has extremely strong destructive power. If you can't bear it, come out immediately. I believe that as a member of the Fighting Holy Clan, no one will be destroyed by the holy light. Holy light. Qi Dongliu was stunned, then an excited smile appeared on his face. He bowed to Qin Wentian and said, thank you, Holy Lord. You go too. Qin Wentian said. Qi Dongliu nodded slightly and took a step forward. All the people of the Fighting Holy Clan descended on the treasure tripod, and then one after another figures flashed and sank into it. Qin Wentian flashed and came to the top of the treasure tripod. He looked into the treasure tripod. The people of the Daozuan Saint clan, who entered the treasure tripod to bathe in the holy light, instantly entered the state. Under the interest of the holy light, they were shining with a brilliant light. Qin Wentian could feel the terrifying blood-fighting spirit, and even the fighting holy bones full of fighting power, which contained terrible mysterious power. This was a natural fighting race. There are many natural strong races in this world, and they are born extraordinary. No one of the Jiutian clan could not bear the baptism of the holy light. They all persisted. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian flashed and returned to the ancient peak. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to practice. The world, the 33 heavens fairyland, and the infinite particle world, as well as strong races like his father and the Jiutian clan, even if he became an immortal, his road was still long. The inheritance of the Jiutian clan was stripped away, and the inheritance was taken away. Everything in his father's memory was deprived by the family's strong men, and even destroyed. In order to revive the Jiutian clan, he, Qin Wentian, also had to find the answer. In the palace complex, the people of Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen were treated very well, but Qin Wentian was missing. According to the maid, this was the ruling power of this world, and he was the king of this world. Not only was Qin Wentian missing, but the core members of the royal family went to the ancestral land together, and they had something important to say to Qin Wentian. As for what they wanted to ask the Holy Lord and what it was, the servants just said they didn't know. Everyone was speechless and could only continue to wait. One day, Qin Wentian and the people of the Jiutian clan finally came out. "Brother Qin, where did you go?" Jian Mengchen saw Qin Wentian and immediately stepped forward and said, "You don't know, after we took off the puppet armor, we couldn't move. It seems that we can only use this puppet by activating it with a god's hand. It's so depressing. Haha, these armors are all made by my clan. If you want something that is easy to control, I'll take you there," Qi Dongliu said with a smile. "Really?" Jian Mengchen's eyes flashed. "Of course, you are all guests from afar, and you are also friends of the Holy Lord. What's wrong with giving you some gifts?" Qi Dongliu said with a smile. "By the way, why do you call my senior brother the Holy Lord?" Jian Mengchen asked curiously. Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Shengji's beautiful eyes flickered, and they were also full of curiosity. "It's a long story. Emperor Yu was kind to my clan back then, and the inheritor of his unique skills is the Holy Lord of my clan," Qi Dongliu said with a smile. Jian Mengchen and the others nodded, but they didn't doubt anything. "Let's go, I'll take you to the weapon hall of my clan," Qi Dongliu said with a smile. Qin Wentian summoned the people of the Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen to go there. Under the leadership of Qi Dongliu, they came to a weapon refining mountain range. The temperature here is extremely high, and there are many weapon halls. Seeing Qi Dongliu and his people coming, the people here are very respectful. Soon, they came to the weapon storage area of the weapon hall. Each weapon storage pavilion had different immortal weapons and magic treasures. When they came to puppet weapon storage pavilion, they found that there were all kinds of puppets in it, including demon puppets, human puppets, and combat puppets. It was simply amazing. Are all these immortal level magic weapons? Qin Wentian was a little surprised. "Yes, Lord." Qi Dongliu nodded, and then said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission, "Lord, our Jiutian clan is a natural fighter, and we also have extraordinary talents in refining weapons." Qin Wentian nodded secretly. He could understand this. The reason why Qin Wentian was able to comprehend the God's hand was related to his divine pattern ability, and the God's hand was derived from the Jiutian law. The Jiutian clan must have an innate talent in refining weapons. These are all accumulated over countless years. If the Lord needs them, he can take half of them away. Qi Dongliu continued to transmit his voice, which made Qin Wentian's heart beat slightly. In fact, Ying Teng and the others were not too wrong. Although this was not Emperor Yi's treasure, it was indeed a treasure, and almost all of it belonged to him. If I can open the other two bronze doors and enter the upper world, how terrible will the harvest be? Qin Wentian said in his heart pounding, but he also felt that with his current understanding of the hand of God, it would be impossible to open the two bronze doors. There would be a chance in the future. Chapter 1079, Leaving the Mountain. Qi Dongliu and Qin Wentian's conversation was all done through voice transmission, so naturally other people didn't know that these people were from the ancient Fighting Saint clan, and only those who had awakened the Fighting Saint blood and possessed the Fighting Saint bone knew about it. On weekdays, they never mentioned it, but only when Qin Wentian arrived did they tell him the secret. "Yunzai, let the people from the Nanhuang clan pick 2 magic weapons each, and the people from the Qianbian Xianmen do the same," Each pick 2. Dong Liu said that this is a gift for our trip here, so I won't be polite. Qin Wentian said to everyone with a smile. The magic weapons here are all 6th level magic weapons, corresponding to the fairy level magic weapons of the Xiante realm. In the upper realm, there may be 7th level magic weapons corresponding to the fairy king realm. The Holy Lord is right. It's a rare opportunity for you to come to my world. You're welcome. Qi Liu said with a smile. Nan Huang Yangxi smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Thank you, Senior, Nan Huang Yangxi. You are all friends of the Holy Lord. You're welcome." Qi Liu waved his hand, and everyone began to select magical weapons in the weapon refining pavilion. After everyone had finished their selection, Qin Wentian smiled and said, "We have been here for several days and have gained a lot. We should leave." Qi Liu was stunned and a little surprised. He sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, "The Holy Lord is leaving now? He hasn't selected anyone from my clan yet. Moreover, although my clan has been destroyed, there are still some magic spells and magical powers that have been passed down. Even if they are incomplete, they are very powerful. More importantly, the holy fighting method can be used as a reference for the Holy Lord. Dong Liu, there are many people in the outside world. I can't let them suspect you, so you need to go out now. I will take them away first. I will come back in a few days." Qin Wentian sent a voice message. He couldn't take people out right away, and he didn't want to waste too much time. The Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor were outside, and the people of the Zhang family and the Ying family were also waiting. In order to better keep the secrets of the Holy Fighting Clan, he had to leave early. "I understand." Qi Liu sent a voice message back. Since Qin Wentian would come again, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Qi Liu was naturally happy that the Holy Lord could think about them. "Well, it's time to go." Nan Huang Yangxi nodded. Although they didn't gain as much as Qin Wentian, it was not a wasted trip. They all had something to say. Moreover, there was actually a force here that Emperor Yi had helped before. It was a world of its own, which was really interesting. Qin Wentian gained the most. He cultivated to the god's hand. I'm afraid he would be envied by many forces. But fortunately, it was useless for them to be jealous. The god's hand could only be cultivated successfully in the ancient mountains. Qin Wentian said goodbye to Qi Liu. Everyone returned to the entrance. He was still the only one who could open the exit. Entering the palace inside the bronze gate, Qin Wentian took out the puppet armor and said, "The few people with lower realms should put on the puppet armor. Those guys should still be outside. It's better to be careful." Well, everyone nodded. Qin Wentian took out the collected puppet armor and opened it for everyone to enter. Then he opened the exit door and walked out. Sure enough, Qin Wentian saw many figures standing in front of them, staring at them coming out. Ying Teng and the others recovered quickly from their injuries and were almost well. When they saw Qin Wentian coming out, they released their murderous intent without control. They stared at Qin Wentian with their eyes fixed on him, and their bodies trembled. His hatred for Qin Wentian had reached an extreme. "You are still here." Qin Wentian smiled and walked out of the bronze gate. After they all came out, the bronze gate closed. The big monster guarding outside still closed his eyes, as if he didn't know anything. "What did Brother Qin gain?" Zhang Ziyu asked Qin Wentian with a smile, without any anger. "I have officially entered the practice of the god's hand. I got these puppet armors in the bronze gate, plus a lot of 6th level magic weapons. It's a great gain for Qin, but I guess Brother Zhang doesn't think much of these things." Qin Wentian said with a smile. The two of them always pretended to be friendly and didn't tear their faces apart. Qin Wentian couldn't see what Zhang Ziyu was thinking, but as long as Zhang Ziyu didn't take the initiative to provoke him, he didn't want to make a strong enemy again. There are also times when the descendants of the immortal realm are killed, such as Dong Shengting and Zidaoang. If you want to live a long life in the immortal realm, it is not wrong to be cautious. I am very interested in the hand of God, but it's a pity that I can't practice it. Zhang Ziyu sighed. As for the 6th level divine weapons, I am not short of them, but the other 2 bronze doors must contain more valuable treasures. From now on, they will all belong to Brother Qin. I don't have the ability to unlock these 2 bronze doors. Maybe when I enter the realm of the Immortal King and practice the hand of God to a stronger level, I may have a chance to unlock the mystery behind these bronze doors. Of course, the premise is that I can live to that time. Qin Wentian said jokingly, glancing at the people present. Zhang Ziyu looked at the eyes in Qin Wentian's puppet armor. In fact, he and Qin Wentian had the same speculation. He also believed that the 2 bronze doors required a stronger realm to unlock. As for whether Qin Wentian only got those treasures in the first bronze gate, Zhang Ziyu actually believed in Qin Wentian. He looked at the others and none of them showed any unusual expressions. In this way, Qin Wentian was equivalent to a living treasure. The things left by Emperor Yi could only be solved by him. Qin Wentian turned around and looked at the other 2 bronze gates. They had unpredictable changes. He really couldn't open them at his current level. Let's go back, Qin Wentian said to the people around him. This trip to the ancient mountain was a huge gain for him. He had gained a legion of the Xiante realm and various magic weapons. Of course, what was more terrifying was the future. If the other 2 bronze gates could be opened, then Emperor Yi was able to dominate the fairyland in the past, which was probably related to this. Qin Wentian left as soon as he said he would. The people from the Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen didn't linger at all. The crowd stepped aside and made way for them to walk through the middle and head outside the fairy palace. Yang Ten clenched his fists, looked at the golden humanoid pattern in the bronze gate unwillingly, and said, "Let's go." Now, they can only go back. Everyone evacuated one after another. Although they were unwilling to have no gains from the trip to the ancient mountain, they had come to this point and had no choice but to become Qin Wentian's foil. The former residence of Emperor Yi, the Bronze Gate. I hope the family can find a way to send strong people to enter, Yang Ten said in his heart, but he also knew that this might be difficult. The ancient mountain, but not even the Purple Emperor could enter. Until now, they still believed that everything here was left by Emperor Yi. Of course, if Qin Wentian had not entered that world and met the people of the Fighting Saint clan, he would think so too. A few days after everyone left, a figure wearing a bronze mask led a black dog to the front of the Five Fingers Peak. He walked into the entrance of the Five Fingers Peak, then took out the sealing magic weapon, sealed the entrance, stepped into the fairy palace, and walked directly in front of the golden humanoid pattern. He took a step forward and stepped towards the pattern, just like the original body, and his body was cleansed. Although he and the original body took different paths in the later period, it did not hinder the practice of the Hand of God. The original body could use the power of destruction to suppress the Hand of God, and he could also use the power of sealing. After a few days, after the body was cleansed, he went back to retrieve the seal scroll, and then walked to the Bronze Gate. The 3 great demons opened their eyes and stared at him, seeming to be surprised. Then, the great demon saw Emperor Yan open the Bronze Gate and walked in. The 3 great demons looked at each other. Unexpectedly, there were 2 people who could open the Bronze Gate. Emperor Yan opened 2 gates in a row and entered the world where the Fighting Saint clan was. Soon, figures flashed in. Qi Dongliu looked at the figure wearing a bronze mask and was also shocked. How could this be possible? Are there really 2 saints? Dongliu, it's me. Jiutian took off his mask, revealing his face, which was exactly the same as Qin Wentian's, except that his aura was slightly different. Qi Dongliu was still shocked. This person knew his name, and he looked exactly like Qin Wentian. They should be the same person, but why was there such a big difference in their aura? Their temperament and aura were also different. Incarnation. Emperor Yan uttered a few words. The secret of the Fighting Saint clan was in him, and they swore to protect him. Once the people of the Fighting Saint clan were captured, they would commit suicide or destroy their memories. Therefore, Emperor Yan dared to tell them the secret, and the Fighting Saint clan would not betray his secret. Meet the Holy Lord. Qi Dongliu no longer had any doubts, and his heart was trembling. He did not expect that the Holy Lord was so powerful and had an incarnation with a completely different practice, which was equivalent to another original body. Let's go. Emperor Yan stepped out, and Qi Dongliu followed. He did not expect that the Holy Lord would come back so soon. Young, God's End practice, treasure tripod, holy light, incarnation. It seems that the Holy Lord of their generation is more extraordinary than the previous generation of Holy Lord in the rumors. Qi Dongliu was naturally looking forward to this. In the outside world, at the God's Hand Villa, the Purple Emperor, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, the Southern Phoenix Guhong, the Ying family, and the Zhang ancient family are all waiting. After so long, the key person who entered the ancient mountain has not come out yet. I don't know what's going on now. Has anyone cultivated to become the God's Hand? If someone succeeded, who would it be? In addition, I don't know if there was a war in the ancient mountain, and what were the casualties of the various forces? At this time, the aura over there fluctuated, and then the light flashed, and one after another figures appeared driving immortal weapons and walked out of the ancient mountain. Ziyu. The eyes of the Zhang family immortal emperor flashed, and Zhang Ziyu brought the Zhang family out. Ying Tang. The people of the Ying family also saw their people. One after another, the strong men from all sides appeared, and they came out together, and there was no fighting. They looked very coordinated. This made them feel a little surprised. It shouldn't be. These people came to Shenshao Villa, their eyes still looking towards the ancient mountain. Nanhuang Yangxi appeared driving the Phoenix boat, and people from Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen came out, and they all seemed to be wearing puppet armor. People from all forces looked over there, and those who had come out earlier had unfriendly expressions. Moreover, everyone discovered that their eyes were actually fixed on the same figure, the young man standing next to Nanhuang Yangxi on the Phoenix boat, Qin Wentian. Chapter 1080 Immortal Emperor's Attitude. The Phoenix boat landed at the Divine Hand Villa, and everyone got off. Nanhuang Guhong and Emperor Qianbian looked over here. Zidi and Dongsheng Immortal Emperor also looked over here. At this moment, no one spoke, although everyone wanted to know what happened in the ancient mountain. The powerful people were in different positions. The Divine Hand Villa was very large, and everyone was also separated. Ying Tang. The immortal emperor of the ancient Ying family saw the murderous aura on Ying Tang and asked, "What's going on? What happened in the ancient mountain?" Everyone looked at Ying Tang, only to see Ying Tang staring at Qin Wentian, and said, "Inside the ancient mountain, there is the former residence of the ancient Emperor Yidi Immortal Palace. Qin Wentian, he got the treasure." As soon as these words fell, a terrifying aura instantly fell from the sky and landed on Qin Wentian. The pressure seemed to make Qin Wentian die without a burial place as long as they made the slightest move. Qin Wentian. The purple emperor's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, his robe fluttering, and purple air rolled. "You can't afford the treasure of Emperor Yi, hand it over." Ying Tang, you deliberately framed Qin Wentian, shameless. Nanhuang Yangxi's face was not very good. This Ying Tang wanted to kill Qin Wentian. The pressure fell on Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian's forehead was sweating, his legs were shaking, and his body was shaking. Emperor Qianbian took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Wentian, saying, "You are all emperors. With such status, don't you feel it is not in your status to deal with someone who has just entered the immortal platform?" Ying Tang is lying. The disciple of the Xianfu realm said, "Seniors, you should understand the course of events first. Then I have to listen to you explain the matter clearly. Also, where are the people from my Dongsheng Immortal sect?" Dongsheng Immortal Emperor took a few steps forward. He looked the worst. Many strong men came out, but he did not see anyone from Dongsheng Immortal sect. The Purple Emperor's people did not come. Of course, the mysterious young man with the bronze mask that he wanted to kill also did not show up. He must have known that he would be waiting outside, so he hid in the ancient mountain and did not dare to step out. After all, he and the Purple Emperor's immortal thoughts saw each other kill people. Ying Tang, what happened? Asked the immortal emperor of the Ying family. It's very simple. Ying Tang was humiliated by Qin Wentian in the ancient mountain. This is revenge. Nanhuang Yangxi said, "Ying Tang, do you want me to tell you everything about your humiliation?" Ying Tang's expression turned cold, and he said, "Nanhuang Yangxi, it is said that women cannot be kept at home when they grow up. As the inherited saint of the Nanhuang family, you are also tempted by love? Don't forget that you cannot marry outside. You." Nanhuang Yangxi had already walked out of the puppet armor, with a bit of indifference on her beautiful face. "Am I wrong? Aren't those puppet armors beside you the treasures left by Emperor Yi? Aren't they obtained in Emperor Yi's palace?" Ying Tang continued coldly, "Brother Jiang and people from all parties can testify to this." At this time, Qin Wentian walked out step by step, smiling and said, "I will explain the whole thing to you seniors." "Okay, then I'll hear what you have to say." A golden war sky eagle of the demon emperor said, and everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, waiting for him to speak. The matter is very simple. In the ancient mountain, there is a divine hand charm, which can cultivate the divine hand. Qin is very lucky. The divine hand has made some achievements. Together, we found the former residence of the ancient great emperor Yidi. There is a great demon guarding it, which is likely to be a demon emperor level demon. Qin Wentian said, which shocked everyone. In this ancient mountain, there is actually the former residence of Emperor Yidi. There are 3 bronze doors in the former residence of Emperor Yi. These bronze doors can only be opened by people who have practiced the hand of God. With the help of the hand of God, I opened the first bronze door and entered. The people here also stepped in with me. Some minor frictions occurred, and I also injured Brother Yingteng. Therefore, Brother Yingteng has some hatred towards me. Qin Wentian said with a smile. His tone was calm and without any anger, as if he and Yingteng were joking. His calm tone made Yingteng so angry that his heart burned with terrible anger. Inside the bronze gate, there is the puppet armor I am wearing in a treasure land with other immortal weapons and magic weapons, all of which are 6th rank. I am sure that the seniors would not look down on them at all. I came out after staying in there for a few days. The others were waiting outside. They also saw that I did not have the ability to open the other 2 bronze gates, although the treasures inside may be more precious. Perhaps, I need to step into the realm of Immortal King to have a chance to open the treasure. Qin Wentian smiled and said, this is what happened. Many people who have entered the ancient mountain have witnessed it together. It is absolutely true. The immortal emperors looked at the crowd that came out, only to see that they were speechless. It seemed that what Qin Wentian said was indeed true. So, all the treasures of Emperor Yi still needed him to open? At this time, someone else came out of the ancient mountain. They were the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor. They lowered their heads and came towards this side timidly. When they arrived at the Divine Hand Villa, they immediately knelt in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor. At this moment, a terrible evil spirit descended on the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor, falling on everyone. Speak. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor uttered a word. Your Highness asked us to go and kill Qin Wentian, but we were intercepted by the people of the Nanhuang clan and the Qianbian immortal sect. Nanhuang Yangxi and Qin Wentian escaped, and His Highness Ting and Ziyan Wu went to chase them. We don't know what happened later. Those people buried their heads in the ground, trembling with fear. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's death was his own son, and the Purple Emperor's death was a nephew. Qin Wentian. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor took a few steps forward, and the murderous intent descended on Qin Wentian again. The Qianbian Emperor walked in front of Qin Wentian and blocked the pressure of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Dongsheng, your son was chasing me, and was later intercepted by a mysterious person with a sealing magic weapon. I am a fugitive who is being chased. Although I really want to kill Dongsheng, his death has nothing to do with me. You want to blame Qin for his death. Isn't that too much? Qin Wentian said coldly. Who knows if you were involved? ZD came over. Senior ZD, you and I have never met before. I have only heard of your name. The battle between your son Zidaoyang and me in the ancient Emperor's city was a battle for the immortal list, a battle of geniuses. It was a fair battle, and we defeated each other in a fair way. You blamed me for his death. Ziyan Wu chased me and almost took my life. Now you want to blame me, Qin Wentian, for Ziyan Wu's death. Is this the temperament of Senior ZD? ZD, you are the top emperor in the fairyland. It's too embarrassing to do this. Qianbian Emperor said coldly. Boom. The Purple Emperor stepped forward, and the terrifying pressure directly pushed Qin Wentian's body back, and he groaned. Since he said it has nothing to do with him, I will take him away. If I find out that he has nothing to do with him, I will let him go. The Purple Emperor said arrogantly, and stretched out his palm, which turned into a terrifying purple hand and grabbed Qin Wentian. The hand of the Thousand Changes Emperor trembled, and a thunder of annihilation exploded in front of him, hitting the purple palm. The terrifying aura swept through the space. Although it was just a random attack, it still caused cracks on the ground. Thousand Changes Emperor, you are stopping me. The Purple Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, and everyone's eyes were all fixed on that side. This top-level immortal emperor, the Purple Emperor, was indeed domineering. He wanted to take Qin Wentian away, and it might not be just revenge. Now Qin Wentian has the God's hand and the method to open the treasure of Emperor Yi. Senior Purple Emperor, even if you take me down, you don't have the ability to enter the ancient mountain. You still can't get the hand of God or the treasure. Qin Wentian certainly understood Purple Emperor's intentions, and said coldly. He dared to come out because of this reason. It would be useless to take him down, and others couldn't enter the ancient mountain. Humph! Purple Emperor snorted coldly, and another wave of pressure fell on Qin Wentian, causing him to retreat continuously. Even with the protection of the puppet armor, his body was still strongly shaken. Purple Emperor, this is beneath your dignity. Nanhuang Guhong walked over and stood in front of Qin Wentian. This is my business, and Nanhuang clan wants to intervene. Purple Emperor looked at Nanhuang Guhong. Qin Wentian is a friend of Nanhuang clan. Nanhuang Guhong said calmly. Nanhuang clan wants to take Qin Wentian away by themselves. Demon Emperors on Xiandao said coldly, pressing forward. This time, coming to Shenxiao Villa, only Qin Wentian got a bargain, and they didn't gain anything. You mean a mean person? Nanhuang Guhong said coldly without even looking at the other party. No matter what, Qin Wentian, you can't leave so easily. The immortal emperor of the Yin clan also spoke. Haha, you are all immortal emperors, but you are bullying me so much? Then I would like to ask you seniors, what do you want from me, Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian asked, and at the same time he took off his puppet armor. In front of these immortal emperors, this puppet armor was useless. Qin Wentian did not look away, but sent a voice message to Ud. Excuse me, is your real name Qiyu? Ud's eardrums heard Qin Wentian's voice, and his expression froze. He lowered his head, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then slowly stood up. Everyone is a guest. Ud spoke, and everyone looked at Ud. Ud said slowly, if you want to cultivate the God's Hand, I will teach you the God's Hand method, and let you step into the ancient mountain to seek the method of cultivating the God's Hand. The door is open to you. You can't cultivate it. Now, the God's Hand has been cultivated by a younger generation. You, as immortal emperors, have stood up. It's not appropriate. Ud, what do you mean? The immortal emperor of the Ying family looked over here and said, I've given you a chance. Since you all think you are not capable, then, I have hosted you for so long at the Divine Hand Villa. Now, you should leave. Ud looked at everyone and ordered them to leave. At this moment, everyone looked towards Ud. Qin Wentian had inherited the hand of God. Ud, would you help him too? Chapter 1081, Battle with Ying Teng. The relationship between Ud and Yi was not clear to everyone, but when he dealt with Dongsheng Xiandi before, he showed a magical power similar to the God's Hand, which made people suspect that Ud might have practiced a God's Hand. In addition, Ud was guarding the inheritance for Yi, so he and Yi obviously had a special relationship. So now, it is understandable that Ud stood up for Qin Wentian. Is Ud trying to drive away the guests? Zidi said lightly with purple light in his eyes. Those who respect me are guests. Before, I have given you enough face and handed over the God's Hand for you to practice. Now that the successor of the God's Hand has appeared, you still want to make trouble here. It's too much of a disrespect to me. Ud said indifferently, and his voice enveloped the entire God's Hand Villa. What's more, if you want the Hand of God, you can go into the ancient mountain by yourself. If you want the treasure, you can go and take it. It's useless to deal with a little kid. I advise you to think about it carefully. Ud's words are not unreasonable. Some immortal emperors are hesitating. After all, there are three parties supporting Qin Wentian now, Nanhuang clan, Ud, and Qianbian Emperor. If there was only Qianbian Emperor before, it would not be a big deal. But now with Ud who can shoot back Dongsheng Immortal Emperor with one arrow and the two people beside him, as well as Nanhuang clan, they have to think carefully. Qin Wentian is protected by my Nanhuang clan. Think about it carefully and don't make wedding clothes for others. Nanhuang Guhong spoke at the same time. The two heavyweights successively expressed their support for Qin Wentian. Some immortal emperors in the southern part of the immortal realm have already given up. It seems that they can't get involved in this matter. Will the Nanhuang clan take so much trouble for an outsider? Dongsheng Immortal Emperor responded. Dongsheng, you'd better not meddle in the affairs of the Nanhuang clan. You are not qualified. Nanhuang Guhong was too lazy to respond to the other party. She just spoke arrogantly, which made Qin Wentian beside her deeply feel the majesty of the Nanhuang clan's immortal emperor. Even though Nanhuang Guhong was only the guardian saint of the empress, she was also a guardian saint of the immortal emperor level, the direct descendant of the empress, and did not take the Dongsheng immortal emperor who ruled her region seriously. The death of my nephew and the death of Dongsheng's son have not been investigated yet. With just one word, you want us to let it go. Zidi said again. That's right, this account must be settled anyway. The immortal emperor of the Ying clan said that his Ying clan was not afraid of the Nanhuang clan. It's really funny. Your nephew and the descendants of Dongsheng are hunting Qin Wentian. Even if Qin Wentian kills them, there is nothing wrong with that. Who can be blamed for not being as skilled as him? What's more, it wasn't Qin Wentian who killed him. As an immortal emperor, you can vent your anger on Qin Wentian. Nan Huang continued, as for your Ying family, Ying Teng was humiliated by Qin Wentian in the ancient mountain. You, an elder, have to step forward? Are the children of the Ying family so useless? It's a disgrace to the ancient clans of the southern territory. Who needs an elder to step forward? If Qin Wentian hadn't borrowed the puppet armor before, it would have been easy for me, Ying Teng, to kill him. Ying Teng was singled out and ridiculed, and he was furious. The humiliation he suffered in the Bronze Gate could only be washed away with the blood of Qin Wentian. Did you hear that? He used despicable means to deal with Ying Teng. The immortal emperor of the Ying family said. Is that so? A cold voice came out, and Qin Wentian walked out from behind Emperor Qianbian and Nan Huang, looking at Ying Teng, and said, since the senior thinks so, then allow me and Ying Teng to settle the grievances in the way of the younger generations, without borrowing immortal soldiers or puppets. If Ying Teng defeats me, I will go with the Ying family and let the senior deal with me. The eyes of the Ying family immortal emperor flashed, and those eyes gave Qin Wentian great pressure. What an arrogant boy. The Ying family immortal emperor said lightly. If he lost, he would go with the Ying family, which meant that his life was handed over to him. Ying Teng. He looked at Ying Teng with a questioning look. Leave it to me. Ying Teng was emitting a terrible anger and stepped forward. Wait. Nan Huang suddenly spoke, and the Ying family immortal emperor looked at her, and Nan Huang said, Ying Teng lost, so what? You can deal with it. Ying Teng said. My Nan Huang clan has no interest in you. If Qin Wentian really wants to kill you, your Ying clan can still let you go today. Your words are empty. Nan Huang said coldly. What do you want? The immortal emperor of the Ying clan said. Qin Wentian, what do you think? Nan Huang asked Qin Wentian. How dare I make demands on the Ying clan? If I win, I just hope that the Ying clan will leave this place, and don't bother me again because of this matter in the future. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and Nan Huang nodded secretly. Qin Wentian was calm and knew what to do at this time. He got the god's hand and the things left by Emperor Yi. In the eyes of everyone, he is a living treasure. What Qin Wentian should think about now is how to resolve his future troubles, not to show off his power for the time being. Do you think you can win? Ying Teng said proudly, and took a step forward. Senior. Qin Wentian did not look at Ying Teng, but looked at the Ying immortal emperor. I promise you, if you win, my Ying clan will leave and won't bother you in the future. The Ying clan's immortal emperor was also confident in Ying Teng's strength. Qin Wentian's cultivation was at the first level of the immortal platform. Even though he was powerful, Ying Teng's realm was higher than his, and as the pride of his clan, he should be able to deal with Qin Wentian with ease. Brother Ying, please. Qin Wentian said politely, but Ying Teng's eyes were burning with anger. With a rumble, his aura burst out, and an imperial aura burst out from his body. Ying Teng's body was shining with immortal light, and a deafening roar came out, shaking the earth. Behind Ying Teng's body, a terrifying demon dragon rose up. In an instant, an extremely huge demon dragon phantom appeared in the sky, overlooking all living beings, with terrible pressure. The demonic dragon immortal platform. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The Nanhuang clan and the Ying clan were the two major forces in the southern part of the immortal domain. The Nanhuang clan's immortal platform was in the shape of a phoenix, while the Ying clan's was in the shape of a dragon. Moreover, this immortal platform demon dragon was really powerful and of a very high level. It looked like a real huge demon dragon. The Ying clan has cultivated the ancient clan's secret method and cast the immortal platform with a dragon. They are powerful and are the emperor among men. Although Qin Wentian is also an extraordinary genius, how can he compete with a Ying Teng when his realm is low? Everyone looked at the battlefield. Qin Wentian was shining with dazzling light, and there was an amazing power blooming from his body. At this moment, the crowd saw that Qin Wentian seemed to have transformed, and there was a dazzling light shining from his body. It was not the immortal light, but a natural halo, a physical body halo. At this moment, Qin Wentian's momentum was amazingly improved, like a natural emperor with an indestructible body. Roar. A terrifying roar was heard, and Long Tang's immortal platform burst into terrible power, swallowing up golden dragons one after another. The huge dragon body with a terrible kingly aura was about to swallow Qin Wentian directly. Ying Teng stood proudly in the void, like an unrivaled emperor, with a majestic aura that soared to the sky. The sky was covered with the phantom of the demon dragon, shaking the earth. In Qin Wentian's body, The immortal platform changed, and terrifying real patterns appeared. His palm burst into amazing light, and he raised his hand to kill. The hand of God appeared, and huge real monsters rushed towards the sky, roaring and fighting with the demon dragons. For a time, the world was in turmoil. Boom! Ying-Tang stepped forward, his arm transformed into an amazing dragon arm, raised and blasted out. The dragon roared to the sky, an extremely strong demon dragon arm swept the world, crushed the space, and rushed straight to Qin Wentian to kill. At the end of this arm, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared, swallowing Qin Wentian, and it could swallow Qin Wentian in one bite. The light on Qin Wentian's body became more dazzling, and a rumbling sound was heard. His body became larger, more like an immortal god, and the talisman light around him shone. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and when he closed his arms, a dragon shadow suddenly appeared on his body. There was also a demon dragon rising up, colliding with the arm of the demon dragon with a bloody mouth in the void, and exploding wildly. This body. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian's body. A person at the first level of the immortal stage actually possessed such an amazing body. It was simply an immortal body, and it seemed like a body of all things. It was too scary. Many people felt that if someone at the same level as Qin Wentian attacked his body, they would be killed by Qin Wentian's body. The immortal emperor of the Ying family frowned slightly. Qin Wentian's fighting power was a little too strong. He had a huge momentum, like a descendant of a holy beast, and he was so powerful that he was like a descendant of a god. Although you are powerful, you will die anyway. Ying-Tang shouted angrily, and in an instant, dragon roars came one after another. A terrifying demon appeared above the sky, with its head floating, overlooking Qin Wentian. The power of the magical killing of the southern region Ying family is extremely terrifying. Destroy it! Ying-Tang roared, and thousands of dragons roared and killed. The power of the thousands of dragons contained the power of devouring, the indestructible power of gold, and the extremely violent power of demons. These powers of the rules of the immortals were all integrated into the immortal platform and exploded in the magical power. How terrible it was! Qin Wentian let out a shocking roar, and his whole body was stimulated to the extreme. The whole body was flowing with powerful rune lights. His body became huge again. Looking at the overwhelming and exterminating power of the thousands of dragons, his eyes were dazzling. The terrifying rune light flowing on this body turned into an extremely huge phantom of the black tortoise, which enveloped Qin Wentian's body. One demon dragon after another blasted down, causing the phantom of the black tortoise to sway, but it was not broken. People were deeply shocked by the terribleness of Qin Wentian's body and how strong his defense was. Boom! Qin Wentian's body became bigger and bigger. With a loud roar, terrifying giant rocks burst out from his body, tearing the world apart and killing everything. He blasted out with his palm, and the world changed color, burying the void. Ying-Tang's expression changed drastically, and he kept launching terrifying attacks. However, everything was destroyed under that terrifying palm. The opponent also had a terrifying black destructive Fang Yuan Huoji in his hand, killing everything. Finally, Ying-Tang felt the world dim, and the big palm smashed down. With a loud bang, he felt that the immortal platform had cracks, and his body was knocked out. P.S. 2 chapters are released in a row, and 3 chapters are updated today. Please vote. Chapter 1082, Immortal Emperor Retreats. Bang! Ying-Tang's body fell to the ground, spitting out blood. The dragon shadow above the sky disappeared, and his immortal platform was retracted into his body. His breath floated, and his face was ashen. Defeated, Ying-Tang, defeated. Before, Qin Wentian insulted him in a puppet, which was not a real fight, but at this moment, fighting upright, without puppets, without magic weapons, relying entirely on his own combat power, Qin Wentian defeated him across the border. He, the young genius of the Ying family, was defeated miserably under the gaze of everyone. Brother Ying is powerful. If his realm is higher, he may have a chance to defeat me, Qin Wentian said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying-Tang screamed and spit out blood again. He was so angry at Qin Wentian's words that he spit blood. What does it mean to have a higher realm to have a chance to win? This is clearly a compliment. What realm does he have to reach to win? If he and Qin Wentian were in the same realm, wouldn't he be slapped to death by Qin Wentian with one palm? Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. This guy spoke without any anger. He did not have the arrogance of Ying-Tang, but his voice was full of hidden daggers. One sentence could make Ying-Tang spit blood. However, His fighting ability was terrible. He was a rare monster. His body and physique seemed perfect and indestructible, like a natural god of war. The eyes of the immortal emperor of the Ying family were also not very good. Ying Teng lost. He thought that Ying Teng had no reason to lose before, but he did lose. As an immortal emperor, representing the ancient Ying family in the southern part of the immortal realm, he could not regret what he said in public, which meant that he could only leave in disgrace. Roar. Ying Teng stood up and let out a humiliating roar. This was the second time he was humiliated by Qin Wentian. He thought that this defeat was a shame. He lost face in front of all the major forces. From then on, he could not raise his head and live upright in the Ying family. The shame of this defeat would always follow him and be pointed at by others. Ying Teng. The Ying clan's immortal emperor said, "It's just a battle. Go back and practice well, and wash away the shame in the future." Ying Teng's eyes were red, and he looked at the immortal emperor with his fists clenched. "Let's go back," the Ying clan's immortal emperor said lightly, and immediately the Ying clan's people gathered and took off into the air. When Ying Teng left, his eyes stared at Qin Wentian coldly, and his murderous intent was not concealed. "Brother Ying, take care," Qin Wentian said with a smile, and Ying Teng's footsteps trembled as he took off into the air, and he roared again, rushing straight into the distance. The strong men of the Ying clan gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. "Why don't you leave?" Yudi glanced at everyone and said lightly, "I don't want to say more. The ancient mountain is there. Whether you want the hand of God or the treasure, you can go ahead. Even if you capture Qin Wentian, it will be of no use. You still have to enter the ancient mountain. If you can't get in, everything will be in vain." At this time, the strong men from all sides had already begun to retreat. They knew that what Yudi said was the truth, but they were still unwilling to give up. They only thought about whether there were other ways to get something out of Qin Wentian. That was Emperor Yi's unique skills and treasures. Who wouldn't want them? Some people had turned around and were ready to leave, but at this time, ZD continued, "I don't seem to have agreed to leave." "ZD, why do you have to make things difficult for a junior everywhere?" Yudi said indifferently. "If the deaths of your son and nephew are related to him, how can you be so calm?" The Purple Emperor glanced at the Feather Emperor. "It's easy for me to kill him, and none of you can stop me. However, I am not a rude person. I just want to take him away to find out the truth. Why do you have to stop me? If you say so, then I have nothing to say." The Feather Emperor looked at the other party, took a step forward, and said lightly, "Then, let me put my words here. Emperor Yi was kind to me in the past, and I guarded the inheritance for Emperor Yi. Now that Qin Wentian has been recognized by Emperor Yi as the guardian of Emperor Yi's inheritance, I have the responsibility to be responsible for his safety. You, the Purple Emperor, can of course kill him, but you dare to do such a thing of bullying the weak as an immortal emperor. Then, I'm afraid it's not just a simple death of a nephew." Huh? Those who wanted to leave couldn't help but stop again when they saw the Feather Emperor and the Purple Emperor competing with each other, their eyes flashing with dazzling light. Is the words of the Feather Emperor going to declare war on the Purple Emperor? Sure enough, after hearing this, the Purple Emperor's body was filled with purple light, and his aura was terrifying. He stared at the Feather Emperor. Are you threatening me? You can understand it that way." The Feather Emperor responded strongly. The Purple Emperor was silent, but this space was terribly oppressive. The two immortal emperors stood opposite each other, their robes fluttering without wind, and the Feather Emperor's white hair was flying in the void. Could it be that this hermit immortal emperor really has the strength to compete with the top immortal emperor Purple Emperor? If so, this Feather Emperor is hiding too deeply. Qin Wentian stood aside and watched all this. Since he was the holy lord of this generation of the Fighting Saint clan, then the Feather Emperor would definitely protect him. He had no doubt about this. However, this Purple Emperor was indeed difficult to deal with. As the top immortal emperor in the immortal realm, the Purple Emperor's strength was undoubtedly strong. Purple air lingered around him, and a terrifying purple light appeared above the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The Feather Emperor was also bursting with momentum. At this moment, the Feather Emperor was surrounded by the might of a monstrous battle, and an ancient war saint's aura rushed out from his body fiercely, like a peerless war king. At this moment, the old man turned into a war god, standing there casually, giving people a sense of supreme majesty above the world. "Fighting Saint Law," Qin Wentian said in his heart. Boom! The Purple Emperor stretched out his palm, and a terrifying purple light instantly descended on Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's body was directly grabbed by the purple light and rushed towards the purple emperor. Bang! The space symbol that Qin Wentian had been holding in his palm was directly crushed, and his body was instantly enveloped by the power of space. The purple light actually grabbed a piece of nothingness of space power, but Qin Wentian's body retreated directly into the distance. HMPH. Purple Emperor snorted coldly. How could such a trick be used in front of the immortal emperor? Purple light instantly crossed the void and descended on Qin Wentian's body. Even though they were far apart, Qin Wentian's body was still caught back. But at this time, Feather Emperor's body appeared in front of Purple Emperor. He blasted out with one palm, and the whole world was shattered under the palm print. With Purple Emperor as the center, the whole void was involved, and everything was shattered and destroyed. Purple eyes contained terrible purple light. He also slapped out with one palm, and the palm prints of the two people were printed together. A flash of lightning struck the ground from the sky, like a thunderbolt. Some people with weak cultivation only felt their souls trembling. Under the feet of the two people, the earth was shattered crazily, and a deep and boundless crack appeared, splitting the earth into two sections. The two people were shrouded in terrible light, and their attack waves did not disperse, otherwise half of the people here would be wiped out. Boom! Another purple light descended, and the bodies of the two people disappeared directly, and the place where they stood was completely shattered. In the void, a roar was heard, and a destructive light appeared between heaven and earth, covering the heaven and earth. The light of the battle there was like divine brilliance, a picture of destructive heaven and earth, and the figures of the Feather Emperor and the Purple Emperor flickered faintly. Boom! Several more lightning flashes came down from the sky, and many places within 1,000 miles of the embankment were struck, leaving no land, and cracks appeared on the earth. How terrible is the power of the Emperor's battle, and it is a battle between top immortal emperors. Those immortal emperors looked up, their eyes piercing through all the destructive light, looking into the void, and their hearts were shocked. The Feather Emperor is so powerful? Competing with the Purple Emperor. Boom! Two figures suddenly appeared in the God Hand Villa, standing in the original position, as if they had never moved, and the battle just now seemed to have never happened. Now, ZD should be able to pay more attention to what I said. UD stared at ZD and spoke calmly. What magical power are you practicing? ZD said lightly. The two spoke very calmly, not like opponents in the terrifying battle just now. The method that Emperor Yu practiced in the past. UD responded. The most famous magic of Emperor Yu was the God's Hand. As for his other abilities, who could know after countless years? Of course, he used the holy fighting method, fighting the sky and the earth, destroying everything, fighting to support fighting, and becoming stronger with more fighting. Your luck is really good. ZD's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. The first time, Changqing Emperor refused to hand over the person. The second time, Nan Wang clan refused to hand over the person. The third time, he came in person, and UD protected him. He, ZD, had never had such trouble catching a junior. Senior ZD is serious. Qin Wentian said. I hope your luck will always be so good. The Purple Emperor spoke lightly, and with a wave of his sleeves, Qin Wentian's body was directly knocked out and hid on a pavilion. His immortal body was shaking, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of the immortal emperor, the people of the immortal platform had no resistance. It was easy to kill him. This also made Qin Wentian more convinced that his previous caution was right. The Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not know that he killed Dong Shengting and Ziyan Wu. I also hope that the senior's luck will not always be so bad. Qin Wentian looked up at the Purple Emperor, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and a weird smile. If the Purple Emperor's people were provoked, Zi Daoyang would die, then, Ziyan Wu would die. The Purple Emperor's eyes flashed, staring at Qin Wentian, with murderous intent flashing, and in an instant, Qin Wentian felt cold all over. Purple Emperor, pay attention to your identity. Nan Huang walked in front of Qin Wentian and said. Don't forget what I said. If you can kill him, I can kill your people. Yudi's face darkened. Zidi stepped forward and said, you stay in the ancient mountain and wait for the bronze masked man to come out. Kill him without mercy after he comes out. Yes. Zidi's disciples responded tremblingly. Fortunately, Zidi let them go. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, Zhuan Emperor, Zio Emperor and others looked unhappy. Zidi retreated, and they had no hope. Qin Wentian's life was indeed very hard. Now many immortal emperors supported him. Chapter 1083 Xianfu Realm Top Mission. Among these immortal emperors, the one who wanted to kill Qin Wentian the most was actually Emperor Zhuan, followed by Emperor Dongsheng. Emperor Zhuan's son Xuanxing actually died at the hands of Qin Wentian. Although Dongsheng Ting fell, Emperor Dongsheng did not know that Dongsheng Ting also died at the hands of Qin Wentian. Therefore, his hatred had not reached the level of Emperor Zhuan. But although Emperor Zhuan was also an immortal emperor, he was a weaker immortal emperor. His strength was not as good as Emperor Dongsheng, and of course not as good as Emperor Qin Wentian. Here, there were Nanhuang Guhong, Emperor Qin Wentian, and Emperor Yu to protect Qin Wentian. Any immortal emperor was stronger than him. What could Emperor Zhuan do? Kill Qin Wentian? What the Purple Emperor did not do, how could he dare to do it? Although he hated it, he could only bear it temporarily. Qin Wentian could feel the murderous intent hidden in Emperor Zhuan's dangerous eyes. If there was a chance, Emperor Zhuan would definitely take his life without hesitation. You also guard the exit of the ancient mountain, together with the people of the Purple Emperor. If the mysterious man comes out, kill him without mercy. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said, and then glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and flew away. He certainly understood that the man with the bronze mask did not dare to come out. He killed his son Dongsheng Ting and the nephew of the Purple Emperor. The other party might hide in there for a long time. He would not guard it all the time, but he would send people to guard the exit, unless he never came out. Brother Qin, remember to visit my Zhang family in the future. Zhang Ziyu said lightly, and then the people of the Zhang family left. The Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor left one after another. There was no point for others to stay, so they left one after another. The people of various major forces began to disperse and left with disappointment. They could not enter the ancient mountain, and the god's hand and the treasure were out of their reach. It seemed that they could only wait for Qin Wentian to enter the ancient mountain to get the treasure after his realm became stronger, and then rob Qin Wentian's treasure. This seemed to be the only way. Sure enough, Qin Wentian found that although the people from all the major forces had left, they had ordered some people to guard outside the ancient mountain. Qin Wentian knew that from now on, this ancient mountain would be watched closely, especially him. Once he entered the ancient mountain, he would probably attract attention immediately. He also understood that these people could not get the treasure and would not worry about him for the time being, but once he entered the ancient mountain again to take the treasure of Emperor Yi, it would be a bloody storm again. It seems that there are some troubles. Qin Wentian looked at the people guarding the ancient mountain. In the future, those immortal emperors might even order people to enter the ancient mountain. In that case, it would be inconvenient to move. Are you okay? Nanhuang Yangxi walked to Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "It's okay, the return is much greater than the cost." Nanhuang Yangxi rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, but she also knew that Qin Wentian was telling the truth. For Qin Wentian, the gain this time was far greater than the cost. Moreover, Zi Yunwu, the nephew of Zidi, and Dongsheng Ting, the son of Dongsheng Xiandi, were both killed by Qin Wentian. He still gained something by being humiliated. If they knew the truth, I'm afraid Zidi and Dongsheng Xiandi would go berserk. Thank you for your help, senior. Qin Wentian bowed slightly to Yudi. Yudi stroked his white beard with his right hand and looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. This guy is really good at pretending, but it's better this way. He naturally understands that the secrets of the Fighting Saint clan cannot be exposed. Qin Wentian never mentioned it and just pretended not to know him. It was only because of Emperor Yi that the two had some connection. It's nothing. After you inherited Emperor Yi's unique skills, you have offended many big figures. You must be more careful in your future affairs and don't let Emperor Yi's unique skills be lost. Yudi advised. Junior understands. Qin Wentian nodded. Qin Wentian, what are your plans next? Nanhuang Yangxi asked in a low voice. Now that the god's hand has been obtained, Qin Wentian wondered what he would think. Return to Qianbi and Xianmen. Qin Wentian smiled and said, I've been out for quite a while this time. I'll go back and take a look, and then retreat for a while. Jiutian is now practicing in the Fighting Saint clan. He plans to retreat with Jiutian, practicing in both directions. Moreover, practicing the god's hand is quite helpful to his cultivation realm. Well, then we have to separate. Take care. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled. Take care. Qin Wentian nodded, and Nanhuang Shengji also smiled and said, Qin Wentian, come to Nanhuang clan as a guest when you have time. I'll play some music for you to enjoy. It's a beautiful thing in the world to be able to enjoy the beautiful Shinge playing. Qin Wentian smiled and said. It's not so soon to break up. Don't rush to say goodbye. Let's borrow the Nanhuang clan's teleportation formation to go back. Qianbian Emperor suddenly spoke, which made Qin Wentian, Nanhuang Yangxi and others stunned. They looked at each other and laughed. This is the southern region of the fairyland, which is very far from the eastern Saint 13 states. The fastest way is to go to Nanhuang Fairy City first and then use the teleportation array to go back. It's just right. We can take care of each other on the way. Nanhuang Guhong smiled and nodded, and then everyone said goodbye to the Feather Emperor and left. Not long after, the Divine Hand Villa became quiet again. The people were gone, and there were many cracks on the ground. The Feather Emperor stroked his white beard and smiled. It's quiet again. Yes, it's quiet. Sometimes, I want to go back and take a look. An old man next to the Feather Emperor whispered. Don't think too much. The Feather Emperor looked into the void and stared at the sky. Perhaps, only when his fighting Saint clan can regain its former peak, their clan can come out upright and walk around the world. This requires the efforts of generations. The Saint Lord Qin Wentian of this generation is still young, but his qualifications are excellent, even more outstanding than the Emperor Yi of the year. I don't know how far he can go in the future. Yunzhou City, Qianbian Xianmen, Qianbian Emperor and others have returned. Bai Wuya, along with several disciples from the Heavenly Talisman realm, came to the Thousand Changes Immortal Gate, which made Qin Wentian quite confused. Brother, are the disciples from the Heavenly Talisman realm going to enter the Thousand Changes Immortal Gate? Qin Wentian asked Bai Wuya in a voice transmission. Yes. Bai Wuya nodded gently and said, Wentian, you haven't been back to the Heavenly Talisman realm for a long time. Today, the Heavenly Talisman realm has given you an important task, and it is a big task that requires many disciples from the Heavenly Talisman realm to complete together. The disciples from the Heavenly Talisman realm who come to the Thousand Changes Immortal Gate are all participating in this task. What task? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he continued to ask in a voice transmission. Unify the 13 states of Dongshen. Bai Wuya's voice fell into Qin Wentian's mind, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble. Back then, he participated in the fairy banquet held once 100 years by the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect and won first place. That time, the Thousand Changes Emperor showed up and asked the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor for the land of 6 states. However, how could the power of the Thousand Changes Emperor be compared with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who had been managing the Eastern Saint 13 states for many years? Sooner or later, he would be eroded and finally destroyed. Even the people of the various forces in the 6 states that the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect wanted to debate on the surface, but still did not join the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect because they knew that the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect had no advantages and would perish sooner or later. Now, the Heavenly Talisman realm has infiltrated the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect little by little to help the Thousand Changes Emperor. Everything is so logical, just like the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect itself is growing little by little. All this happened so naturally, but it seemed like a long-prepared plan. From the beginning, perhaps the Heavenly Talisman realm was ready to enter the fairyland and gradually move from darkness to light. It's really a big task. Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Of course, after the task is released, only immortal kings and those at the immortal platform level are allowed to accept it. Immortal emperors are not needed for the time being, and the number of people is limited. You can freely choose whether to accept it. It should not be full now. I have reserved places for you guys. Do you want to join? Bai Wuya looked forward and walked slowly. The others didn't know that the two were communicating in voice transmission. What is the reward for this long-lasting mission? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Unifying the 13 states of Dongsheng is definitely a super mission, just like opening up a fairyland. It is a top-level mission, and as always, it belongs to the style of Xianfu realm. It is not mandatory, and you can choose whether to accept it freely. When the mission is completed, those who are still alive will receive special rewards. The details have not been announced, but the special rewards of Xianfu realm have never disappointed people. Bai Wuya smiled. What role does senior brother play in this mission? Qin Wentian asked. Commander, assisting Emperor Qianbian, because the Fairy Emperor cannot participate in this war. In fact, the future battles between Qianbian Xianmen and Dongsheng Xianmen will be led by me. Bai Wuya said. I will join. Qin Wentian smiled. How could Qin Wentian refuse such a mission to rule the 13 states of Dongsheng? After the battle in the particle world, he vowed to destroy Dongsheng Xianmen and punish Dongsheng. This will be his goal. Okay, I'll ask Mengchen. Bai Wuya said, since you've accepted this mission, you can still act freely on weekdays, but once you're called, you must come. Understood. Qin Wentian nodded. Since he had accepted the mission, of course he had to work hard to complete it. How could such a huge mission be accomplished without a group of scattered sands? But you should still practice well. Even if there is a war in the short term, you don't need to participate. Bai Wuya said again. After all, Qin Wentian's realm is still relatively weak. If these two major forces go to war, it will be a war between immortals. It is useless for people with low realms to participate, unless it is some small tasks. If it is not important, Bai Wuya will not waste Qin Wentian's time. Everyone dispersed. Qin Wentian and Purgatory returned to the palace where he lived. A snow-white figure rushed over, but did not pounce on Qin Wentian, but threw himself into Purgatory's arms. Unfortunately, Purgatory did not appreciate it and threw him out with a look of disgust. Hey, little Purgatory doesn't miss the baby at all. The little bastard was thrown to the ground and said depressedly. Get lost. Purgatory glared at the little bastard. This little pervert was a little devil. Seeing the two guys fooling around, Qin Wentian laughed. In front of him, a beautiful woman appeared, her sleeves fluttering, looking over here tenderly. Qin Wentian took a step forward and instantly walked to Mo Qingchang's side. He stretched out his hand to hug Mo Qingchang's slender waist and kissed her forehead gently. Qingchang, I'm back. Yes. Mo Qingchang nodded gently. Little Purgatory, look at how good the relationship between Wentian and Qingchang is. Let's hug too. The little bastard floated in front of Purgatory and stretched out his little paw. Purgatory glared at him, walked by and ignored him directly. Little Purgatory, you don't understand love. The little bastard sighed. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang looked over here and laughed. This little bastard is really a genius. Chapter 1084 Undercurrent. The world of the immortal realm has existed for countless years in the long river of time, witnessing the rise and fall of generations. Looking at the history of the immortal realm, even thousands of years are only a very small part of the long river of time. The deeds of an ordinary person are like a drop in the ocean in the history of the immortal realm. Only those ancient emperors who were influential in the world can still be known to future generations, even after countless years. In addition, even the years of the existence of the immortal emperors are still insignificant in the history of the immortal realm, let alone ordinary people. Time flies, and 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The immortal realm is the same as before. Looking at the entire immortal realm, there is almost no change, but in these 7 years, Qin Wentian has lived a fulfilling life. He and his incarnation Emperor Yan were in seclusion at the same time, and his cultivation broke through to the second level of Xiante. He also ordered people to go to Changqing Xiangguo to inquire about Kinger's news, wanting to know whether Kinger was safe now. After learning that Kinger broke through the Xiante realm, she was taken away by her master GD. In the next few years, he and Qingchang traveled to many particle worlds, saw the scenery of different worlds, and gained a lot of insights. In the past 7 years, Dongsheng Xianmen often launched tentative attacks on Qianbian Xianmen. Both sides suffered casualties, but Qianbian Xianmen suffered greater losses. The front line was constantly compressed, and Dongsheng Xianmen was pressing step by step, as if brewing a war, and it was possible to launch a full-scale offensive war against Qianbian Xianmen at any time. In front of Dongsheng Xianmen, which has countless years of heritage, Qianbian Xianmen has developed rapidly in recent years, but it still seems weak. The major forces in the 13 states are not optimistic about Qianbian Xianmen. Yunzhou City, as the home of Qianbian Xianmen, is well governed. Qianbian Xianmen has a good control over the city and has set many rules. They want to build Yunzhou City into a prosperous fairyland city like Nanhurong Xianmen, but this is obviously not a matter of overnight success. Without thousands of years of precipitation, it is impossible. In the training field of Qianbian Xianmen, Qin Wentian was in the treasure tripod, looking at Mo Qingchang above, and said, Qingchang, your physique has been tempered very strong now. I want you to try the power of Shengxi. If you can't bear it, I will take you out immediately. In the past 7 years, Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian's friends have not been abandoned in the practice. In the past, They were restricted by various conditions in the particle world, but now it is different. Qin Wentian has the top-level skills for them, fairy-level elixirs, and powerful body refining techniques. They temper them again and again and improve their physique. But the last step must require Shangxi to remove all impurities for them and truly transform perfectly. Yes. Mo Qingcheng nodded gently. The holy light baptism does not care about the level of cultivation, but the test of physique and will. Qingcheng, do your best. If you really can't bear it, try again later. Qin Wentian advised worriedly. Got it. Mo Qingcheng stuck out her tongue at Qin Wentian, with a playful look. Okay, you come down. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded at Mo Qingcheng's expression, and then Mo Qingcheng's body slowly descended into the treasure tripod. Buzz! Mo Qingcheng's body fell into the treasure tripod and was instantly bathed in the holy light. Ah! A low roar came out of Mo Qingcheng's mouth, causing Qin Wentian to tense up and approach Mo Qingcheng. No! Mo Qingcheng shouted to Qin Wentian. The holy light rushed into her body, as if to destroy her body. She gritted her teeth, and although she tried her best to hold it back, she still made a painful sound from her mouth, as if she was enduring terrible torture. Qingcheng. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, feeling a little heartbroken. It was Mo Qingcheng who took the initiative to ask to bathe in the holy light earlier because she was very anxious. She saw that the people in the Qianbian immortal sect were so powerful, and Qin Wentian was getting stronger and stronger. She was very anxious. Qin Wentian knew that although she didn't say it, she was actually very eager to catch up with him. She practiced very hard. Except for the time she was with him, she practiced all the time. I can hold on. Mo Qingcheng's white dress fluttered, and her body was about to be torn apart. She looked at Qin Wentian, still so firm and persistent, her fists clenched tightly, and her whole body trembled constantly. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded heavily. Being able to bear the beginning was already a good situation. Qin Wentian tried his best to hide the pain in his heart, and kept smiling, encouraging Mo Qingcheng. Seeing his smile, Mo Qingcheng's beautiful face also smiled, but her body was shaking more and more. Ah! Another scream. She almost couldn't hold on, but as long as she saw Qin Wentian standing there, she seemed to have great courage. She would definitely be able to hold on. She would definitely be able to. Qin Wentian himself didn't feel that time passed so slowly when he was bathing in the holy light. Seeing Mo Qingcheng endure unbearable pain, his heart was broken. He wanted to carry Mo Qingcheng out several times, but she stopped him with her eyes every time. Qin Wentian could even feel that Mo Qingcheng almost couldn't hold on many times, and she was completely supported by a belief. This belief was him, Qin Wentian. It seemed like a long time had passed. Qin Wentian was already beside Mo Qingcheng, holding her with his hands without any strength, and crystal tears appeared in the corners of Mo Qingcheng's eyes. She was really in pain. This pain was like enduring the punishment of purgatory, but for Wentian, she must hold on. Finally, the holy light took effect little by little, tempering her body, causing wonderful changes in every part of Mo Qingcheng's body. When it was over, Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. Qin Wentian hugged her and rushed out of the tripod, hugging her tightly. I succeeded. Mo Qingcheng smiled brightly, and then fainted in Qin Wentian's arms. Even though she had endured the most unbearable pain, her will was on the verge of collapse, and she had exhausted her mental strength. At this moment, she could finally relax, and she could no longer hold on. Well, you succeeded. Qin Wentian looked at the fainted Mo Qingcheng, still hugging her tightly. He leaned down, kissed Mo Qingcheng's forehead, and left her with her in his arms. In Yunzhou City, on the street, there were two beautiful women. They were strolling here, and occasionally stopped to see something they liked. Sister Ruohan, what do you think Wentian and Qingcheng have been doing in the past few days? I want to ask them to accompany us to relax. The two women were Qin Wentian's sister Qin Yao and his senior sister Ruohan. In Ruohan's arms, the little bastard was lying there happily, and seemed to be enjoying it very much. Maybe they are making a baby. Ruohan giggled, making Qin Yao's pretty face blush slightly. Sister Ruohan was still not serious. Now, the cultivation of the two women has entered the celestial realm. If they were placed in the particle world, they would definitely belong to very young celestial realms. Therefore, their faces are as young and beautiful as before, and even add a bit of temperament beauty. With a broadened vision, their temperament is naturally better. Let's go to the tea house to rest. Ruohan saw a tea house in front and said to Qin Yao. Yes. The two walked into the tea house together, found a good seat, ordered a pot of tea, and watched people coming and going below. The fairyland is so prosperous. One street is longer than my Xianyang city. Qin Yao smiled as she looked at the scenery below. Do you still remember Xianyang city? Ruahun's beautiful eyes were shining. Back then, I met Wentian there. He was just a little guy at that time. I didn't expect that our lives would change so much now. Yes, these years are really like a dream. Maybe I will have the opportunity to become a fairy in the future. Qin Yao smiled sweetly. In the past, she thought that the Xiangang realm was high and mighty. She never thought that she would reach the Xiangxiang realm now. Young ladies, can we have a cup of tea together? A voice came from the side. Ruahun and Qin Yao turned their heads and saw several young men with extraordinary temperaments sitting there. One of them had a slightly weird look in his eyes, looking at Ruahun and Qin Yao. No. Qin Yao was about to refuse, but saw that the other party's eyes were even weirder. Her eyes gradually became a little blurry, and then she nodded and said, okay. Ruahun frowned and shouted, Qin Yao. While speaking, her eyes turned, and then they became the same as Qin Yao. Her beautiful eyes lost their original spirit and nodded gently, come over. Thank you, young ladies. The young men walked to the table where Qin Yao and Ruahun were, and one of them asked, excuse me, young lady, what is your name, and what is your relationship with Qin Wentian? My name is Qin Yao, and Wentian is my younger brother. Qin Yao still said a little confused. My name is Ruahun, and I am Qin Wentian's senior sister. Roar. The little bastard found something wrong, and let out a low roar from his mouth, staring at the young man opposite. The young man noticed the little bastard, and his eyes became even more weird. Buzz! The little bastard's body pounced out, and sharp claws suddenly appeared, tearing towards the other's head. The other's eyes shot out a terrible light, and the little bastard seemed to be trapped in a space in an instant, unable to extricate himself. Evil beast! A voice rushed directly into his mind. The little bastard roared, and his body became huge. The rumbling breath swept out, and the tea house collapsed, but the other two young men took Ruahun and Qin Yao away directly, like lightning. Trapped! The young man opposite the little bastard shouted in a low voice. The little bastard felt that he was trapped in a mental prison. He attacked madly, but couldn't get out. He kept making earth-shaking roars, causing a commotion. The young man turned into a gust of wind and left. Obviously, he knew that the situation was not good. The petty ignored turned out to be a demon fairy. In the distance, the strong men of Qianbi and Xianmen who were patrolling in Yunzhao City rushed over at a very fast speed. During this period, Qianbi and Xianmen had vigorously governed Yunzhao City, and there had been very few disturbances. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard, and the little bastard broke free from the other party's mental prison and floated in the air, but the other party had disappeared. Inside Qianbi and Xianmen, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his heart sank. He could have telepathy with a little bastard, and sent a little bastard to follow Ruahun and Qin Yao, in fact, for protection, but at this moment, it seemed that something had happened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1085 Suicide. In Yunzhao City, the masters of Qianbi and Xianmen took action and blocked Yunzhao City. They even banned flying over Yunzhao City, and strictly prohibited anyone from flying in the sky. The people who were captured were Qin Yao and Ruahun, Qin Wentian's sister and senior sister respectively. Qin Wentian had always been regarded as a disciple of Qianbian Emperor. This was no small matter. This was most likely done by Dongsheng Xianmen. Over the years, there have been constant frictions between Qianbi and Xianmen and Dongsheng Xianmen. However, Yunzhao City, as the headquarters of Qianbi and Xianmen, had never been provoked by Dongsheng Xianmen. If it was Dongsheng Xianmen, it would be the first time. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were naturally taken. For a time, many immortal legions patrolled and monitored in the void, and ordered that no one except the people of Qianbi and Xianmen be allowed to fly in the sky. The people in Yunzhao City were very cooperative. Qianbi and Xianmen has been committed to building a prosperous capital city in recent years. People in Yunzhou City know that if something like this happens, of course it must be investigated strictly. Unfortunately, Qian Wentian's power in Yunzhou City is still not strong enough. If such a thing happens in Nanhuang Xiancheng, Nanhuang clan can capture the person in the shortest time. At this time, Qin Wentian stood in the sky above Yunzhou City. The little bastard's body became huge, and his whole body was full of terrible hostility. You mean, the other party is good at illusion and can make people lost? Qin Wentian frowned when he heard the little bastard's story. Yes. The little bastard replied, they want to take people away unknowingly, and they may not have noticed me before. So, if you are not here, Sister Qin Yao and senior sister will take the initiative to follow them without anyone noticing, and no one will even notice. Qin Wentian's face was livid. Yunzhou City is now under tight control, but if the other party has this ability to confuse people, it can indeed take people away from Yunzhou City silently. Yes, but my roar alarmed the patrolmen. They should not have left Yunzhou City. The little bastard blamed himself and said, it's all my fault. It's not your fault. The other party dared to sneak into Yunzhou City and attack. Sooner or later, something will happen. Qin Wentian said lightly. Unless Qin Yao and the others never leave Qian Wentian, they will always be plotted against by the other party. In the void, there are always strong men from Qian Wentian flying in the air, and occasionally there will be strong men at the level of Immortal King passing by, sweeping all directions with powerful immortal thoughts, but they have not found the figures of Qin Yao and Ruohuan. Young Master Qin. An Immortal King figure stepped over and shouted to Qin Wentian. Senior, what's the matter? Qin Wentian asked. If the other party has not left Yunzhou City, then there must be a special magic weapon to block the immortal thoughts. But rest assured, young Master Qin, if they dare to start in Yunzhou City, even if they turn the whole city upside down, they will definitely find the person. A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes. Dongsheng Xianmen asked people in the Xiante realm to start, presumably because they knew that the target of the Immortal King was too big, and once they entered Yunzhou City, they would be targeted. Well, please trouble the senior. Qin Wentian thanked him. Qian Xianmen banned Yunzhou City so quickly, naturally because of him. They knew that the little bastard was his monster, so they took action immediately after the accident. At this time, in an ordinary courtyard in Yunzhou City, an invisible force enveloped the courtyard space, which could block the investigation of the immortal thoughts. This courtyard was hidden between a continuous group of buildings. Even if Qian Wentian had many strong men, it was impossible to search side by side. The city of the immortal domain was so big, and Yunzhou City had a population of 10 billion. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find someone with the eyes. In the room, several young men who had appeared in the tea house before were there, and they all looked a little ugly. Brother, what should we do? Someone asked the man who had attacked Qin Yao and Ruohuan before. Damn, I overlooked a demon pet. A man next to him said depressedly. If it wasn't for the demon pet, they would have secretly taken the people away, and by the time the people from Qian Wentian found out, they had already left Yunzhou City. Let's see, if it's not impossible, we have no choice but to give up on them. The man looked at the two beautiful women in front of him, Qin Yao and Ruohuan. They had regained consciousness at this moment, their faces were pale, but they didn't dare to move. These people were much stronger than them. Qin Yao wanted to escape before, and her outer clothes were torn. At this moment, her shoulders were exposed, and she was tightly leaning against Ruohuan. Then the people that Master entrusted us with failed. One person was a little unwilling. It was not easy to wait for Qin Wentian's relatives and capture them, use them to lure Qin Wentian to capture them, or even just hand them over. It is a great achievement. Master will definitely reward you. We can't take them away. The senior brother said. He knew that taking down these two women was a credit. Master had many disciples, many of whom were in Yunzhou City. They finally succeeded, and had the opportunity to make merit. Who would want to give up? That's right. Everyone also understood. Now there are people from Qian Wentian everywhere outside. It seems that Qin Wentian attaches great importance to the two women. Such beautiful women, kill them. The junior brother asked. Let me ask first. The senior brother looked at the two of them. His eyes became weird again, looking at Qin Yao, and said, do you have immortal thoughts? Qin Yao bit her lip, trying to stay rational, but she couldn't control her mind and responded, yes. The other party's eyes flashed, turned around and looked at several junior brothers, and said, you can't kill them. Otherwise you will be exposed. Then what should we do? Knock them out, let them go, and leave like this? Senior brother, I spent so much effort and hid for several years before finding an opportunity. I am unwilling. What's there to be unwilling about? These two people are rare beauties. Let you have fun and make up for you. The senior brother said lightly. Ruahun and Qin Yao looked pale. Qin Yao, kill me, quickly. Ruahun said in a voice transmission. Qin Yao's face changed, looking at Ruahun. Hurry. Ruahun's voice rang in Qin Yao's mind. Qin Yao's body trembled, but she heard the senior brother say again, do you want them to obey voluntarily or stimulate them? Let's do it ourselves. The man looked at Ruahun's plump body, his eyes shining. The senior brother was right. Since he couldn't take her away and couldn't kill her, he had to make up for their losses. He could only enjoy it. I choose this beauty. The junior brother pointed his finger at Ruahun. Ruahun was more sexy and charming, making people eager to move. I choose her. Some people like Qin Yao's purity. It must be very happy to conquer such a beauty. Buzz! A ray of light flashed out, and Ruahun's power condensed into a dagger, causing the other party's expression to change slightly, but Ruahun's dagger stabbed herself. Sister Ruahun! Qin Yao exclaimed, but saw that Ruahun's dagger just touched her chest, but was grabbed by a big hand. With a twist, Ruahun's wrist made a snapping sound, and the dagger dissipated. Blood flowed from her chest, but this blow was not fatal. Such a hot beauty, you want to inspire the immortal thoughts? Do you think we don't exist? The other party grabbed Ruahun's hands and pressed her arms against the wall. Looking at her delicate body, she looked even more beautiful at this moment, which made people feel a strong desire. If you dare to touch Sister Ruahun, my brother will definitely make you die without a burial place. Qin Yao looked at the other party with extremely cold eyes. You should worry about yourself first. Someone walked towards Qin Yao, and Qin Yao's body kept retreating, her face pale. The man who held Ruahun looked over there and sneered. Then he saw a bright smile on Ruahun's face and said, why be so rude? If you like, I'll serve you. Seeing Ruahun's charming smile, the man became even more fiery and said in a low voice, you are really a fairy, but it's a pity that you are so fierce. I don't believe you. As he said that, he put one hand on Ruahun's shoulder and tore her clothes off, revealing her snow-white skin. Ah! Qin Yao screamed and was forced into a corner. Her face was as pale as paper and bloodless. The stored rings on their bodies had been ordered by the man to hand over before, and she had no power to resist at all. Sister Ruahun. Qin Yao's voice was filled with tears. Qin Yao, it's okay. Ruahun comforted her. An extremely cold look flashed in her eyes, and then a terrible power raged in her body. What are you doing? The man's expression changed slightly. He saw Ruahun's power shooting out from her body. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of Ruahun's mouth. Her meridians were about to be destroyed, and her yuan fu was about to be shattered. A fairy thought descended, and it was Qin Wentian's figure. The man stepped back, his face extremely ugly, staring at the fairy thought that appeared. Madman! The man roared, raised his hand and blasted towards Ruahun, but saw Qin Wentian's fairy thought blocking in front of Ruahun. His palm print was sent out, but the fairy thought was still repelled. Junior brother, let's go. The senior brother immediately fled without looking back. Once exposed, they would face a life and death crisis. They could not stop for a moment and had to leave as quickly as possible. Another person looked at Qin Yao with some reluctance, and also sent out a destructive palm print. With a loud bang, Qin Yao was hit on the wall and vomited blood. Although there was a fairy thought in front of her that blocked a lot of attacks for her, Qin Yao still fainted. Those people no longer cared about the life and death of Qin Yao and Ruahun, and fled like crazy. Although it only took them a moment to wipe out Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts and kill Qin Yao and Ruahun, they also understood how dangerous it was at this time. Senior sister. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts hugged Ruahun's body. At this moment, Ruahun was covered in blood and dying. Qin Wentian clenched his fists and was full of murderous intent. Little guy, senior sister is fine. Ruahun forced a smile. Senior sister, why are you so stupid? Qin Wentian knew what Ruahun had done. She used the power in her body to destroy herself. This was suicide. Almost no one would do this. Those people with extraordinary status would have a glimmer of hope for survival when they knew that there was an immortal thought in their bodies, and would not seek death themselves. Senior sister, how could you let those people touch you? Ruahun was out of breath and smiled weakly. She knew that the other party would not kill her, but she still used such means to seek death. She was not as charming as she looked. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman would regard her body as more important than her life? Chapter 1086 Joining the War. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts held Ruahun and Qin Yao's bodies respectively, and his body trembled slightly. For the strong in the Xianta realm, the body protecting immortal thoughts are hidden in the other party's body. They will only be activated in the most dangerous time, and have part of the combat power of the caster. This kind of immortal thoughts consumes the spiritual vitality of the caster, and the consumption is not small. People who can possess the immortal thoughts of the caster are generally the closest people to the caster. Ruahun and Qin Yao have Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts, just because they are the closest people to Qin Wentian. And now, they have all encountered such a change. How can Qin Wentian not be in pain? Senior sister, I will ask the Emperor for help, and I will definitely be able to cure your injuries. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts held Ruahun and walked out, and he also held Qin Yao on the other side. Qin Yao's injuries were not serious, but Ruahun, she must receive treatment as soon as possible. At this time, the strong men of Qianbi and Xianmen in the void rushed here one after another. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts found a strong immortal king and rushed to Qianbi and Xianmen. At the same time, Qin Wentian's original body appeared in a certain direction, moving forward rapidly, and his immortal thoughts swept down frantically, looking for the people who attacked Ruahun and Qin Yao. Seal off this space! Qin Wentian roared, and a terrifying aura fell from the sky. An extremely terrifying rule of immortal power descended, covering 1,000 miles of land, like a golden light curtain, completely sealing off this area. There are people there. At this time, a strong man from the immortal platform pointed his finger at a certain direction. There was a person running away madly below, looking extremely panicked. Buzz! A group of strong men surrounded and attacked at the same time, like a flash of lightning. The person below was indeed one of the previous few people, the one who attacked Qin Yao. These people seemed to have fled separately, and they obviously knew that if they were together, they would be too conspicuous. The person in front of him was obviously not calm enough, and such a panicked escape would only be easily noticed. However, in this situation, it is difficult not to panic. Soon, figures descended from the sky and surrounded the man. In an instant, the man's face turned pale. When Ruahun triggered the appearance of the immortal thoughts, they knew that it was going to be bad. Sure enough, they were surrounded. Qin Wentian's body fell from the sky, and the terrifying killing intent swept out. He stared at the other party. His whole body was filled with icy aura. He said coldly, "Who sent you?" Several immortal masters were mixed in Yun's house city, looking for an opportunity to move his relatives. Qin Wentian couldn't believe that the other party came by himself. It was obvious that there was a force behind him. It was most likely someone from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The other party stared at Qin Wentian, and his eyes gradually had a sense of demonic feeling. At this moment, Qin Wentian had an illusion that he was about to be in another space and fall into it. SHH. A light flashed, and the other party suddenly attacked and killed Qin Wentian. "You're looking for death?" Dazzling light burst out from Qin Wentian, and astonishing might bloomed. He was not controlled by the opponent. The strong men around him attacked one after another, and launched terrible attacks. As soon as the opponent killed Qin Wentian, he kept vomiting blood. There were strong men around him, and the powerful attack force penetrated into the opponent's body. Qin Wentian walked forward a few steps, stared at the opponent's eyes, and his palm fell on the opponent's chest. In an instant, an astonishing destructive force rushed into the opponent's body. "Ah!" The man screamed and roared, "Kill me! You want to die so easily!" Qin Wentian's expression was cold, and a terrible destructive force directly hit the opponent's fairy platform, causing the opponent to scream again. "Tell me, whose orders do you obey?" Qin Wentian's eyes were terrible. "What can you do now that you know, Qin Wentian? You have offended His Majesty, and you still want to live." The man showed a crazy look and said, "Qin Wentian, it is the Master's order to deal with you. As long as we can take you down, it will be a great achievement. You will be hunted down in the future. As for whose orders I obey, my master, the Nightmare King." Bang! Qin Wentian's palm slammed down again, and a cracking sound was heard. The man let out a shocking scream, and the immortal platform continued to crack until it broke and was completely destroyed. A terrible sword energy bloomed from Qin Wentian's palm, raging in the opponent's body. In just a short moment, The opponent's body lay softly on the ground, all the meridians in his body were destroyed, and his Yuanfu collapsed. He has become a complete useless person, and he can't even move. Since you like Yunzhou City so much, stay in Yunzhou City from now on. Qin Wentian turned around and flew away. This person almost insulted Qin Yao. How could Qin Wentian kill him so easily? He completely destroyed the other party and left him in Yunzhou City. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, unless he made up his mind and committed suicide. Nightmare King. Qin Wentian looked into the distance with terrible murderous intent. Of course, he remembered the Nightmare Immortal King. When he participated in the Centennial Immortal Banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, the Nightmare King was one of the tests. He let himself fall into the other's dream and spy on his secrets. It was very dangerous. He seemed to be sleeping all the time, but he had the ability to kill people without knowing it. These people who were mixed in Yunzhou City were actually disciples of the Nightmare King. No wonder they had the ability to bewitch people and make Qin Yao and senior sister Ruahun obey their orders. If it weren't for the little bastard who was not controlled, the consequences would be really unimaginable. In the past, among all the strong men under the East Saint Immortal Emperor, Qin Wentian hated Immortal King Yunitun the most. Later, Immortal King Yunitun died at the hands of white-robed Immortal King Bai Wuya. Now, Nightmare King successfully replaced Immortal King Yunitun's position and became the Immortal King figure that Qin Wentian wanted to get rid of as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he still seemed weak in front of the Immortal King. Mr. Qin, over there. At this time, someone said to Qin Wentian, and saw that someone was captured in another direction. Qin Wentian quickly walked over there and found that it was the person who attacked Ruahun and made Ruahun commit suicide. At this time, the other party was surrounded by serious injuries and lay softly on the ground. He looked at Qin Wentian with anger in his eyes. It was because of Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts that led to his doomsday. He didn't even have the ability to make him commit suicide. Qin Wentian's voice was icy and piercing. Yes. The people around him responded to the order, and with screams, they destroyed the opponent's immortal platform, cut off the meridians, and disabled both hands. Qin Wentian left with an expressionless face, and his cold eyes had no emotion. No matter who did such a thing to his relatives, he would make the other party pay the most painful price. In the void, there are many strong people, and the strong people of Qianbi and Xianmen are still looking for people. Young Master Qin, there is still one person who has not been found yet. He should be hiding. Well, we must find him even if we dig 3 feet deep. Qin Wentian's voice was cold. The person who had not been found was the senior brother figure, the one with the highest realm, and the one who attacked Qin Yao and Ruahun in the tea house. The people of Qianbi and Xianmen began a carpet search. In this blocked area, even if the other party has a magic weapon that can isolate immortal thoughts, they cannot escape this search. However, after a long time, this area has been searched almost everywhere, but no one has been found. Qin Wentian frowned and said, "Is it possible that he changed his appearance? Ordinary disguise techniques cannot escape the detection of immortal thoughts, and we have not found any magic weapon to isolate immortal thoughts." Someone responded, "Maybe the other party used a magic weapon that spans space to escape from this space, and broke up with his companions so that he could escape alone more easily. Maybe." Qin Wentian's expression was still cold and he said, "Everyone, please work harder. Mr. Qin is too polite. This incident happened in Yunzhou City. Even if Mr. Qin didn't say it, we would have done our best to search for him." Someone responded, and the strong men began to expand the scope of the search in Yunzhou City. However, after a whole day, they still didn't find anyone. In the huge Yunzhou City, it is indeed very difficult to find a person who deliberately hides himself. Of course, everyone understood that the other party must be having a hard time at the moment, and must be hiding in fear. If they are caught by mistake, they will die. Yunzhou City cannot be closed to the air forever. Qin Wentian also understood that if he did not find anyone on the first day, it would be even more difficult to find them later. Qin Wentian first returned to Qianbi and Xianmen and Emperor Palace. Emperor Qianbian appeared in front of Qin Wentian with Ruahun and Qin Yao. Seeing senior sister Ruahun staring at him with a smile, Qin Wentian also showed a bright smile in his eyes. "Your senior sister's injuries are more serious, but fortunately her cultivation is still weak, so it is not difficult to save her. I helped her reshape the meridians in her body. As for your sister, she is not seriously injured." Emperor Qianbian said lightly. "Thank you, Emperor." Qin Wentian bowed to Emperor Qianbian, very grateful. Outsiders thought that Emperor Qianbian was his master, but he knew that Emperor Qianbian had nothing to do with him. Qin Wentian certainly would not take it for granted that he could help him all the time, but was grateful. It's okay. Emperor Qianbian shook his head. Senior sister, Sister Qin Yao. Qin Wentian walked to Ruohuan and Qin Yao, feeling like crying with joy. Fortunately, they were all fine, otherwise he would definitely feel guilty. Boy, your sister didn't lose a piece of flesh, what are you looking at? Ruohuan giggled, still so cheerful. You'll know after hugging. Qin Wentian hugged Ruohuan and Qin Yao. The two women rolled their eyes, but their beautiful eyes were smiling. Okay, the emperor is here. Qin Yao whispered. Qin Wentian let go of the two, and saw Ruohuan and Qin Yao bowed to Emperor Qianbian and said, I am grateful to the emperor for saving my life. Emperor Qianbian waved his hand, looked at Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, although you are safe this time, be careful in the future. You must understand that as long as the Eastern Saint Immortal sect is not destroyed, this kind of thing may happen at any time. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, only hating that he was too weak. Emperor, I want to go to the front battlefield. Qin Wentian said, causing Emperor Qianbian's eyes to flash, and he said, Dongsheng Xianmen has 7 states, and my Qianbian Xianmen has 6 states. There have been constant wars in the past few years, mainly at the junction of 13 states. It is very dangerous there. Do you really want to go? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He could also hone himself on the battlefield. Chapter 1087 Yi Qing. Emperor Qianbian saw Qin Wentian nod, stared at him, and said slowly, the battlefield is not like Yunzhou City, where it is lazy and comfortable. It is a constant battle and you can lose your life if you are not careful. Wentian, if you step onto the battlefield, you will be treated equally and you need to fight with the army at any time. Now you are weak and have no merits. I can't just show favoritism and let you lead an army. Do you understand? I am willing to start from the grassroots. Qin Wentian said solemnly. Since he decided to step onto the battlefield, he would naturally follow the military regulations without hesitation. Well, you go to the battlefield at the junction of Lizhou and Jingzhou. Yuancheng is a garrison, and there are frequent battles there. The people of Dongsheng Xianmen have always wanted to open a breakthrough from there, constantly consuming the number of troops of my Qianbian Xianmen Xiante, preparing to exhaust my Qianbian Xianmen, and then I am afraid that they will take Lizhou. Now Yuancheng is ruled by the Nightmare King, and the war is very unfavorable to us. Be careful when you get there. Qianbian Emperor said, and Qin Wentian nodded. Wentian understands. Well, you prepare well and set off in a month. Qianbian Emperor said. Okay. Qin Wentian said goodbye and left, taking Ruohuan and Qin Yao out of the Emperor Palace. Wentian, are you really going to the battlefield? Qin Yao said, holding Qin Wentian's arm. Although he had never seen the battlefield of immortals, the people of Xiante were so powerful. These strong men formed a legion to attack and fight. Just thinking about it can feel how terrible it is. It is definitely a super war. Well, the Nightmare King is also on the battlefield. He will definitely bring his disciples with him. Of course, we have to go. Qin Wentian said coldly, Sister Qin Yao, Sister Ruohuan, the one who attacked you was the disciple of the Nightmare King. Boy, be careful when you go to the battlefield. Don't do anything reckless. Ruohuan rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian. I know, senior sister. Qin Wentian said honestly. It's good to know. Stay with King Chang these days. We will let you go for now. Ruohuan said with a smile. The two of them separated from Qin Wentian, and only the little bastard followed Qin Wentian. We are going to separate again. Qin Wentian sighed. In the past 7 years, he has not been away from King Cheng. When he traveled to the particle world, he was with King Cheng, free and easy. However, in the fairyland, separation is a common thing, and many people even part ways with their lives. Therefore, many people with good qualifications will find a Taoist partner and give birth to children only after they have cultivated to the realm of the Fairy King. Qin Wentian returned to his residence and told King Cheng about this. King Cheng, who had already woken up, naturally would not stop Qin Wentian. She just smiled at Qin Wentian and said, go ahead, I will practice hard. After the baptism of holy light, I feel my body is much stronger than before. I will definitely be able to set foot in the fairyland like you soon. Qin Wentian held King Cheng's cheeks with both hands and said with a smile, Then you have to work harder. I won't wait for you. Who wants you to wait? Maybe I can surpass you. Mo Qingchang smiled sweetly. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Qin Wentian's eyes sparkled as he looked at Mo Qingchang's perfect face, his eyes motionless. Mo Qingchang blushed a little when he looked at her, and whispered, "What for?" I was thinking, my wife is already so perfect now. If she steps into the realm of the immortal stage and becomes a fairy, how beautiful she will be? Will she be so charming? Qin Wentian said thoughtfully, making Mo Qingchang look at Qin Wentian with a smile, saying, "That's right, you don't cherish me well. Okay, I will cherish you well now." Qin Wentian went over and hugged Mo Qingchang, then walked into the room with her in his arms. Mo Qingchang screamed and struggled, but she was not as strong as Qin Wentian, so she had to hook her hands around Qin Wentian's neck, staring at him with her beautiful eyes, full of affection and a little shyness. That breathtaking face made Qin Wentian's heart beat. "Qingchang, you are so beautiful," Qin Wentian whispered, and Mo Qingchang's face became even redder, and her head buried in Qin Wentian's arms, hugging him tightly. Deep in love, unable to extricate oneself. A month later, Qin Wentian, Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxuan, Purgatory, and Little Bastard, with the military documents of Qianbian Xianmen, came to Yuancheng. Yuancheng is located in the border area of Lijiu. Outside is a wilderness and a Yuan River. This Yuan River is said to be 100,000 miles long, dividing Lijiu and Jingzhou. In the past, the Dongsheng Xianmen ruled the Dongsheng 13 states, and Lijiu and Jingzhou were governed by the river and did not interfere with each other. Now, Qianbian Emperor rules the land of the 6 states in the west. Lijiu and Jingzhou have become hostile forces. Dongsheng Xianmen has summoned a terrible army of immortals and stationed them in Hansheng, the border of Jingzhou. They have been launching tentative attacks on Yuancheng. This battlefield has been fighting for several years. The border between the two cities has become a place for burying immortals. Many mortals below the immortal platform in Yuancheng have evacuated and moved away to avoid being affected by the battle, but there are still some immortal masters who stay and want to see this immortal war that has lasted for many years. The current leader of Yuancheng is Commander Niu. Everyone calls him General Niu. He is a powerful immortal king, but few people know his real name. In the general's mansion, Qin Wentian saw General Niu. He was 3 meters tall, huge, and burly. His whole body seemed to be filled with explosive power. Even though he was wearing a long robe, he seemed to be able to vaguely see his strong and powerful muscle lines. Moreover, Qin Wentian easily felt the breath of the heavenly talisman realm from him. This General Niu was a disciple of the heavenly talisman realm, so he must be extremely powerful. The Nightmare King was a well-known general under the seat of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. General Niu's guarding here was equivalent to fighting against the Nightmare King. There was a possibility of a collision at any time. If his strength was not strong enough, the Nightmare King might even kill him. If he killed the enemy commander, would this war still need to go on? General. Qin Wentian handed the jade slip given to him by the Thousand Changes Emperor to General Niu. He did not call him senior brother. This was a battlefield, and General Niu is the commander. General Niu glanced at the jade slip, looked deeply at Qin Wentian and the others, then nodded and said, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, a man came forward. General Niu said to the man, arrange them under a centurion." As ordered. The man responded, looked at Qin Wentian and the others and said, "Come with us." "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded and followed the other party to the army's residence. Although it was a battlefield army, the residence was still good. It was a continuous building complex with no end in sight. Yi Qing. The man who led Qin Wentian and the others came to a courtyard and shouted. Soon, a Xiante strong man wearing flame armor came out. She had a sexy and plump figure and a beautiful face. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she was also quite pretty. She looked heroic and majestic in the armor. "Meet the military supervisor." Yi Qing bowed. "Captain Yi, these guys are in your hands." The military supervisor pointed at Qin Wentian and the others and said. Yi Qing glanced at Qin Wentian and the others, nodded, and said, "Yes. You can follow Captain Yi." The military supervisor said. Qin Wentian and the others nodded, and Yi Qing led them into the courtyard. There were independent courtyard rooms inside. Many people came out and said, "Captain, are there any new people?" "There are actually beauties." One person's eyes lit up, looking at Zi Qingxuan in Purgatory. Yi Qing was already very beautiful, and Qin and Purgatory were even more rare beauties. Be more restrained. Yiqing glared at the man, and the other party immediately said, "Yes, Captain." "What are your names?" Yiqing asked. "Captain, my name is Xianwen," Qin Wentian said, using a pseudonym on the battlefield. After all, his status in Qianbian Xianmen was not low. If these people were from the core of Qianbian Xianmen, they would know his name. He did not want to enjoy special treatment. Secondly, it was naturally to prevent the people of Dongsheng Xianmen from taking special care of him. If that happened, he would be miserable on the battlefield. "My name is Qin Wentian. My name is Qin. Purgatory. My name is Little Bastard," the little guy said in a baby voice, which made Yiqing's pretty face smile. This little guy is so cute, but she still had a stern face and said, "Xianwen, your realm is very low. On the battlefield, don't drag your teammates back. Now, I will let others cooperate with you to familiarize yourself with the army's battle formation." "Yes, Captain." Qin Wentian nodded in response. Someone leaned against the wall and said lazily, "Captain Yiqing, these people's realm is a bit low. Even if they join the battle formation, I'm afraid they won't be of much use. Don't waste everyone's time. Haoyang, since Xianwen and the others have joined our team, it is necessary to be familiar with the battle formation. Someone may die on the battlefield at any time. If they go to the battlefield, it is more dangerous than the battle formation," Yiqing said coldly, without any courtesy. "Yes, Captain." Haoyang nodded, but his eyes still seemed to be a little indifferent. "You should find a place to stay first, and then gather at the training ground," Yiqing said to Xianwen and them. "Yes." Qin Wentian and the others nodded, and after a glance of immortal thoughts, they went to courtyard. Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Captain, you are a female hero. Although you are not as beautiful as senior sister Qin, you also have your own unique beauty. Keep your voice down." Qin Wentian glared at Qin Wentian. But everyone seems to think that our cultivation is low," Qin Wentian murmured. "This is an immortal battle. The weakest are all immortal masters. Do you think our realm is low? Face the reality and perform well on the battlefield," Qin Wentian said. "Understood." Qin Wentian was a little expectant. In the training ground, many strong men gathered, more than 100 people, and there were people from all major realms. Some even muttered, "Hey, Captain, our team's overall strength is originally weaker. There are newcomers coming, but the military supervisor doesn't send some powerful people to join. Guys of this realm can't enhance the strength of our team at all. Shut up, think about how to survive on the battlefield when you have time," Yiqing scolded. "I know, but I'm afraid those guys won't be able to withstand a war and die. It's a pity that there are two beauties." These people talked about it one after another. They were happy to have beautiful women joining, but they were depressed because their realm was too low. If there were a few powerful ones, the combat effectiveness of their team would be enhanced and the probability of death would be reduced. The weaker the team, the higher the possibility of death on the battlefield. Chapter 1088, 100,000 troops go to battle. In the training ground, Qin Wentian followed the others to familiarize themselves with the battle formation. There are several types of battle formations, including the team battle formation of the 100-man team and the large battle formation of 10,000 people. Based on the team formations, they can form a super strong 10,000-man formation with infinite power. However, there are no real 10,000 people gathered here for the drill. Only Qin Wentian and his 100-man immortal team are here. The comprehension of the immortal masters is very high. As long as they understand how the battle formation works, they can immediately play it out. The battle formation practiced by the masters of Qianbian Xianmen is the Niutout battle formation, which is a powerful battle formation passed down by General Niu and has infinite power. Xianwen, Qin Wentian, how do you feel? After the drill, everyone stopped and Yiqing asked Qin Wentian. "Captain, no problem," Qin Wentian said. The combined attack battle formation does not require individuals to be too strong in the battle formation, otherwise how can everyone form the formation? Qin Wentian and the others nodded. Yiqing said, "This battlefield is very dangerous. Don't leave the city unless necessary. You may be hunted by the enemy at any time. If there is no war, you should practice by yourself, or learn from others to improve your combat effectiveness. Do you understand?" "Yes, Captain," Qin Wentian responded loudly, causing Yiqing to look at him, and Qin Wentian grinned. "Little guys, the battlefield is not a joke. You should be serious. You may lose your life at any time. An older middle-aged Xiante strongman next to him advised, "My name is Jiutian, and I am your deputy captain. Where are you from?" "We are from Yunzhou City, Qianbian Xianmen," Qin Wentian whispered. "Yo." Everyone's eyes flashed, and they all looked at Qin Wentian. Jiutian also said, "You are still the direct descendants of Qianbian Xianmen, but why are you assigned to our team?" "Captain Zio, what does this mean?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "You don't know." Captain Zio looked at Qin Wentian and laughed dumbly. "It seems that you guys are unimportant disciples. You don't even know this. In the army, there are relatively few direct descendants of Qianbian Xianmen, and most of them are recruited to fight. You are not from Qianbian Xianmen." Jian Mengchen was also stunned. He thought they all belonged to Qianbian Xianmen. There are 100,000 Xiante troops on this battlefield, and this is just one of the battlefields. Qianbian Xianmen is not like Dongsheng Xianmen. Dongsheng Xianmen has many years of heritage and has formed many legions. The ones coming here are the Nightmare Legion of Nightmare King. Even so, Dongsheng Xianmen will recruit people to fight instead of using all the direct descendants of Nightmare Army. Otherwise, the long-term war cannot afford the consumption. "No way." "Then Captain Zio, are you still willing to come to fight?" Jian Mengchen said. "Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid?" Zio Yihan glared at Jian Mengchen and said, "Or are you a disciple of a famous family?" "I am a casual cultivator. If I want to obtain cultivation resources, I need to rely on myself or join a big force. And if you are not a direct descendant, you still have to rely on merit to exchange for resources after joining a big force, unless you are an extremely talented person. So it is better to come to the battlefield and exchange military merit for cultivation resources. I am now at the 7th level of the immortal stage. I want to enter the 8th level of the immortal stage and then make the immortal stage perfect. Do you know how many terrifying resources I need? This is an astronomical figure for me. Without adventure, winning military merit on the battlefield is the fastest way to get it. Of course, many powerful people not only win military merits, but also hone themselves. Even some people from aristocratic families will enter the battlefield for trials and improve themselves in life and death. The real strong are eager to constantly hone their own combat effectiveness and make themselves stronger. Zio Yihan said solemnly, "And I have always wanted to become an immortal king, open up a big force, and become the leader of a faction, but this goal is a bit difficult." Qin Wentian looked at Zio Yihan. Although he looked middle-aged, he should be quite old. He must be at least several thousand years old. There was a sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. Indeed, most of the people he met in the fairyland were geniuses. Because he was also a genius, he could not see those ordinary talented people who were struggling. Everyone has his own life experience. Who is not full of hardships and setbacks on the road to becoming a strong man? Those who are satisfied with the status quo can go to a weak particle world to dominate, but if you want to keep getting stronger, you can only fight forward in the fairyland and fight with the strong. Wouldn't it be easy for a traitor to sneak in? Zi Qingxuan whispered. "So what?" A person next to him said, "When the war started, there were powerful immortal kings supervising the battle. It is impossible for a figure of the level of immortal king to provoke a fight. They are all from Qianbian Xianmen or Dongsheng Xianmen. Do you dare to kill your own people? The immortal kings will kill you in an instant. As for wanting to rebel within this legion, do you think your life is too long?" "Indeed." Qin Wentian nodded. "This is the first time for several of us to participate in an immortal war. How is this immortal war conducted? With the presence of powerful immortal kings, wouldn't the strong people on the immortal platform be vulnerable? The immortal wars in the immortal realm all have their own rules. How can it be so chaotic? This is just like the two major forces of Dongsheng Xianmen and Qianbian Xianmen. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor and Qianbian Emperor must be equally powerful, otherwise Dongsheng Immortal Emperor would not cede the 6 states, but they will not interfere in the war between the two sides, otherwise they will die together. The same is true for the immortal war. The strength of Nightmare King and General Ni must be almost the same, and neither can defeat the other. Otherwise, there is no need to continue this battle, and we can just kill the opponent's commander directly. Zio Yihan explained, "So, there are strict rules for the immortal wars in the immortal realm. The battle between immortal kings is the battle between immortal kings, and the immortal emperor should not interfere. The battle between immortal platform legions is the battle between immortal platforms, and the immortal king should not interfere. Otherwise, People from both sides of the immortal platform will die. If the opponent's immortal platform legion is destroyed, then the immortal king will start a war. If he can't win, he will retreat and voluntarily withdraw from the battlefield. This is the rule of the battlefield. Of course, if the immortal king can crush the opponent in a battle, the people of the immortal platform don't have to fight. What if the loser is dissatisfied and breaks the rules to kill people from the immortal platform? Qin Wentian asked. That would be killing for the sake of killing. If one side does that, wouldn't the other side's immortal king enter the other side's territory to hunt down their immortal platform people? If they do that, both sides will be bloodthirsty and engage in a crazy massacre, and in the end no one will be able to clean up the situation. Jiutian said, the strong who can cultivate to the emperor realm are all very proud people. These tacit rules will not be violated. Besides, both sides are afraid. Of course, if there are very important people in the other side's army, that's another matter. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Captain. Qin Wentian bowed his hands. It seems that he still needs to disguise himself when he goes to the battlefield, so as not to be recognized by the other side's immortal king's people who supervise the battle. Maybe they will kill him. He is now the #1 person who must be killed by the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The battlefield is the battlefield, and the rules are strict. Even when dealing with the enemy, you have to follow the rules. Qin Wentian shook his head. This is the immortal realm. All the people participating in the war are immortals, so there are naturally rules. No one will carry out a massacre. Back then, Emperor Qianbian asked Emperor Dongsheng for the 6 states. Did its Emperor Dongsheng directly hand over the 6 states after the battle with Emperor Qianbian ended in a draw? Moreover, Emperor Qianbian also agreed that as long as Dongsheng's Xianmen could defeat Emperor Qianbian's forces within 100 years, Emperor Qianbian would have to return the 6 states and leave. This is the rule among the immortal emperors. Jiutian walked up and said, of course, you have to understand that the premise of abiding by the rules is that both sides are equally strong and can check and balance each other. Otherwise, if Emperor Dongsheng's Xianmen is able to kill Emperor Qianbian one day, is there a need for rules? Qianbian's Xianmen will definitely disappear and be razed to the ground. Haha, the captain is right. Abiding by the rules can actually check and balance the other side and prevent the other side from messing around. If the top figures of one side are destroyed, then whoever is stronger is the rule. Let the fists speak. Qin Wentian said. A group of people were chatting here. Suddenly, a horn sounded, and in an instant it echoed throughout an area of 1,000 miles. Jiutian's expression changed slightly, and she listened attentively. She saw the horn sound 3 times. Her face became extremely solemn. She glanced at Qin Wentian and the others and said, you are really lucky. The battle horn sounded 3 times on the first day. What does that mean? Qin Wentian asked. 100,000 troops, all go to battle. Jiutian said, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. It's hard to distinguish between the enemy and us on the battlefield. Put on our colored armor and go to battle. Yes. Qin Wentian and his men put on the armor that Jiutian gave them, and then more than 100 people flew into the air. He saw that the sky was densely packed with supreme masters who appeared in the void at the same time. This scene was like the end of the world, terrifying to the extreme. A strong pressure swept across the world, making people tremble in their hearts. What a terrible pressure! Qin Wentian said in shock. 100,000 immortal troops. A loud shout is enough to shatter the mountains and rivers. Qin Wentian was shocked. If 100,000 troops roared at one place, even the immortal kings would be shocked. Boom! A terrifying light descended from the sky, and a 10,000-foot body appeared there, with boundless sturdiness. Even in front of 100,000 troops, it was so dazzling that everyone could see his figure. This person was the Commander General Niu. He swept his eyes and looked at the square formation below, and said, form a battle formation and set off. This voice rolled and spread across the world. Suddenly, all the strong men went in an orderly manner towards the outside of the city. It was so mighty that people in the distance were shocked and felt their souls shaken. This scene was too impactful. 100,000 troops rushed to the outside of the city. The yellow sand filled the sky. They moved forward all the way. The square formation was very neat and separated by a distance. After all, it was an immortal army. Once the war started, they needed space. There was a terrible storm in the distance ahead, rolling over. The people were still far away, but the momentum had already arrived. Everyone knew that it was the army of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect that had arrived. Both sides must have scouts who could predict the other side's every move in advance, otherwise it would be easy to fall into a passive situation. Moreover, the scouts might be mixed in the other side's city, pretending to be ordinary people. Chapter 1089 Battlefield. Looking from afar, a giant figure also appeared in the sky opposite, with a body of 10,000 feet, extremely terrifying. He seemed to be sleeping in the void, lying there quietly. It was the Nightmare Immortal King. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect also had an army of 100,000 immortals, and they were coming. When the two strong men faced each other head-on, they looked at each other from a distance and stopped one after another. The terrifying pressure really felt like the end of the world. It was too terrifying. An army of 200,000 stood on this vast and endless land, and it was an army of immortals. Qin Wentian, Jiutian, Purgatory, and Qingxuan were all in the army. However, in addition to wearing the armor of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, they also put on strange divine armor. This armor was the immortal weapon that Qin Wentian took out from the Fighting Saint clan. When he put it on, his aura was covered, and only the immortal light flowed. At the same time, they also wore hideous masks on their heads, which had the ability to isolate immortal thoughts and prevent people from seeing their appearance. The little bastard, on the other hand, turned into a fierce white tiger mount with a huge body, which made Yiqing look at him with new eyes. However, she did not ask Qin Wentian and his men to dress up like this. In this army of 200,000, whether it was the army of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect or the army of their Qianbian Immortal sect, there were countless such people who hid themselves. This was a great battle between the immortal sects. What if they killed someone of extraordinary status on the battlefield and were targeted and retaliated against? Even Yiqing's team had many such people, but Yiqing was a little surprised that Qin Wentian and his men were so cautious when they first arrived. "Captain, how is military merit calculated?" Jiutian asked Yiqing. "Did you see the immortal kings beside the general in the sky? There are immortal kings supervising the battle. Their immortal thoughts swept across the entire battlefield, imprinting the battle scenes in their minds, and knowing how many enemies you killed." Yiqing said. Jiutian looked up and saw that there were indeed several immortal kings beside General Niu. The immortal kings were extremely powerful, and their immortal thoughts covered the space. They could analyze countless scenes in an instant, and one immortal king was enough to calculate the military merits on the battlefield. The whole army is fighting, and the immortal kings are also dispatched. General Niu personally went to the battlefield to supervise the battle. Xiao Yehun sighed, "Brothers, be careful. This is the first time we have experienced such a full army battle. It is too dangerous. It seems that you have recruited a lot of new troops." The Nightmare King was still sleeping there, but a voice directly resounded in everyone's mind. "However, a group of scoundrels are still trying to go to war with my Dongsheng Xianmen's army to earn military merits and benefits. I have to warn you today that there are some things that cannot be done. If you do it, you must be prepared to pay the price." The voice of the Nightmare King was a little cold, which made everyone tremble in their hearts and their fighting spirit was shaken. "Don't be a seduce here." General Niu spoke loudly. His voice was extremely loud, and it resounded through the sky. "The immortals in the fairyland are devoted to martial arts and strength. How can you break through yourself without experiencing the trials of life and death? Wouldn't it be good to sacrifice the blood of your Dongsheng Xianmen army to become a strong man? You are so shameless. Then today I will let you remember this battle well." The voice of the Nightmare King sounded again, and next to the Nightmare King, another immortal king became huge and said, "Yanjin, step out." As soon as he finished speaking, a 1,000-man army walked out of the Dongsheng Xianmen army. These 1,000 people were all wearing flame armor, and the dark flames were extremely terrifying. This army is the army of the immortal King Yunian. After the death of the immortal King Yunian, his army was assigned to the various immortal kings. There is only one of them here, and it is extremely powerful and belongs to the trump card army. Yiqing looked solemn. Dongsheng Xianmen directly asked the Yan army to fight, which was a bit difficult to deal with. This was a challenge. If Qianbian Xianmen accepted the challenge, it would need to send out a 1,000-man army. Otherwise, it would be afraid to fight and weaken its momentum. They are all elite strongmen at the high level of the immortal platform. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. It seemed that this was a carefully selected army of 1,000 people to deal with the people of Qianbian Xianmen. "Crazy Bull Army, step out." Beside General Niu, the general who was supervising the battle shouted, and immediately a 1,000-man army also walked out and stepped onto the battlefield. Both sides walked forward and stopped in the middle of the two armies. The Crazy Bull army was all fierce and wild. They were carefully trained and selected trump cards. They were powerful and all had Beast Star souls. Similarly, the Yan army all possessed the Flame Star soul and were good at the power of blazing flames. Such strong men with similar abilities formed a legion and condensed into a battle formation, which could exert the strongest power. Form a formation. The commanders of both sides shouted loudly, and suddenly thousands of immortal armies formed a battle formation. A terrible hot aura bloomed from the Yan army. In an instant, a 10,000-foot-tall fire dragon appeared, covering the sky and the sun. The yellow sands and the earth were all scorched red, which was extremely terrifying. Roar! A shocking sound came out, and the Crazy Bull army formed a battle formation. The Beast Star souls on their bodies bloomed, and a violent and extremely 10,000-foot-tall demon bull appeared, with ferocious horns and monstrous hostility. Kill! The Yan army launched an attack, and the terrifying fire dragon with a dark luster devoured it, wanting to destroy everything. The mad bull roared, the sky and the earth changed color, and the demonic energy turned into a storm. One by one, the violent demon bulls galloped in the void, and the sky was full of violent voices. They were trampled and rushed towards the fire dragon. Even though they were burned by the flames, they were still fearless and hit the body of the fire dragon. The power of the army's battle formation is really terrible. Qin Wentian was shocked, watching the super powerful battle formations of both sides. The dark fire dragon was dangerous and domineering, and the mad bull was violent and ferocious. They attacked at all costs, but they were still faintly at a disadvantage. However, the strong men who formed the formation were all extraordinary. They madly released their immortal power to withstand the pressure and attack. The formation could not be dispersed. Once one of the two sides was defeated, it would be a disastrous defeat. Retreat. Finally, the commander of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect ordered a retreat, but he was ultimately unable to defeat the Mad Bull battle formation. Return to the team. The strongman of the Qin Immortal sect also said that the Mad Bull army returned to the team. 9 people of life and death, step out. The commander of the Qin Immortal sect said again, and 9 strong men suddenly walked out of the opponent's camp. These 9 people all had sharp expressions and extraordinary demeanor. Qin Wentian looked at one of them, and his face instantly turned cold, and murderous intent flashed. One of them was the one who attacked Ruohuan and Qin Yao. It was indeed the disciple of the Nightmare King. He escaped to this battlefield, which was indeed extraordinary. He really wanted to rush out, put on the puppet armor of the Fighting Saint clan and kill the other party, but this was a battlefield, and he knew he couldn't be impulsive. Since the other party was on the battlefield, he would kill the other party sooner or later. Qin Wentian found that these 9 people were exactly 9 small realms, from the first level of the immortal stage to the 9th level of the immortal stage, and each level had a realm. Captain, is this also a challenge? Qin Wentian asked. Well, 1 person from each realm, this is a way of challenging on the battlefield. We must also send out 9 people to fight, otherwise we will retreat and weaken our momentum. Before both sides start a war, they must decide a winner in the challenge. This time, the Eastern Saint Immortal clan is aggressive and well prepared. Yiqing said, moreover, this kind of challenges are a life and death battle, and only the living can leave the battlefield. So, 9 people can't tie, and one side must win. Qin Wentian whispered. Yes, the closest situation is also 5 wins and 4 losses, and there will definitely be a winner. Xiao Yehan said. One battle determines life and death. The winner lives and the loser dies. The winner will be awarded a lower-level combat merit. Who will fight? In the void, the commander-in-chief of Qin Xianmen shouted loudly. If you lose, you will die. If you win, you will be awarded a lower-level combat merit. Lower-level combat merits can be exchanged for immortal soldiers. On the battlefield, you need to kill 10 strong men of the same level, or kill 100 people of a lower realm, or kill 3 people of a higher realm than yourself to be awarded a lower-level combat merit. I will fight. One figure after another stood up. In an instant, hundreds of people from various realms wanted to fight. There were many strong men who came to train in the Legion and were eager to fight. Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengchen walked out at the same time and shouted loudly, I am willing to fight. Yiqing and others' eyes flashed, looking at Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengchen. These 2 guys were so brave that they would fight in a life-and-death battle for combat merit. The commander-in-chief glanced around and then began to select people to join the battle. saying, you. Finally, his eyes fell on Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian, and you two, go to the battle. Yes. The 9 people took the order and headed for the battlefield ahead. Come on, survive. Yiqing sent a voice message to Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian. Qin Wentian turned his head to look at Yiqing and nodded. Don't worry, Captain. Jian Mengtian waved his hand and said confidently. The 9 people who came out of the line, 9 different realms, they came to the battlefield and walked to the opposite side of the people of the same realm. Qin Wentian, fighting against the 2nd level of Xiante, Jian Mengtian, fighting against the 1st level of Xiante. Qin Wentian glanced at the disciple of the Nightmare King, the one who captured Qin Yao and Ruohan. He was the 7th level of Xiante, his strength must be terrible. Begin the war. With a loud shout, the armies of both sides were extremely solemn and stared at the battlefield. 18 people, the momentum burst out, and many strong men started the battle in an instant. Opposite Qin Wentian was a young man with a strange look on his face. He grinned and said, you hide your identity. Are you afraid of being repaid later? You dare to participate in the immortal battle with my Dongsheng immortal sect. Do you think you can survive? Qin Wentian's eyes outside the mask did not look at the other party, but looked at the other 2 fighting parties. Sure enough, the Nightmare King's disciple was very powerful. The 2 strange parties put the opponent in a difficult situation. In this battle, he would not die and would definitely win. Qin Wentian wanted to kill the other party, but there were rules for the battle between the 2 armies, and even the immortal kings could not violate them. If he dared to violate the rules of the battle, I am afraid that the immortal king in the void would kill him in an instant. The strong man on the opposite side looked at Qin Wentian. The other party actually had time to appreciate the battle of others, which made him look amused. This guy was simply looking for death. He was a disciple of a strong immortal king in Dongsheng immortal sect and was selected to participate in this life and death battle of 9 people. In this life and death battle of 9 people, they must win. Chapter 1090, War. Qin Wentian ignored the other party's thoughts and continued to watch the battle. In addition to him and Jian Mengtian, there were 2 disciples from the Heavenly Talisman realm. Obviously, the immortal king did not pick people randomly. He seemed to pick people from the army, but he had a plan in mind. The other 2 disciples from the Heavenly Talisman realm should be able to win. They have already gained an advantage in the battle. He and Jian Mengtian will have no problem. Then, in the remaining 5 duels, they only need to win 1. However, Qianbian Xianmen was prepared, and so was Dongsheng Xianmen. The 9 people on the other side were indeed elite strongmen. In the other 5 duels, the outcome of 3 games was already very clear. Qianbian Xianmen would lose, and the other 2 were still in a stalemate. Since you want to see the battle situation, then I will accompany you. Qin Wentian's opponent said indifferently, looking at other battlefields. Jian Mengtian was not in a hurry to fight. He could easily take down an opponent at the 1st level of the Heavenly Phenomenon realm without any effort. 1 punch was enough. Why should he be in a hurry? Roar. A shocking roar came from the army of Qianbian Xianmen. It turned out that someone on their side had killed the opponent, and it was the disciple of Xianfuji. But a moment later, the army of Dongsheng Xianmen roared wildly, and they also won a battle. Soon, the battle situation became 2 wins and 4 losses. The roar of Dongsheng Xianmen became louder and louder, shocking the world. As long as they won 1 more battle, they would win. Except for Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian, only the last 2 were still fighting madly. We must win. The people of Qianbian Xianmen thought to themselves. If they lost again, the winner would be decided, even if the other 2 won. The yellow sand rolled, and the disciple of Qianbian Xianmen spit out a mouthful of blood. Bloodlines appeared in his palm. He let the opponent hit his body. The bloody palm print hit the opponent's body. In an instant, bloodlight filled the sky. The opponent screamed and disappeared into the world. It was a tragic victory. Roar. Qianbian Xianmen roared in unison. There was still a glimmer of hope. Yiqing and others looked at the battlefield. There were only Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian left. They couldn't help but feel a little nervous. These 2 guys must win. Xiao Yehan said. I'm afraid it's more dangerous than safe. Hao Yang said, they are so bold when they just enter the battlefield and don't know anything. If they lose, they will be sinners, and death is not enough to atone for their sins. Hao Yang. Yiqing shouted, and Hao Yang shut up and said nothing more. The army of Qianbian Xianmen looked over there, and their momentum seemed to have weakened a bit. This is the battlefield. The momentum of the defeated party will be suppressed invisibly, and they only need one battle to be defeated. Qin Wentian's opponent made a move, and the immortal platform bloomed. With a loud shout, the sky and the earth changed color. His fists broke through the air, shining with light, breaking everything. Humph! Qin Wentian snorted coldly, seeing the opponent's golden tiger roar fist coming. He raised his fist, and the power of the immortal platform burst out, and he was immediately like a king who dominated the world. He punched out, the sky and the earth changed color, and destroyed everything. With a loud bang, the opponent's fist made a cracking sound, and his whole body shook, and cracks appeared on the immortal platform. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and with one finger, he struck out and killed everything. With a loud bang, the opponent screamed, the immortal platform was broken, the body was torn apart, and he died on the spot. The army of Qin Wentian was stunned by this scene, and then they let out a shocking roar. The momentum returned, and they took the upper hand and killed the opponent in seconds. This boosted morale. With the increase and decrease of 1, they suppressed the army of Dongsheng. Now, only the last duel is left. Awesome! Jiutian praised, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Now, as long as Qin wins, we will win. The 200,000 troops were all paying attention to this battle. Qin Wentian turned his head and looked at Qin Wentian, with a smile in his eyes. This life and death battle of 9 people was won. Boom! The strong man opposite Qin Wentian took a step, and the immortal platform turned into a golden immortal ape, containing terrifying power. At this moment, the ground under his feet sank inward. What a strong force! The people of Qin Wentian became nervous again. This man was so powerful that they didn't know if the people they were fighting could win. It's good to be the last battle. Everyone is watching. Take your life to commemorate this victory. The strong man shouted loudly, trampling the ground with his footsteps, and the roar continued. There was a feeling of the collapse of the sky and the earth. The golden body fairy ape roared with infinite power. The opponent's palm hid out, like a fairy ape's big handprint, and one palm seemed to be able to smash the earth. It's the disciple of the fairy gate ape king. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle. The core figures of Dongsheng saw this scene and thought to themselves. The terrible big handprint covered Qin Wentian's body, like a mountain pressing down on the top, destroying everything. What made the strong men of Qin Wentian look frozen was that Qin Wentian didn't dodge or avoid, but was in a daze. Was he scared silly by the powerful force and knew that he would die? Waste! Jiutian cursed in a low voice, and the people of Qin Wentian were stunned. The ape's palm had already fallen and hit Qin Wentian's body, and it seemed that Qin Wentian was about to be smashed. Boom! The palm print fell, covering Qin Wentian's body. The people of Dongsheng had already let out a shocking roar, and their morale soared, celebrating this instant victory. Qin Wentian was silent. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's armor suddenly shone with brilliant immortal light. The majestic momentum was amazing. Qin Wentian was shrouded in immortal light. His body seemed to be immortal. This terrifying force hit him, but it couldn't destroy his defense. How is it possible? The roar of Dongsheng stopped abruptly, but the lingering sound remained. How could the defense be so strong? Even if he was wearing immortal weapons to reduce the shock force, he would still be blown away. That force hit him hard. You are so weak. Qin Wentian said lightly. He stretched out his hand and slammed the destructive palm with a dark light on the opponent's chest. His immortal demon body, the perfect flesh, tempered by the hand of God, was like a divine body. Could a mere immortal king disciple break his flesh? It was ridiculous. The opponent was hit by Qin Wentian's palm, and his face turned pale in an instant. The immortal platform was shattered, and his body was shaken away. Then he fell to the ground, and the destructive immortal power flowed all over his body. He fell. Just like the battle with Qin Wentian, it was a one-shot kill. Fight. The army of Qin Wentian let out a shocking roar, shaking Qin Wentian's soul. The momentum was too terrible. They won 2 games in a row, and both were one-shot kills. At this moment, the morale of Qin Wentian had reached its peak, and steadily suppressed the morale of the army of Dongsheng. Let's go back. Qin Wentian and his team returned, and the cheers were deafening. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian and smiled. Awesome. Well done. Jiutian also praised, and the team members gave Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian a thumbs up. At this moment, Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian were truly integrated into the team and recognized. I'm sorry for what happened before. Hao Yang apologized to Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen. Qin Wentian nodded towards him. He didn't mind the other party's small opinions about him. He was not that petty. It's just a battle between 9 people. A defeat is nothing. Many of you are the elites of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, and the others are also heroes of our Eastern Saint 13 states. They are just a group of temporary rabble who need to rely on military merits to obtain resources for cultivation. It's easy to destroy them. The voice of the other party's commander-in-chief Immortal King was rolling, encouraging morale, and immediately the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect also roared. A defeated general dares to talk about courage. Since you want to fight, how can my 1,000 changes Immortal sect's 100,000 troops be afraid of you? Fight. The commander-in-chief of the 1,000 changes Immortal sect also roared. In an instant, the armies of both sides burst out with terrifying pressure, sweeping across the world, and the legions marched forward. Form a formation. Form a formation. The commanders of both sides commanded the battle in the sky. Although they did not directly participate in the battle, they could command the immortal battle. The strong men of the Eastern Saint sect formed different battle formations, including the Flame Dragon battle formation, the Dream Demon battle formation, the Crazy Python battle formation, etc., while the Qianbian sect only had one battle formation, the Bull God battle formation, where 10,000 men formed a huge and boundless bull god of 10,000 feet, with a pressure that could destroy everything. The momentum between heaven and earth was surging, a scene of destruction. The yellow sand rolled, and turned into a terrible storm. What a terrifying momentum of 200,000 troops forming a large formation. Qin Wentian was really in the battlefield, and he really felt the horror of the battlefield and the majestic momentum. Qin Wentian was just one of the members of the battle formation. At this moment, he could clearly feel his own insignificance. Even a strong man at the 9th level of the immortal platform was still an insignificant part of the 20 armies. The 2 armies collided with each other, and the battle formation launched an attack. Everyone in the army released their immortal power and poured into the battle formation. The strongest group of people controlled the operation of the battle formation. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian was shaken all over. Just one blow, there was a feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. The earth was constantly torn apart, and the abyss appeared. Qin Wentian and his battle formation were facing a demon battle formation. Under the continuous collision, everyone's immortal power was consumed terribly, and many people were even injured. Another earth-shattering collision, the battle formations of both sides directly inserted into each other's battle formations. In an instant, countless people's bodies were shaken away. Both sides were legions of 10,000 people, and they were instantly trapped in the crowd of the other side, and the battle formation collapsed. The battle formation collapsed, then form a battle formation based on a 100-man team, and don't be chaotic. The supervising Fairy King in the Void commanded. The power of the small battle formation was still far greater than that of an individual. Everyone gathered together and form a battle formation. Yiqing said. Qin Wentian and the others gathered instantly and formed a demon bull battle formation, according to the previous drill. With Yiqing as the core, they dominated the entire battle formation. Everyone's immortal power poured into the battle formation and gathered on Yiqing, who was mobilized by Yiqing. There were constant attacks on the chaotic battlefield, all of which were blocked by the battle formation. This was the advantage of the battle formation. However, at this time, a powerful battle formation appeared in front of Yiqing and the others. A huge demon was controlled by a top immortal master, which was very dangerous. A demon's big palm slammed down, and the terrible corrosive rule power rolled over. Yiqing controlled the battle formation to resist, and the demon bull battle formation emerged with a brilliant immortal light, but it was constantly corroded by the opponent's big hand. Chapter 1091, Violent Battle Formation. A terrifying and gorgeous flame appeared in the demon bull battle formation, and the flaming sword was slashed out, attacking the demon's body. However, the demon directly clasped his hand in the flaming sword, corroding and destroying it bit by bit. The demon's body blasted down again, and the corrosive green light enveloped the demon bull battle formation. Each green light was extremely sharp and shot directly into the demon. Yiqing continued to control the demon's sword to swing the sword, and the flaming storm enveloped the huge demon bull's body, fighting against the green light. Yiqing is not suitable for controlling the demon bull battle formation. Qin Wentian was in the battle formation and could clearly see the battle between the two sides. Although Yiqing was very strong, The power she was good at seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the demon bull battle formation. The magical power of the demon bull battle formation was actually based on Yi Qing. The power of all people formed the demon bull battle formation, and finally transformed into a huge demon bull. This power was exerted by Yi Qing. This should have been a demonic and wild power, but Yi Qing's strength was more inclined to dexterity. Although she was very strong and had rich combat experience, she continued to fight against the demon, but she was faintly in a state of suppression. "Captain, your power cannot bring out the advantages of the demon bull battle formation," Qin Wentian said, and everyone's eyes flashed. Someone said, "Xianwen, what do you mean?" Saying such words at this time would shake the morale of the army. "I wonder if I can control this battle formation," Qin Wentian said boldly. Yi Qing's beautiful eyes flashed when she was fighting. At this moment, she was indeed in a suppressed state. The demon battle formation incarnated by the opponent was powerful and corrosive. The person who controlled the battle formation on the other side could just give full play to the power of the battle formation and suppress her side. "Xianwen, although you have strong combat power, the captain is the strongest among us. Even if we change people, it should be Captain Xiao. Don't make trouble." Someone next to him scolded. "This guy is really making trouble. You can try." But at this time Yi Qing spoke up. The bold idea surprised everyone. The captain actually agreed to Qin Wentian's crazy idea. Let Qin Wentian, who is at the second level of Xiante, control the battle formation? This battle formation gathers everyone's strength and turns into a demon bull, which possesses the terrifying power of a great demon. If Xianwen is good at attacking and can exert the violent power of a demon bull, he can indeed give it a try. Xiao Yihan also spoke up, supporting Qin Wentian's idea, and the two captains agreed. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and they were shaken and rolled, and cracks appeared faintly in the battle formation. Yi Qing shouted angrily, and suddenly the terrifying immortal power turned into a wild demon bull and rushed out, bombarding the opponent and blocking the opponent's battle formation. "Xianwen, switch!" Yi Qing shouted. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and two rays of light shone. Qin Wentian and Yi Qing actually swapped positions. Qin Wentian reached the center of the battle formation and had control over the battle formation. In an instant, Qin Wentian had a wonderful feeling that he was the soul of this battle formation, and he was controlling an extremely huge demon bull, and all the power was mobilized by him. Immortals have high comprehension and strong adaptability. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt that he had adapted to the control of the demon bull battle formation. SHH. A terrible sharp whistle sounded, and the demon body shot out a highly corrosive green spear, which stabbed directly at the demon bull and instantly penetrated the immortal light around the demon bull. "Be careful," Xiao Yihan reminded Qin Wentian. Boom! Qin Wentian's momentum burst out. At this moment, he had a feeling that the power of the demon bull battle formation was running with his power. The demon bull roared, and a destructive Fangbian Huoji with black gold light appeared. It was violent and wild, destroying everything. It collided with a green 100-foot spear. In an instant, a destructive airflow danced wildly, and they collapsed and shattered together. "Beautiful," Xiao Yihan praised. He could feel Qin Wentian's power attribute. He had a powerful destructive power, as well as a super strong power attribute, a terrible suppression attribute, and a wild demon attribute. The power of the demon bull battle formation was integrated into these attributes, and the attack power exerted was more violent. It was indeed more suitable than Yi Qing. A cold snort came from the battle array that had transformed into a demon. Green wild pythons kept appearing in the void, ferocious and terrifying, and they were fiercely devouring the demon bull. Qin Wentian looked calm, and the power in his body burst out crazily. The entire demon bull battle array released brilliant runes, transforming into an immortal demon body. The demon bull roared, shaking the earth. One after another, terrifying demon dragons appeared, devouring everything, colliding with the wild pythons, directly crushing and swallowing them, and rushing towards the demon body. There were many battle arrays around the two battle arrays, all of which were erupting in terrible battles, but all of them were fighting in an orderly manner. This was the terrible combat quality of the immortal army, and they remained calm in the face of danger. Roar! The demon bull roared again, and the bodies of demon bulls came out to suppress and kill, with a faint golden light, and madly crushed towards the demon body, shaking the earth. Qin Wentian's palm evolved, and the demon bull's demon palm suddenly slapped out, suppressing and killing, and slammed into the demon body, causing the demon battle formation to become turbulent, and all the immortal masters in the battle formation were shocked. What's going on? The opponent has changed someone and has become stronger. They looked unhappy. The person who changed was the best person in the previous life and death battle between the 9 people, the person who controlled the battle situation, and was wearing a mask. Qin Wentian did not give the opponent's battle formation a chance to breathe, and another attack came out. The demon dragon shook the sky, destroying everything, and attacked madly. The demon bull's big palm also kept slapping out, killing everything. At this moment, the demon bull turned into Bull Demon King, standing on the sky. The body was human, but it had 2 horns and an extremely huge demon palm. Boom! With a loud noise, the demon battle formation collapsed. At this moment, the demon bull's big palm slapped down, instantly killing more than 10 people. Without the battle formation, it was simply one-sided. Run! Those people fled to other battle sites. The demon bull crushed everything with its palms and killed those people crazily, which made the people in the battle formation lose their minds. Qin Wentian controlled the battle formation, which was several times more powerful than Yi Qing. Qin Wentian glanced at the battlefield. The battle formations collided with each other. Those whose battle formations were broken looked for the same people to fight. The whole vast battlefield was full of strong people falling. These fallen people were all immortals. On the battlefield, human life was the most humble. In the battle between immortals, the lives of immortals were also humble. They kept dying. These people who could dominate the particle world were constantly harvested like grass. Either you kill the other party or you are killed. Xianwen, if you reach the peak of the immortal stage, you will be invincible on the battlefield, become a killing god, and plundering military merits will be as easy as taking something out of your pocket. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. This was the first time that they had achieved such a great victory against an enemy. They completely defeated the opponent and killed half of the strong men. All these military merits will be counted on their team. Xianwen, kill the enemy. Everyone said, and Qin Wentian nodded. The whole huge human-shaped bull monster was shining brightly, getting stronger and stronger, like a huge demon bull wearing gorgeous armor, a real immortal demon body. When it stepped, the world made a roaring sound, and the power was so terrible that it trampled several people from the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate to death with one step. The dazzling brilliance pierced people's eyes, and other battle formations could feel the danger of this battle formation. Qin Wentian controlled the demon bull and charged into the crowd, launching a great attack. Demonic energy swept across heaven and earth, and the destructive power killed all existence, crushing them like a demon god. A single blow could kill a person, and the battle formation would be on the verge of collapse after a few collisions. Not long after, 4 large battle formations of hundreds of people under the demon bull battle formation controlled by Qin Wentian had collapsed, and hundreds of strong men had died in their hands. Such a record made everyone in the team extremely excited. They thought of the situation when Qin Wentian first came. It seemed that Qin Wentian and his team were really the direct descendants of Qin Wentian and came to the army for training. Otherwise, how could they be so strong? Jian Mengchen defeated his opponent with one punch, and Qin Wentian allowed the opponent to attack without moving, and then killed the opponent. Now he controlled a battle formation and turned into a demon god. However, the violent demon bull battle formation controlled by Qin Wentian also successfully attracted the attention of Dongsheng Xianmen. 2 battle formations blocked and appeared in front of Qin Wentian and his team. At the same time, there was another battle formation in the back coming towards this side, as if to encircle and destroy Qin Wentian and his team. Not good, we have become the target of public criticism. Xiao Yan's eyes condensed. Although Qin Wentian was very strong and the power of controlling the battle formation had reached another level, he could not withstand the encirclement of the battle formation. If several battle formations of the opponent attacked together, it would be very tragic. However, at this time, the strong men from the Qin Wentian also saw the situation here and rushed over here. For a moment, with Qin Wentian's battle formation as the center, the army pressed towards this side, as if it had become the gathering point of the storm. The light around the demon bull controlled by Qin Wentian became brighter and released to the extreme, as if it was wrapped in a light curtain, just like his original body, with terrifying defense. Kill! With a roar, a battle formation came to kill, a sword formation, and a huge sword stabbed down and stabbed on the bright light curtain, but slowed down and fell into it little by little. The demon bull roared and shocked the sky, and the wild aura swept the world. The fist of destruction slammed on the giant sword and shattered it. 10,000 swords were fired at the same time, and endless giant swords came to kill. Suddenly, the demon bull battle formation also emerged with a monstrous sword power, and it struck forward. The sword devoured the world and madly strangled with a giant sword that came to kill, with amazing power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1092 Invitation. The demon bull battle formation roared, and the people in the major battle formations that came to kill found that the body of the demon bull was still getting bigger. In an instant, its body swelled tenfold, like a real bull god, wearing endless rune light armor, like the body of a demon god, immortal. A powerful demon battle formation nearby came to kill, hitting the light curtain, but the rune light blocked the terrible power, and the people in the battle formation were extremely shocked. Kill them. The people of Qin Wentian saw that many battle formations were besieging the demon bull battle formation and killing them. Qin Wentian controlled the demon bull battle formation, and an extremely violent demon wild palm print slapped down angrily. The violent palm print contained an extremely wild aura. A large palm print was about to cover the opponent's entire battle formation. With a loud bang, the battle formation of 100 people from the Jiutian was broken up, and the strong men in the battle formation all vomited blood and their faces turned pale. However, when Qin Wentian attacked, because his own target was too large, he also endured many powerful attacks, which shook the people in the battle formation and made their blood flow. Moreover, Qin Wentian's battle formation consumed their immortal power very quickly. Some people with weak realms even felt that the immortal power of the immortal platform was not enough to support it. The other battle formations of Qin Wentian came over one after another. This space was in chaos with Qin Wentian's battle formation as the center. The battle was extremely violent, with heavy casualties. The immortal platform strongmen kept falling, which made people feel terrified. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Wentian stepped out step by step, and the huge demon bull kept blasting out shocking power. It was unknown how many battle formations were destroyed in his hands. The number of strongmen from Dongshang who fell in the battle formation was about to reach 1,000. It was terrible. This was equivalent to killing 10 with 1, and it was still continuing. However, some people in the demon bull battle formation roared. They wanted to continue fighting. They had never been so powerful before. This time, the merits of the battle belonged to their entire team. Everyone could get at least the first level merit. However, some people were no longer able to do it. Because the demon bull battle formation controlled by Qin Wentian was so powerful, the Qin Wentian also had a great advantage in the battlefield centered on Qin Wentian. They killed their way into the belly of the enemy's army and slaughtered many strong men. It was a great victory. However, compared to Qin Wentian's battlefield, other places were defeated step by step. Many of the Dongshang were well-trained legions, including the Nightmare Army and the Yan Army under the Yunlin Xiangwang in the past, which were all super powerful. Looking down from the void, it can be seen that the entire battlefield is very unfavorable to the Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and his men killed their way into the enemy's hinterland, which was also very dangerous. There were already many strong men who had surrounded and suppressed them, and they would trap Qin Wentian and his men inside. It seemed that his own combat power was not enough to control the battlefield of the entire 100,000 legions. The warlord's eyes flickered, looking at Ye Qing and his team, and said, "Ye Qing team, retreat." He had already discovered that many people in this battle formation had exhausted their immortal power and could not hold on. If they continued to fight, the battle formation would collapse and fall into the belly of the enemy, with no way out. Qin Wentian made a prompt decision and rushed to the rear, preparing to retreat. Although he had no time to pay attention to the entire battlefield, he also understood that the battle was not going to be favorable for them. The 1,000 Changes Immortal Sex Army, form a formation and move backwards, and do not panic. The supervising Immortal King shouted again. On the battlefield, the 1,000 Changes Immortal Sex Army formed a formation of hundreds of people and retreated step by step. They were very stable and did not panic at all. Even if there were some places where the defeat was obvious, they still retreated in an orderly manner. This was the Immortal War. Unless the battle formation was defeated, they would flee in panic. The supervising immortal king of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect did not speak. Their army knew what to do. They were all launching a fierce attack and constantly defeating the opponent. The momentum of the entire battlefield gradually became all on their side. The opponent was retreating step by step, and they only needed to pursue the victory. The battle formation of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect even continued to attack the belly of the retreating Qin Immortal sect, fearless of death, and frantically pursued them. However, at this moment, a strong light burst out, and suddenly two large battle formations of thousands of people appeared in the retreating Qin Immortal sect, roaring and raising their hands to destroy the battle formation of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in front of them, and there were casualties in an instant. Form a good formation, don't mess up. The warlord of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect roared, but the Qin Immortal sect continued to attack, and the retreat was about to stop, as if they wanted to fight a decisive battle with the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's army here and kill many powerful enemies. Stop moving forward and pursuing. The warlord of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect roared, and the battle formation army stopped immediately. The two sides separated and soon became orderly, each on their own side. The Qin Immortal sect was still retreating, and the Eastern Saint Immortal sect did not chase them anymore, but formed a large formation. The pursuit just now caused them a lot of damage. The fighting method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own was not what they wanted. Withdraw. The commander of the Qin Xianmen said loudly, and the Qin Xianmen strongmen retreated immediately. Smoke and dust rolled, and yellow sand filled the sky. This battle of 200,000 troops ended here. The Nightmare King was still sleeping like a giant. A voice suddenly resounded in everyone's mind, clean up the battlefield and withdraw. The strong men of the Eastern Saint Xianmen Legion trembled slightly. Hearing this voice, the Nightmare King seemed to be a little unhappy with the situation. This time, 100,000 troops were dispatched and the whole army went to war. They were ready to destroy the Qin Xianmen army in one fell swoop. Even if they did not destroy it all at once, they would make the Qin Xianmen pay a heavy price and withdraw from Yuancheng, preparing to nibble away at the land of Lijiu step by step. However, after a terrible battle, they did not seem to have a strong advantage. Although they won the war, they were far from the expected effect. If they continued to chase and kill, their Eastern Saint Xianmen army would also suffer heavy losses. In this case, it would be unlikely to occupy Yuancheng and nibble away at Lijiu. It can only be said that this battle was a failed war for both sides. The army of Qin Xianmen retreated far away before disbanding the battle formation. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, feeling exhausted. Many people's immortal platforms were almost exhausted. It was too much immortal energy to maintain the battle formation. However, everyone was in a slightly depressed mood. They suffered heavy losses in this battle. They were the defeated party. The strength of the army of Dongsheng Xianmen was obviously stronger than them. Xianwen, you did a good job. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger this time. Xiao Yehan looked at Qin Wentian and said. This battle was a collision of 200,000 troops. It was extremely dangerous and suffered heavy casualties. If Qin Wentian hadn't replaced Jiuqing to control the battle formation, they would probably have died. It was not easy to survive such a big battle. That's right, Xianwen, thanks to you this time. The people in this team looked at Qin Wentian one after another. They had some misunderstandings about Qin Wentian before, thinking that he was a newcomer with no battlefield experience. Unexpectedly, he was so powerful and made continuous contributions. The 9-man life and death battle was a fatal blow, which boosted morale. Later, it disrupted the battlefield and even affected the battle situation of the army of 10,000 people. Although it could not control the entire battlefield, it was still very strong. We are the ones who dragged Xianwen down. Jiuqing suddenly spoke, making everyone's eyes flash. Xiao Yehan pondered for a moment and said, indeed, if we were members of the elite battle formation, and Xianwen was in charge of the battle formation, the power would be even more terrifying, invincible and invincible. Xianwen, with your performance today and your military exploits, you can even be transferred to the elite battle formation. Why don't I apply to the military supervisor? Jiuqing looked at Qin Wentian and said, making everyone's eyes flash and look at their captain Jiuqing. Captain. Someone shouted, the captain is too selfless. Such a strong man staying in his team is a military exploit, and can play a huge role on the battlefield. The captain actually let Qin Wentian go to the elite team. Let's talk about it later. Qin Wentian said calmly, and everyone had already seen the gate of Yuancheng. After returning to the Yuancheng military camp, they counted the casualties and the military exploits. Qin Wentian and his team had made great military exploits, which made everyone in Yuqing's team very happy. The great military exploits could be exchanged for very rich resources, even top-level immortal soldiers. Tianwen, the credit is yours, and the military exploits are all yours. You can exchange the military exploits for rewards. No one should have any objections. In the military camp, the teams gathered together. Yuqing said to Qin Wentian. Some people responded, but some did not. Qin Wentian knew that some people would be unhappy about this, and he didn't eat it. He shook his head and said, Captain, go and collect the rewards and share them with everyone. I don't need it. It seems that you are a core disciple of Qin Wentian. Xiao Yehan said. At this time, someone came towards Yuqing's team. Yuqing looked at the person and sent a voice message to Qin Wentian and the others. You are from the elite team. What's your name? The leader asked Qin Wentian, who was still wearing a mask. Shinwan. Qin Wentian responded. Our battle formation is full of elites. Do you want to join? I can ask the military supervisor for someone. The other party said. My senior brother will go to the elite battle formation. Can the control of the entire battle formation be handed over to my senior brother? Jian Mengjian asked. No, although he performed outstandingly in this battle, he still needs to do it step by step. The people in our elite battle formation are all strong men in the third realm of Xiante. Ghana has made an exception. The control of the battle formation cannot be given to him. The man shook his head. Jian Mengjian curled his lips, a little unhappy. Qin Wentian smiled and said, No, I'm fine in this team. Are you really not considering it? The man said. No need. Qin Wentian shook his head. The man didn't say much and took his people away. You shouldn't have refused. Yuqing smiled bitterly. The elite battle formation is full of elite strongmen. Nothing. Qin Wentian smiled. Some of my friends will come over. When the time comes, we will form the strongest elite battle formation. P.S. On Monday, brothers, please give me some recommendation votes. Chapter 1093 Leading an Army. In the following months, the Eastern Saint sect did not launch any more large-scale attacks. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengjian were very low-key in the military camp. Their identities were sensitive and they had attracted a lot of attention on the battlefield. In order to avoid exposing their identities, they naturally had to keep a low profile. However, occasionally there were a few small-scale battles, which caused some losses to the Qin Wentian Corps. Qin Wentian also knew that in Lizhou, Qin Wentian was constantly recruiting Xiante strongmen to join the army. Although the proportion of people willing to join the army to fight against the Eastern Saint sect was very small, because the population base of a state was too large, people could still be continuously added to the army. Qin Wentian could only rely on this method to continue fighting and resist the invasion of the Eastern Saint sect. Qin Wentian and his team participated in many small-scale battles in the past few days and performed outstandingly. In the team, Qin Wentian's prestige was getting higher and higher. He had been appointed as the deputy captain. Even Yuqing had the intention of giving up the captain position. A Xiante second-level person became the captain, which was something that had never happened in the Qin Wentian army, but Qin Wentian did not agree. It didn't matter to him whether he was the captain or not. On the battlefield, Qin Wentian wanted to kill the enemy, temper himself, destroy the power of the main force of the East Saint Immortal sect, and kill the people who had dealt with Qin Yao and Ruahuan. However, he had not found an opportunity yet. The opponent was from the elite army of the East Saint Immortal sect. Although their battle formation was already very strong under his control, it was still difficult to face the elite battle formation formed by the absolute main force of the East Saint Immortal sect. There was no time in war. Everyone wanted to survive on the battlefield and become stronger. Just like when practicing, time passed unknowingly, especially the large-scale immortal wars in the immortal realm. Sometimes it even lasted for hundreds or thousands of years before the outcome of an immortal war could be determined. In Shenshao Villa, outside the ancient mountain, the years had changed. It had been 7 or 8 years since the emperors gathered in Shenshao Villa. Many people outside the ancient mountain were already impatient to leave. Only the East Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor still sent people to guard here. However, those who were guarding here were already waiting impatiently. However, They did not dare to disobey the orders of the East Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor. Deep in the ancient mountain, in the fairy palace, the bronze door slowly opened, and a figure wearing a bronze mask walked out of it. The fairy thoughts dispersed into the distance, and no one was found. He returned to the bronze door. Not long after, he walked out with a group of strong men. These people were extraordinary and wore masks. Without saying a word, they flashed directly outside. When they were about to reach the outside of the ancient mountain, the bronze-masked figure stopped. He actually began to carve a formation on the ground, and offered a space magic weapon in his hand, which integrated a powerful space force into the formation. He could even see the exit. Although this ancient mountain was sealed by magical power, it was still possible to get out of the exit through the space force. There's an immortal king outside. After we are teleported, I will seal our breath. Follow me and don't walk around. Otherwise, we will be found even if we are teleported to a long distance under the coverage of the immortal king's immortal thoughts. The bronze-masked figure spoke, and everyone nodded and said, "Yes, Holy Lord." Also, don't call me Holy Lord when you are outside. Qin Wentian instructed. They stood in the formation, and at the same time, the sealing power emanated from him, isolating their breath. A strong spatial brilliance shone out, and a beam of void light bloomed, directly connecting from the original place to the distance. Many immortal masters outside the ancient mountain were bored and guarding, and suddenly there was a fluctuation of spatial breath, and then they saw a burst of strong light shooting out, and instantly disappeared from their eyes, as if it had never existed. Not good, space teleportation. Those people exclaimed, and then there was a terrible pressure. A figure hidden in the dark stepped directly into the void, with the power of the immortal king. His immortal thoughts swept out frantically, covering the world and the vast area. No. The immortal king glanced, stepped out, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. No, no. The immortal king flickered continuously, his expression was very bad. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor asked them to guard here for 7 or 8 years, and finally the people came out, but the other party escaped. How could he explain this to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? Even now, no one knows the other party's identity. In the future, the other party only needs to take off the mask to find him again. The youngest son of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, Dongshengting, fell in vain? His Majesty the Immortal Emperor is afraid that he will be furious. In Yuancheng, the elite battle formation invited Qin Wentian again, but he was still rejected by Qin Wentian. Now the attacks launched by the East Saint Immortal sect are getting more and more fierce, and they often use the elite battle formation to attack. There have been several times when Qin Wentian and his battle formation could not compete with the opponent's super battle formation composed of all high-level immortal masters. The East Saint Immortal sect has begun to pay special attention to Qin Wentian and his battle formation and treat it as an elite battle formation. On this day, the East Saint Immortal sect gathered tens of thousands of troops to attack again, and the Qianbian Immortal sect sent the same number of masters to fight. They did not let the whole army deal with the opponent, because everyone knew the opponent's every move. If the opponent sent a large army to encircle and suppress, the East Saint Immortal sect would directly withdraw and taunt the Qianbian Immortal sect. This is meaningless, it is better to fight directly. Qianbian Xianmen was defeated again. When Qin Wentian and his men returned to the barracks, Xiao Yedhong cursed in a low voice, "Now the pressure from Dongsheng Xianmen is getting tighter and tighter. We don't have that many elites to fight against them. Many of Dongsheng Xianmen's legions are disciples they trained to fight and sent to the front line. Our combat power is naturally at a disadvantage. With such repeated attempts, I'm afraid the next general attack is not far away." Yu Qing said. "Well, I also feel that Dongsheng Xianmen may launch a general attack." Qin Wentian nodded. Just as they were talking, the urgent sound of battle horns rang out again, but this time the horn was not the horn for the entire army to go to war, but the horn for summoning the entire army. All the soldiers immediately rushed to the parade ground, only to see the General Immortal King appear here, and said in a loud voice, "The previous battle of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate was the vanguard. Now, their army is circling to both sides, preparing to attack us in 3 directions. This attack will be more fierce than the previous head-on attack by the army. The Nightmare King has issued a death order, leaving his army with no retreat and must capture us. A 3-way attack. It seems that their retreat has indeed been blocked." Everyone's eyes flashed. This is a fairy war, a 3-way attack. Once the war breaks out, both sides will clash head-on, and it will be difficult to retreat. They can only fight. For you, this battle means survival if you win and king if you lose. Similarly, this battle is also a great opportunity to plunder military merits. Do you have confidence? The voice of the military governor Immortal King rolled, and everyone shouted in unison, "Fight!" Okay, now I will assign the battle method. Go straight into the opponent's hinterland and attack the opponent's elite army head-on. Go out to fight now. If Yuanchang falls, seize the opponent's soul. The military governor Immortal King shouted loudly, making everyone tremble. What a crazy plan. Is this to gather the strength of the entire army to destroy the opponent's main force and then rush into Seoul? The tactics here have been decided, and the entire army should be dispatched immediately, otherwise the opponent will also adjust, and the opportunity for war will be fleeting. All the troops were dispatched, but there were still many battle formations left in the training ground, including the battle formation where Qin Wentian was. Yuqing had just heard the voice transmission, asking her team to stay. The others looked at Yuqing and shouted, "Captain! There is a special task assigned." Yuqing said, and everyone stopped talking. They knew that the army would send some powerful teams to carry out special tactics, but they didn't expect that it would be their turn now. No, the others are not elite battle formations, they are all ordinary battle formations. Everyone was a little confused. They had been in the army for a long time, so they naturally knew a lot about the major teams. At this time, the military supervisor appeared, and he came with a group of strong men. He looked in the direction of Qin Wentian, and then said, "The 36 strong men here will be assigned to your team, serving as captains, and they need to control the operation of the entire battle formation. Do you understand?" Yes. Everyone was puzzled, but this was a military order and must be obeyed. No one would disobey the order, which would be a serious crime. Jian Mengchen, Zi Qingxuan, step out. You will each serve as the captain of a team and control the operation of the battle formation. The military supervisor said again. Yes. Jian Mengchen and Zi Qingxuan walked out. There were a total of 39 teams here. Now Jian Mengchen and Zi Qingxuan also had to take charge of their own affairs. They already had the ability to do so. Now, your 39 teams are an independent legion, commanded by Xianwen. Everyone must obey his orders. Those who disobey his orders will be killed. The military supervisor said loudly, causing all eyes to look at the figure of Qin Wentian wearing armor and a mask. It seems that they still underestimated this guy's identity. He must be the offspring of a big shot on the Qianbian immortal sect. Before, he was allowed to adapt to the battlefield, and now, he finally let him control a large army. 39 teams, thousands of troops, this power is already great. The 36 people on the platform each came to a team and took over the control of the team. Their realms were strong and weak, but most of them had extraordinary auras. Jian Mengchen and Zi Qingxuan also arrived at their own teams. Only Purgatory and Little Bastard were still with Qin Wentian. Purgatory was not good at controlling others. Qin Wentian's body slowly rose into the air and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Under the surprised gaze of everyone, those who took over the major teams actually responded to Qin Wentian's call at the same time. At this moment, Qin Wentian's prestige seemed to have risen to height. There was no doubt that he was the ruler of this legion. Yuqing looked at Qin Wentian's figure and smiled. It should have been like this long ago. Chapter 1094, Tiger in the Army. 39 teams marched forward in a mighty force and headed for the battlefield. Yuancheng, which had been surrounded by the army on both sides, was heading towards the military camp of Qianbian Xianmen, but the army of Qianbian Xianmen went straight to the opposite Jingzhou Hancheng direction, gathering all its forces to seize Hancheng. The battle between immortals and mortals is different. The immortals in the battle are all immortals, and they will not attack the city under the city gate. They can easily enter the city and occupy the city, but the main purpose of the immortal war is to destroy the opponent, not to occupy the city and defend it. This is meaningless. If the opponent's troops are strong, they can still take it back. The immortal war is always a battle of strength. Dongsheng Xianmen has not taken the city, but has eliminated the army of Qianbian Xianmen here. It is for this reason that as long as the army of Qianbian Xianmen is eliminated, there is no need to take the land of Lijiu, it is theirs. In the immortal domain, whoever is strong has the right to rule. Qianbian Xianmen directly abandoned Yuancheng and attacked the enemy's front. What he wanted was to avoid the enemy's full encirclement and suppression. General Niu knew that Qin Wentian was at a disadvantage in terms of combat power, so he launched a full-scale attack on the enemy's frontal army. At this time, hundreds of miles outside Yuancheng, the army of Qin Wentian had already arrived and began to collide with the elite army of Dongsheng Xianmen. A terrible and shocking battle was taking place. This army of Dongsheng Xianmen occupied more than half of the entire army of Dongsheng Xianmen, with an army of 50,000. Moreover, all the elite armies were assembled here to resist the army of Qin Wentian. Those troops that were encircled and suppressed from Yuancheng were also rushing to the front. Therefore, the occupation seemed to be beneficial to Qin Wentian, but in fact it was extremely disadvantageous. Once they could not break through the defense of Dongsheng Xianmen in a short time, they would be surrounded and suppressed on three sides. At this moment, bursts of strong light suddenly flashed in the void, and a huge void-like curtain appeared, piercing the eyes. In the sky, there were several directions, and legions of 5,000 people appeared. Each legion was an absolute elite legion, teleported by space power, and was well prepared for this annihilation battle, to destroy Qin Wentian in one fell swoop. At this moment, Qin Wentian had broken through the super battle formation of Dongsheng Xianmen, but its own battle formation also collapsed. The legions of both sides fought violently in the form of small battle formations, with continuous casualties. The 5,000 elite legions in the void killed down, with hundreds of people in formation, and each battle formation was super powerful, like a Demon King battle formation, with infinite power and invincibility. In the sky, the Immortal King, the commander of Qin Wentian, looked unhappy. Their elite battle formation was fighting against the elite battle formation of Dongsheng Xianmen with all their strength. The 5,000-man army that appeared was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It instantly tore apart the battle formation of Qin Wentian, causing the inside of Qin Wentian to become a little panicked. If this continued, they would not be able to tear through the opponent's defense and kill Seoul in a short time. It was believed that it would not take long for those encirclement and suppression legions to kill over. No wonder this army did not retreat at all when they met them. It turned out that they had been prepared. It seemed that Dongsheng Xianmen was determined to destroy their army in Lijiao Yuancheng this time, and thus capture the land of Lijiao. As long as the Qin Wentian Yuancheng Legion was completely destroyed in this battle, the morale would be greatly hit. From then on, if they wanted to recruit legions again, the Xiante figures in Lijiao City would definitely consider it carefully. After all, there was a history of the whole army being destroyed. Who would dare to join Qin Wentian to fight against Dongsheng's army? The battle situation was extremely unfavorable to Qin Wentian. They were already in disarray and charging madly. The 5,000-man army kept rushing into Qin Wentian from both sides. In a short period of time, they destroyed dozens of small battle formations and killed thousands of Xiante masters. If this continued, Qin Wentian would definitely lose. In the distance, a group of masters rushed over. It was Qin Wentian and his team. They had seen Dongsheng Xianmen using space transmission to send 5,000 troops from a distance. Qin Wentian knew that it was not good. They accelerated madly and finally rushed to the battlefield. Kill, destroy that magic army. Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice. Those later armies were a magic army, which was led by the undefeated Demon King under the seed of Dongsheng Xianmen. They were all powerful magic cultivators who cultivated the power of magic and were extremely powerful. Qin Wentian himself also rushed into the crowd. The chaotic army behind saw Qin Wentian and his team rushing over and showed excitement. Qin Wentian's battle formation was now well known to the people of Qin Wentian and was very powerful. In just a short moment, Qin Wentian controlled the battle formation and rushed to the front of the opponent's magic battle formation. He raised his hand to attack. The opponent suddenly turned around and roared. The power of the magic palm print was overwhelming. With a loud bang, the two huge palm prints collided, and there was a feeling of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. The eyes of the people in the magic battle formation flashed. This battle formation could actually collide with them and not be inferior. With a roar, Qin Wentian's battle formation became extremely huge. The demon bull expanded and overlooked the world. A loud roar came out. You continue to attack, and we will deal with these later demon legions. The huge demon bull flashed with dazzling light all over its body. The demon bull, like a bull demon king, blasted out a demon dragon power, crushed down, and blasted towards the opponent's battle formation. The magic battle formation blasted out a demon king's body, The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the immortal power was violent. Roar! The demon bull let out a terrifying roar, and simultaneously grabbed the air below with both palms. These palms contained endless divine energy, and were powerful enough to split the sky. There seemed to be demon dragons dancing wildly in the palms, and they slammed down, shattering the demon spears that were coming to kill, and the demon bodies were shattered. The demon bull's palms were indestructible, and they crushed the opponent's battle formation. The opponent roared, and the demon king's spears rushed out one after another, but the demon bull's palms were all circling demon dragons. At this moment, all the demons roared, killing and ripping everything apart, hitting the opponent's huge demon head body. Boom, boom, the opponent's battle formation collapsed, and the strong ones in it were shocked to spit blood. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted, and the millstone-like palm print slammed down, instantly killing half of the people. At the same time, the surrounding battle formations all rushed out to kill. In a short moment, all the people in this battle formation were wiped out, and the battle formation disappeared completely, and all were destroyed. At the same time, the battle formations led by Qin Wentian were very powerful. They each resisted the other side's magic army and fought violently with the other side. In addition, Qin Wentian destroyed a battle formation, and the morale of the Qianbian Xianmen side suddenly soared, and they roared loudly. Fight! 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 The shocking voice like a tsunami came from the mouth of the Qianbian Xianmen army. The commander-in-chief in the void shouted loudly, "Continue to attack the other side and tear open the defense. Kill!" The shout shook the sky. The people of Qianbian Xianmen were determined to kill at all costs. They also knew that they didn't have much time. They had to tear the other side's defense and rush towards Seoul. The morale reversed, and the army of Qianbian Xianmen attacked the other side fiercely, like a mad bull and a fierce tiger. They quickly killed into the heart of the other side's formation, constantly tearing open huge holes, and killing countless strong men. Qin Wentian's battle formation went to the other side of the battlefield. He did not deal with a magic battle formation alone, but cooperated with a battle formation led by a strong man from the Fighting Saint clan to encircle and suppress the other side's magic battle formation. He launched 3 consecutive fierce attacks and destroyed the other side in just a few breaths. He killed all the strong men of the other side, crushing everything. Keep killing. Qin Wentian's voice was cold. The other side's 5,000-man army dared to attack the hinterland of their Qianbian Xianmen army and dared to be attacked from both sides. They were undoubtedly relying on their own elite army, with a large army in front and a large army coming from the back at any time. They thought they could kill the Qianbian Xianmen into chaos. The other side's tactical ideas were indeed correct, but they did not expect Qin Wentian to lead the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan to kill them. The strong man of the Fighting Saint clan controlled the battle formation. He possessed a Fighting Saint law, which was extremely powerful. The hand of God was derived from it. It was the supreme fighting technique with infinite power. Even if he could not crush his opponent, he would not be defeated. As long as he could hold his opponent back, the opponent would be trapped in the heart of their army. Qin Wentian made continuous moves and destroyed the opponent's magic army in a very short period of time. The expression of the immortal king strongman of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in the void changed drastically, and he said, "The unbeaten battle formation will retreat." "Where are you going?" Qin Wentian snorted coldly. The power of destruction once again destroyed a battle formation and destroyed the immortal platform strongman in the battle formation. Seeing those magic army heading towards the void, Qin Wentian immediately ordered, "Don't pay attention to them, follow me." As he said this, he went forward and led these battle formation strongmen to deal with the elite battle formation of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Under the siege of the elite battle formation of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, the elite battle formation of the opponent could not compete. He soon destroyed many battle formations, and the battle situation began to show a one-sided situation. Fight and retreat, keep your formation steady, reinforcements are almost here. The immortal king of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect roared. Attack fiercely. The immortal king of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect only had 2 words. Now that they have an overwhelming advantage in combat power, they must seize the opportunity to strike hard at their opponents. With double the number of troops, plus the addition of Qin Wentian and his men, the enemy's elite battle formation was destroyed. The battle began to show a one-sided situation. Every second, the military strength of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect was losing. They gradually wanted to gather on one side and fight and retreat, but the losses were still extremely heavy. Reinforcements have arrived. The strong man of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect spoke, and from behind, tens of thousands of troops came to kill them, from the direction behind the Qianbian Immortal sect. Reinforcements. The strong commander of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in the void said sarcastically, "Now that the reinforcements have arrived, what's the use? My soldiers of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, you have now occupied an all-round advantage. Why are you afraid of the enemy's reinforcements? Split your forces and fight freely. Kill." The morale of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect was high. That's right, they had already killed half of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's army and made them embarrassed. At this time, they still cared about reinforcements. Their troops were no longer at a disadvantage. What's the point of fighting? Many battle formations in the rear began to turn around and prepare to welcome the army coming from behind. Qin Wentian also turned around. He had already dealt with many of the elite battle formations of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Now he could put aside the battlefield in front. "Follow me to kill," Qin Wentian shouted, leading 39 legions to take the lead and kill the overwhelming reinforcements from the opposite side. Chapter 1095 Determined to fight. The reinforcements from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect did not form a large army of 10,000 people. They rushed to the rescue in a hurry. They tried their best to come. When they saw Qin Wentian leading his men to kill them, they stopped and formed a battle formation. Qin Wentian had led 39 great battle formation masters to come. When the opponent had not yet formed a battle formation, he directly rushed in. The huge bull monster was like a demon god. The roar was earth-shaking. There was a terrifying big monster spit out from the mouth of the bull god, and it wiped out everything it passed. At the same time, the bull god descended with both palms, and the demon dragon roared and rushed into the opponent's formation. In an instant, the attack destroyed countless strong men. The rest of the people in the battle formation also burst out with a strong offensive force at the same time. The people behind saw such a scene and their morale was greatly boosted. They were eager to fight and rushed into the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's army frantically. Before the Eastern Saint Immortal sect gathered their strength to form a large battle formation, they all rushed into their interior and disrupted their formation. The elite battle formations of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were originally all concentrated on the battlefield on the other side. There were not many elite battle formations here, and no battle formation could resist the powerful formation led by Qin Wentian. They entered the battle formation and were invincible. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect's legions followed the legions led by Qin Wentian to fight in all directions. The battle actually showed a one-sided trend, and the weaker Qianbian Immortal sect had a huge advantage. In the void, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's supervising Immortal King's face became more and more ugly. This time they ordered to defeat Qianbian Immortal sect at all costs. However, things went against their wishes. On the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly, and they, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, were in a weak position. It seems that the elite disciples of Qianbian Immortal sect have come to the battlefield. In the void, the Immortal King of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect said coldly. He naturally understood that the battle formation would eventually rely on the combat effectiveness of each person. The power of these battle formations was best controlled and exerted by one person. The stronger the combat effectiveness of this person, the greater the power of the battle formation. Whether it was the Eastern Saint Immortal sect or the Qianbian Immortal sect, there were some elite disciples on the battlefield, forming elite battle formations. Therefore, he organized 5,000 members of the undefeated legion as surprise troops, and suddenly descended on the battlefield. The 5,000 legions were combined into 50 elite battle formations, which could play a huge role on the battlefield. Their appearance even allowed the East Saint Immortal sect to fight against the East Saint Immortal sect with half of its troops, and even killed the East Saint Immortal sect in chaos. It can be imagined how rare the elites are. However, the sudden appearance of the 39 battle formations disrupted everything and reversed the situation. The realm of the members of the 39 battle formations was not too high, but the person who controlled the battle formation must have super strong combat power. All retreat. The Fairy King of the East Saint Immortal sect ordered the withdrawal of the troops. There was no way to continue this battle. If they continued to fight, their losses would definitely be worse than those of the other side. The legions of the East Saint Immortal sect began to retreat. How could the strong men of the Qianbian Immortal sect miss this great opportunity? They chased and killed frantically. The yellow sands in the sky was dyed red by blood. The setting sun hung high in the sky, but it was like blood. When the army of the Eastern Saint sect retreated, The army of the Thousand Changes sect formed a long battle line. The soldiers of the Thousand Changes sect were everywhere. They took a deep breath and felt exhausted. However, they looked into the distance with a smile. This was a great victory. The Thousand Changes sect was restricted everywhere and had never achieved such a hearty victory. They killed tens of thousands of enemies and made the army of the Eastern Saint sect flee in embarrassment. Many elite warriors even died. In the void, a group of strong men swept across the sky and returned to the direction of the Thousand Changes sect's Yuanshan. They did not really want to capture Hanshan. It was just a tactic. Now that they have won a great victory, they will naturally return to Yuanshan. It's Xianwen's army. Xianwen's army is so terrible. It is more effective than the elite battle formation. There was a strange color in the eyes of the strong men in the army. This time, thanks to the battle formation led by Xianwen, otherwise they would be defeated miserably. Many people looked at Qin Wentian with respect. This was a battlefield. They even forgot Qin Wentian's realm. They forgot that many of them were higher than Qin Wentian and were senior figures. At this moment, they only admired the army that led them to victory. Go back and prepare for the celebration banquet. Everyone returned one after another, and someone cleaned up the battlefield. After this battle, Qin Wentian's reputation in the army reached an extreme. Everyone knew about the Xianwen battle formation and the Xianwen army. This was an undefeated army. After this battle, Dongsheng Xianmen did not take the initiative to attack for a long time. Instead, Qianbian Xianmen often led the army to provoke, and there were wins and losses. Afterwards, the army of Qianbian Xianmen was reorganized. Qin Wentian's military exploits officially made him the army commander of Qianbian Xianmen, leading a Xianwen army composed of elites, a total of 3,600 people, commanded by Qin Wentian. More than half a year had passed since the great victory that year. Dongsheng Xianmen, which had the upper hand over Qianbian Xianmen in the past, could no longer gain any advantage, and had not even taken the initiative to fight. A sense of arrogance gradually grew inside Qianbian Xianmen, and they were no longer as cautious as before. Many people often went to Dongsheng Xianmen to challenge them. On this day, a 1,000-man army went there, but never came back, and no one escaped alive. In the military camp, the military supervisor summoned the legion leaders to discuss matters. In the hall, Qin Wentian and other legion leaders of Qianbian Xianmen gathered here. They were all wearing armor and looked radiant. Qin Wentian's armor was shining, and he still had a mask on his face. He was always like this in the army, mysterious and unpredictable. Many people didn't even know what the head of the Xianwen Legion looked like. They only knew that his cultivation was not high, but his combat power was extremely strong, and his legion was invincible. Just now, in the battle on the front line, 1,000 soldiers were all killed. Dongsheng Xianmen organized an ace army, which should be commanded by the direct line of Dongsheng Xianmen, and came here to help fight and eliminate us. I am afraid that it will not be long before Dongsheng Xianmen will launch another round of attack. What do you think? The military supervisor looked at everyone and asked. Ace army, is the combat power very strong? Someone asked. Very strong. Basically all of them are above the 7th level of Xiante, and the people who control the battle formation are very powerful. If the other party organizes such a large army, we are afraid that we will be in danger. The military supervisor said. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. We have repelled the enemy twice before, and won a great victory once. Now we have reorganized the Xianwen army, and the combat power should not be inferior to the enemy. Someone looked at Qin Wentian, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Qin Wentian was at the 2nd level of Xiante, and his prestige in the army has reached its peak. Everyone knows that the Xianwen army is the ace army of Dongsheng Xianmen. Those two battles seemed to be all Qin Wentian's credit, which made some people quite unhappy. Xianwen, what do you think? The military supervisor looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Fight. Qin Wentian uttered these two words, which made the military supervisor's eyes flash. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, Xianwen, explain clearly. Although the East Saint Immortal Sect has recovered its vitality, our Qianbian Immortal Sect's army is not much behind. I hope the commander can take the initiative to fight. This battle will completely defeat the East Saint Immortal Sect's army in Seoul and occupy Seoul. If we can have such a victory, I believe we can summon more Xiante strongmen to join the army. Qin Wentian opened his mouth slowly and said, otherwise, the people of the entire 13 states, even the 6 western states, all think that we will lose. Although we won a big victory last time, it was not enough to boost morale. If we can occupy Seoul, the prestige of our Qianbian immortal sect will be able to reach a new level. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian in shock. Is this guy crazy? He wants to destroy the people of the East Saint immortal sect in one fell swoop and occupy Seoul? In the wars over the years, the Eastern Saint sect has always taken the initiative. They have always been in a passive defensive state, hoping to survive the fierce attack of the Eastern Saint sect. Now, Qin Wentian is so bold as to want to capture Seoul. Do you really think so? The military supervisor's eyes flashed, staring into Qin Wentian's eyes. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. The Thousand Changes sect needs a big victory. You are right, but even if we win a great victory and occupy Seoul, the Eastern Saint immortal sect will surely lead a large army to come back to shock the world. At that time, we will face stronger pressure, and even prompt the Eastern Saint immortal sect to launch a large-scale expedition against our 6 states. The military supervisor said to Qin Wentian. The expedition of the Eastern Saint immortal sect is a matter of time. Senior, do you think it can be avoided? Why not use a great victory to declare the strength of our Qianbian immortal sect? If the Eastern Saint immortal sect really sends more troops to oppress us, we will withdraw and see if they dare to go deep into the 6 western states. Even the number of the Eastern Saint immortal sect's own legions is limited, and they are more afraid of wasting their vitality. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Okay, I will convey your words to General Niu. If General Niu agrees, we will make good arrangements. The military supervisor said with a smile, then stood up and walked out, leaving Qin Wentian and the other legion leaders behind. The army leaders looked at Qin Wentian, and some of them had sharp eyes and said, "Don't you know that with our fighting power, it is impossible to destroy the army of Dongsheng Xianmen? Even if you force a desperate battle, I'm afraid we won't be much worse than Dongsheng Xianmen in terms of casualties. What do you think we should do?" Qin Wentian asked. Wait for the opportunity. The other party replied. Opportunity? There will never be an opportunity. Qin Wentian stood up, walked outside, and slowly said, Qianbian Xianmen is inferior to Dongsheng Xianmen in terms of foundation. If we keep wasting time like this, Qianbian Xianmen will have no chance. We need a victory, a big victory, to let the land of the 6 states in the west rise, and let the people of the 6 states in the west see that we, Qianbian Xianmen, can defeat Dongsheng Xianmen. P.S. 1 update at noon, 3 updates at this moment. Thanks, brothers, for the monthly ticket recommendation votes. Chapter 1096, Divine Ape Battle Formation. Jingshao Hanchang and Li Zhou Yuanchang ushered in a period of peace. The armies of both sides did not attack again, nor did they call for war. However, this kind of peace made people feel that a terrible storm was brewing. Jingshao, Hanchang, the military camp hall, Nightmare King was there. In addition to him, there were several immortal kings. Sitting under them, there was a group of young people wearing brilliant armor. They were all full of terrible momentum. These people had extremely high cultivation and were all at the top level of the immortal stage. Are you sure to win this time? Nightmare King's voice was lazy. Although a few years was very short for him, he had not been able to capture Yuanchang in these few years, and even experienced a great defeat. This made Nightmare King very uncomfortable. On the other side of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, many guys were staring at this battlefield, and he was very embarrassed. General Nightmare, rest assured, this time it will be foolproof. Even if the enemy can break our battle formation, we are far superior to them in terms of individual combat power. At that time, we will make the battle formation completely disintegrate, engage in a brutal melee, and make those who join the Thousand Changes Immortal sect pay the price. The young man below said coldly. Of course I believe in your ability, but you can't lose again this time. Now our army is recruiting people from outside, and fewer people are willing to come. Nightmare King whispered. This time, we must destroy the Thousand Changes Immortal sect. The young man said. At this time, Nightmare King frowned slightly, and then heard a voice, you are so shameless. This voice was like thunder, shaking the world, and it was extremely rough. Humph. Nightmare King snorted coldly. Nightmare King, come out and fight. A voice came out from the void, shaking the entire East Saint Immortal sect camp. It was the voice of the other commander General Niu, who came to invite a fight. Is this going to be a battle at the level of the Immortal King? In the army of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, countless people looked up and saw that in the sky, there were many powerful Immortal Kings standing there, like odds, insolent. This time, it seems that the Thousand Changes Immortal sect is going to launch an Immortal King level immortal war. The sound of the horn came, making everyone feel frightened. The army of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect also attacked. This was the horn for the whole army to go to war. This would be a real battle of the whole army, including the Immortal Kings. The Thousand Changes Immortal sect actually launched a general attack on them. Go to war. The voice of the Nightmare King rang out in the army. The powerful men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect took off into the air, forming a neat and uniform queue, and then marched towards the battlefield in front. The Nightmare King and other Immortal Kings stepped directly into the void. The Immortal King War obviously could not be fought together with the army, and the aftermath would affect the Immortal Platform army. The sky was still filled with yellow sand. The armies of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and the Thousand Changes Immortal sect faced each other head-on, forming a large formation. Only the commander-in-chief of the two armies commanded the battlefield in the void, and the rest of the Immortal Kings went to fight in the sky. I saw a strong man in the other army riding a big demon dragon and came to the middle of the two armies. This man was wearing purple gold armor and holding a dragon spear. He was extremely majestic and arrogant. Who'll fight? The strong man pointed his spear at the army of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect and shouted loudly. He came alone to challenge. This man was at the 7th level of the immortal stage, with magnificent momentum, dazzling immortal light on his body, and terrible strength. You go. Qin Wentian looked at a young man of the Fighting Saint clan wearing armor not far away and said. This man was at the 7th level of the immortal stage and could fight. He stepped out and walked towards the center of the battlefield. He was surrounded by the aura of immortals, as if he had an amazing physique. He was surging with momentum, shining with light, and gathering immortal power. In his hand, a spear also appeared. Roar. The dragon on the other side roared, with terrible hostility. Its huge body was full of monstrous power and moved forward. The other side actually wanted to let the demon beast on its mount to kill the opponent. The dragon demon's attack was terrible. It was indeed a very powerful demon. The big demon dragon, with vigorous blood and amazing power, let out a terrifying roar and rushed towards the young man of the Fighting Saint clan. It had a huge body and a hideous head. When it descended in front of the young man, everyone had an illusion that this big demon dragon could swallow the other side with one attack. At this time, the young man shouted loudly, his whole body was full of fighting power. He raised his arm and stabbed out with one blow. The long spear flew out of his hand and went straight to the sharp claws under the opponent's belly. The big demon's claws suddenly smashed out and collided with a long spear. The fairy light shook. The young man took a step and stepped directly into the opponent's big mouth. It was about to be bitten off by the dragon. A peerless power burst out from the young man. He stepped on the jaw and supported the opponent's mouth with both hands. He made a shocking sound. He had infinite power all over his body, like a human-shaped wild beast. Puchy. A shocking and miserable roar came out, and the dragon's mouth was torn apart. The young man punched into the opponent's body. Strong light burst out, and the power of destruction exploded. The dragon's screams echoed in the void, and its huge body fell towards the sky below. What a strong power, like a human-shaped monster. Everyone was terrified, and the Qianbian Xianmen side made a shocking sound. This domineering attack was too morale-boosting. Buzz! At this moment, the strong man of the Dongsheng Xianmen came with a dragon spear. This spear seemed to have a dragon shadow, swallowing everything. The young man of the Fighting Saint clan watched all this calmly. He raised his arm and attacked violently. A golden battle light curtain appeared, containing the might of a terrifying battle. The dragon shadow kept exploding. The young man of the Fighting Saint clan stepped forward and grabbed the dragon spear that the opponent was attacking with his bare hands. His palm was like an indestructible immortal weapon. With a loud shout, he pulled his arm violently and pulled the opponent's body over. The strong man of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect had never seen such a fighting method, and his face kept changing. Roar! He struck out with his left hand, like a dragon spear, turning into a dragon shadow, with astonishing power, as if he was using the opponent's attack method to return it to the opponent, but the power was not inferior at all. The man's expression changed drastically, and he gave up the dragon spear and retreated, but he was still hit violently and spit out blood. Bang! The young man of the Fighting Saint clan stepped out, turned into a ray of light, and instantly descended in front of the opponent. He punched with both fists at the same time, and with a loud bang, the opponent's immortal platform was shattered, and the vitality was extinguished. It trembled in the void and then fell towards the lower air. The army of Qin Wentian roared and cheered for the other side's triumph. What a powerful fighting force! This is really a humanoid wild beast. The attack is too violent. Form a formation. The supervising fairy king of Dongsheng Xianmen shouted, and the army began to form a large formation. The people of Qin Wentian found that the front formation of the other side was now launched by those young people wearing purple and gold armor. This was the Ace army that destroyed their 1,000-man army last time. 9 Dragon Battle Formation. The battle formation formed by this army was hideous and terrifying. An extremely huge demon dragon appeared with 9 dragon bodies and 9 heads. Form a formation. Qin Wentian said, and the army he commanded began to form a large formation. Not long after, a huge and boundless divine ape appeared. This divine ape was full of rage, like a demon world war god, huge and huge. This battle formation was not a battle formation of Qin Wentian, but a war of the Daoxian Shen clan. The totem beast of the Daoxian Shen clan was the divine ape. This divine ape standing between heaven and earth, wearing a dazzling battle armor, standing there, gives people a feeling of invincibility, which is breathtaking. This is even the first time that Qin Wentian has seen the divine ape battle formation. They only know that the Shinwan Corps has been conducting special battle formation training in recent days. It seems that it is for this battle formation that a corps is formed. Dare to fight. The divine ape spit out a rolling sound, shaking the earth and the sky. This sound was spit out to the 9 dragon battle formation. What's there to fear? Fight. The 9 dragons roared and rushed out. The divine ape also trampled the ground, and the roar shook the sky. Cracks kept appearing on the ground. The whole army felt the ground shaking. On the body of the divine ape, endless divine aura flowed, and it contained supreme fighting power, like a natural fighting monster. The 2 terrifying monsters walked towards the middle battlefield, and both armies were frightened and very nervous. This was a duel between the Ace legions, which might affect the battle situation of the entire army. If the Shinwan Legion was defeated, the Qin immortal sect might be in danger. Roar. A shocking roar came out, and 9 ferocious dragon heads bit towards the divine ape at the same time, giving people a sense of doomsday. Roar, roar. The roar of the divine ape was even more terrifying. It stood between heaven and earth, and its divine aura was even more dazzling. Its arms blasted out and directly blasted the 2 dragon heads. With a loud bang, the extremely powerful force blasted the dragon heads. However, the other 7 demon dragon heads bit on the huge body of the divine ape, as if biting on the hardest metal. The terrible light curtain had a terrible pressure. Bang! Even so, the divine ape's body shook, and the lines were destroyed. Many people in the battle formation were shaking, but the divine ape's arms blasted out again, and with a loud bang, 2 more dragon heads exploded, and the huge 9 dragon bodies were all shaken away. Not good. The people in the 9 dragon battle formation changed their expressions. How could this divine ape battle formation be so terrible? The light flowing around it was simply amazing. The roar of the Qin Wentian army shook the sky, completely suppressing the morale of the Dongsheng Xianmen army. The divine ape battle formation was too domineering. It could crush and destroy the opponent's trump card battle formation. This battle formation was simply invincible. In the 9 dragons battle formation, a young man looked grim. He saw the divine ape trampling the ground and took out a magic weapon. The magic weapon was filled with extremely terrifying light, which instantly rose up and spread towards the distance, covering the entire world. A terrifying pressure enveloped the vast and endless battlefield. Qin Wentian found that the divine ape battle formation he controlled gradually disintegrated. Under the powerful light curtain, all battle formations could not exist. What do you mean? The immortal king of Qin Wentian said coldly. Fight with real strength. This will not only disintegrate your battle formation, but also disintegrate the battle formation of my Dongsheng Xianmen. It is still a fair duel. The immortal king of Dongsheng Xianmen responded. If your battle formation has the advantage, would you say so? Doesn't the battle formation belong to strength? The immortal king of Qin Wentian said coldly, and took a step forward. The other party snorted coldly, showing no weakness. The 2 immortal kings actually wanted to fight first. The entire battlefield was completely out of control. Chapter 1097, Retire after success. The 2 supervising immortal kings fought in the void, rushing straight into the sky. There was no one in command on this battlefield. Except for the Immortal King, no one else could control and command an immortal army as a bystander. At this moment, this chaotic army can only fight on its own. The East Saint Immortal sect was obviously well prepared and had an ace battle formation. If it had not encountered the Divine Ape battle formation formed by Qin Wentian and others, their 9-dragon battle formation would have become a sharp weapon for attacking, invincible, and directly penetrated into the belly of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, affecting the battlefield. Now, because of the defeat of the 9-dragon battle formation, they sacrificed a powerful magic weapon, making it impossible for the entire battlefield to condense a battle formation. If the battle formation is not good, the whole army will fight in chaos. In terms of the combat effectiveness of a single person, many of the East Saint Immortal sect's people are well-trained legionaries, and they are obviously stronger. They seem to be invincible before this battle has even begun. Roars continued, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Both armies rushed straight to each other. Even if they could not condense a battle formation, they could only kill at this moment. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air, surrounded by 36 powerful warriors of the Fighting Saint clan, guarding him on both sides. The battlefield was changing rapidly, so they naturally had to follow Qin Wentian closely and not let him fall into danger. The two armies collided, and immortal arts were constantly offered. Various magical arts collided crazily, and the world was in chaos. The airflow of destruction turned into a terrible storm that raged between the world. The controllers of the 9-dragon battle formation were wearing purple gold armor. Their bodies were suspended in the air, and they strode out with big steps. The dragon spears in their hands were invincible wherever they passed, and they killed whoever they met. Qin Wentian was not in a hurry to fight. He was observing the battlefield. Now that the battle formation could not be condensed, he could only fight alone. The power of one person could hardly affect the entire battle situation. He wanted to see the difference in the single combat power between their Qianbian Xianmen and Dongsheng Xianmen. With a comprehensive collision, Qin Wentian really found that the disadvantages of Qianbian Xianmen were revealed. They were slightly weaker than the army of Dongsheng Xianmen. They had to find a way to save this battle. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked forward. The Feng army was invincible and was still killing wildly. They were all high-level masters, elites of the Qianbian Immortal sect, and they were killing them. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, the light shone. Qin Wentian slapped his hands and opened the puppet armors one by one. Qin Wentian said, "Go in." Around him, the 36,000 Saint clan masters and Zhen Mengchen Purgatory all stepped into the puppet armors. He also stepped into puppet armor. Dozens of people around him were all wearing puppet armors. Although they seemed insignificant on the entire battlefield, they still made the people around him feel a sense of majesty. If it weren't for a last resort, Qin Wentian would not use these puppets, which meant that he might have to expose his identity. Once exposed, he would not be able to continue to stay in this frontline battlefield, otherwise he might be plotted against by the immortal kings of the Dongsheng Immortal sect. In order to kill him, the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor would definitely break the rules. "Follow me and kill," Qin Wentian said, and walked directly towards the elite strongmen of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect wearing purple gold armor. Those strongmen were invincible, leading an army of thousands of people with extremely high morale, and they killed their way into the belly of the Qianbian Immortal sect. At this moment, when they saw Qin Wentian and his men coming, their eyes flashed, and the elite strongmen of the Qianbian Immortal sect saw Qin Wentian and his men coming, and they couldn't help but feel the backbone, and followed him to step forward to prepare to meet the enemy. "Kill!" Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and the 36 strong men around him burst into dazzling light at the same time. The fighting fairy light flowed on their armor, raised their palms and blasted out, and a deafening roar came out, and one after another divine apes trampled on the void and crushed forward. Wherever they passed, the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were directly killed. Under one blow, as many as 100 strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect who blocked the road were destroyed. Elite disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Qin Wentian and his men walked up to those wearing purple gold armor and said coldly, "All of you will die here." As they spoke, they collectively stepped out and launched an attack again. One divine ape after another crushed the sky. The roars of those violent divine apes were earth-shattering, and their power could destroy the void. All those who wanted to kill them nearby died. Only those amazing figures from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were qualified to collide with them. Kill! Those Eastern Saint Immortal sect warriors wearing purple gold armor fired at the same time. In an instant, A storm of destruction came over, destroying everything. Qin Wentian roared, and his body in puppet armor turned into 1,000 feet tall, like a god of war. Not only him, but also the people of the Fighting Saint clan around him all burst into violent power, and their bodies became huge and majestic, like ancient gods. The sacred fighting method is all-encompassing and can evolve countless life and death techniques. It is extremely powerful. Even if you have not entered the realm of the Immortal King, you can make your body huge and exert the power of fighting. The puppet armor they wear is special and highly elastic. It is not limited by the size of the body at all, and it will change with the body. More than 30 terrifying bodies stood on the air, overlooking the world. For a time, the entire battlefield looked over here, deeply shocked in the heart. Qin Wentian wanted such an effect. He must make their battle the focus of the entire battlefield, so that the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect panic and the people of the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect have the belief that they will win. The powerful attack bombarded the huge puppet body, but it only made their bodies vibrate, and it could not hurt them at all. Qin Wentian's big palm covered with puppet armor suddenly emerged with endless brilliance. When he stretched out his hand, a burst of strong light flowed. It was like an indestructible divine palm, which bombarded the leader of the opponent's elite battle formation in the air, covering the sky and the earth and destroying everything. Those people were horrified and used their immortal weapons to resist frantically. However, this palm print blasted down and wiped out everything. No one could stop it. The Jiutian Saint clan's strongmen beside Qin Wentian attacked at the same time. In an instant, this place became a battlefield of destruction. Many of the powerful men of the Eastern Saint clan who were wearing purple and gold armor fell in an instant, and were extremely embarrassed. How can conspiracy and trickery affect the situation of the war? This victory belongs to the strong after all. Qin Wentian is invincible. Qin Wentian roared and blasted the palm print again, killing the opponent. The group of people became the gods of killing on the battlefield. Wherever they passed, no one grew. Whether the people of the Eastern Saint clan were elites or ordinary people, they were all dead. Invincible. A strong man from the Qin Wentian roared in response. Invincible. Gradually, the entire battlefield seemed to be infected. The army followed Qin Wentian's steps to fight and completely suppress the opponent's momentum. He is Qin Wentian. Kill him. Killing him will be a great achievement. At this time, someone in the army let out a harsh roar. Qin Wentian wore the puppet armor and used the divine hand. Obviously, he would be recognized. Qin Wentian was mentally prepared for this when he used it. Qin Wentian. Many strong men in the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect were familiar with this name. Many years ago, the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect's Centennial Immortal Banquet was disrupted by Qin Wentian. The Thousand Changes Emperor appeared at that time. That battle was a landmark battle. Since then, the Eastern Saint 13 states have been divided. Therefore, many people know Qin Wentian, and the core disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect all know him. Tianwen is Qin Wentian. Many of the inner disciples of Qin Wentian have heard of Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian is not a famous immortal king or emperor, he has done several sensational events. Therefore, many people know his name. If he can become an immortal king one day, more people will know him. Even people outside Qin Wentian will know his name. Qin Wentian swept his eyes and found the person who spoke. He was the one who captured Qin Yao and senior sister Ruohuan. His figure flashed, and his huge body crossed the space in one step and landed in front of the other party. The other party ran away. Qin Wentian roared, and his palm blasted out, covering a huge area. The man only felt that his head was getting darker, and his body was shaking constantly. Then Qin Wentian's big handprints blasted down, and he was smashed into pieces with one palm, and died. Qin Wentian wanted to avenge this grudge for a long time, and had been looking for an opportunity. Now the other party actually came to his door to seek death. Kill. Qin Wentian raised his head and roared, his voice shaking the world. He led the way and continued to charge forward. With one step, he could trample people to death. With one palm strike, he killed everyone. The strong men of the Fighting Saint clan followed and killed them, opening up a path of killing. At this moment, there was no one to supervise the army. Many people in the East Saint Immortal Gate army turned around and fled. After all, many of them were also the army recruited by the East Saint Immortal Gate, not the direct line of the East Saint Immortal Gate. At this time, they did not want to fight anymore. The battlefield was too dangerous. On the battlefield, there was a situation of fleeing, and the army immediately collapsed. This panic-stricken collapse was not due to strength, but to people's hearts. Although Qin Wentian and his men were powerful, they relied on a momentum to shock the entire battlefield, but their number was small after all. If the fairy kings of the East Saint Immortal Gate were there might still be a chance to shock the situation. However, the battlefield is changing rapidly. Once such a collapse occurs, everything is doomed. I am afraid that the fairy king who left would never have thought that the situation would be established so quickly. The people of Qin Wentian did not retreat this time. How could they not chase and kill to the end in such a one-sided situation? Moreover, this battle was originally intended to destroy the army of Dongsheng. The Dongsheng fled even faster when they encountered the crazy pursuit. Those disciples who were not from Dongsheng began to run away, not wanting to be involved in the battlefield, lest those immortal kings settle accounts with them later. However, Qin Wentian, who had been chasing and killing for a long time, stopped. He and the people of Daoxian Shen clan returned to their normal size. Looking at the army leaving in the distance, he said, "Let's retreat." As he said that, he turned around and fled without hesitation. He led a great victory, but was destined to leave this battlefield. Chapter 1098 Xianlan Fairyland. The army of Qin Wentian attacked Hansheng. Some of the army of Dongsheng died, some fled, and the army was in disarray. The entire military camp of Hansheng and the sky above the city gate were filled with the army of Qin Wentian. They roared loudly to celebrate this unprecedented victory. They actually captured Hansheng, defeated all the opponents, and occupied a city. In the past, they had never thought of this. Being able to defend Yuancheng was already very good. Above the sky, a terrible pressure descended, and then there were rays of light shining. They were the powerful immortal kings who had fought in the war. At this time, the momentum of the immortal kings was fluctuating. Even the two commanders, Nightmare King and General Niu, seemed a little unnatural. General Niu's shirt was completely gone, and his bronze skin and powerful muscles were exposed to the field of vision. Well done. General Niu praised the battle situation in the air below. He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect Qin Wentian to actually do it. The Nightmare King's face was livid. The Immortal King's lineup could not defeat the other side. The Xiante army was completely defeated. The city of Yuancheng was completely defeated. How could he explain to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? Nightmare King, this Hansheng is mine now. You can go back to the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. General Niu said loudly. The Nightmare King wanted to kill all the Xiante troops below, but he did not dare to break the rules of the immortal battle at will. Unless the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor ordered him to do so, he would not assert himself. Otherwise, once both sides did not follow the rules, it would be the end of the Xiante descendants. Let's go. The Nightmare King immediately ordered to retreat. His figure flashed and he left here. Their departure meant that Hansheng had already belonged to the Qin Immortal sect. They could even continue to go deeper and take over the entire Jingzhou land. However, Jingzhou is too big. Now the two sides are fighting the immortals. He can't divide his forces to govern. That was the prosperous era. Only the 13 states of Dongsheng could be governed in this way. Now he invaded Jingzhou and couldn't swallow it, unless one day Dongsheng no longer existed. The immortal war was not mainly for the territorial dispute of the city, but to eliminate the opponent and strengthen himself at the same time. This great victory came at the right time. General Niu looked down and said, "Return to Yuancheng and reward according to merit." "Yes, General." Everyone bowed and said, "A scene of celebration." General Niu did not choose to occupy Hansheng, but let the army return to Yuancheng. The army returned triumphantly. Those elite battle formations were at the forefront, attracting attention. However, everyone understood who really decided the victory of this war. Yu Qing looked at the vast army, and saw that there was no figure of Qin Wentian there, and murmured, "Qin Wentian." He didn't call Xianwen, but Qin Wentian. It was rumored that he was the disciple of Qin Emperor. After this great victory, Yuancheng did not take it lightly, but continued to recruit troops from outside. The news of the great victory spread to all the major cities in Lizhou, and strong immortals from the immortal platform poured into Yuancheng to join the army. However, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect was also organizing a large army to fight back again. The two sides used the Yuan River as the boundary and continued a long immortal war. Of course, all this happened later. In the Qin Immortal sect, Qin Wentian brought a group of people back, which caused quite a stir. After all, Qin Wentian went to the battlefield with only a few people at the beginning, but now the number of people has increased, which puzzled many people. After returning to the Qianbian immortal sect, Qin Wentian met the white-clothed immortal king Bai Wuya. Now Bai Wuya is responsible for leading the war between the Qianbian immortal sect and the Eastern Saint immortal sect. He's extremely powerful in the Qianbian immortal sect. Many people in the 13 states of the Eastern Saint are discussing that the former Lone Ranger, the white-clothed immortal king Bai Wuya, would actually join the Qianbian immortal sect to control the overwhelming power. This incident also caused quite a stir among the Immortal King level groups in the 13 states of the Eastern Saint. Many people don't understand why Bai Wuya wants to wade into this muddy water. After all, the Immortal Kings are old monsters who have lived for many years. Everyone knows that it is best not to help either side. Joining any side is risky. They speculate that Bai Wuya may have a great desire for power and want to dominate a region. Now he helps the Thousand Changes Emperor to fight. In the future, when he steps into the Immortal Emperor, he may succeed the Thousand Changes Emperor and become the ruler of this vast region. Of course, some people speculate that the white-clothed Immortal King is using the Immortal Battle to train himself. He chose the weak Thousand Changes Emperor to prove his ability and make himself stronger in the normal Immortal Battle experience. Before Qin Wentian arrived, a figure in white strolled over and walked in front of him, saying lightly, "You have only been on the battlefield for 2 years, and you are back. My identity has been exposed. If I continue to stay, I am afraid that the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect will violate the rules and take action against me." Qin Wentian said. "Yes." Bai Wuya nodded and glanced at the people behind Qin Wentian. Although these people are all immortal figures, they all have some extraordinary auras. Qin Wentian and Bai Wuya were both disciples of Qianbian Xianmen. He did not go to Qianbian Emperor, but came to Bai Wuya for a purpose. He wanted to hide the identities of the people from the Daoxuan Saint clan from everyone, and Qianbian Emperor should know that he and Bai Wuya belonged to the same faction. After all, many people from the Xianfu realm have entered Qianbian Xianmen. Therefore, if it is said that these people are from the Xianfu realm, the Emperor will not ask at all. "Brother, they are all disciples of Emperor Yi, and now they follow me. This involves the secret of Emperor Yi," Qin Wentian said to Bai Wuya. How could Bai Wuya not understand what Qin Wentian meant? He replied in a voice transmission, "I will keep the secret for you. You don't have to worry about the Emperor. Just let everyone misunderstand. As for the people outside, they will also misunderstand." Qin Wentian smiled. In the immortal realm, he and Bai Wuya had a very close relationship, even closer than with the Emperor Qianbian. He met Bai Wuya in the particle world. After coming to the immortal realm, Bai Wuya introduced him to the heavenly talisman realm and became a fellow disciple. Bai Wuya was his introducer and they had an extraordinary relationship. He also trusted Bai Wuya very much. He also understood what Bai Wuya meant. As long as Bai Wuya kept the secret for him, the Emperor's people would mistakenly think that they were from the heavenly talisman realm to follow Qin Wentian, and the outsiders would think that they were from the Qianbian immortal sect. The Qianbian immortal sect had recently seen many talented people, and there was nothing special about more than 30 people practicing the same kind of power. In this way, only Bai Wuya understood, and it was enough to let everyone else misunderstand. "What are your plans for the future?" Bai Wuya asked. "I didn't plan to let you go to the battlefield so soon. This battle will be very long. When you step into the realm of Immortal King, you may be able to become an important force on the battlefield. Then I will practice for a while," Qin Wentian said. "Okay, go." Bai Wuya nodded. Qin Wentian and the others took their leave and then returned to their residence. On the way, they met Lin Xiner. She was still charming and tender, with a natural charm when she smiled. "What a beauty. Mr. Qin is back." Lin Xiner smiled slightly when she saw Qin Wentian and walked forward. "Well, didn't Xiner go out?" Qin Wentian smiled. "I often go out, but I find that my strength is really weak." "Often?" Lin Xiner nodded slightly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Xiner still has to work hard to practice." "Of course." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. "By the way, does Mr. Qin need a maid to serve him?" "Xiner can go," Lin Xiner said softly with charming eyes. Her eyes were enchanting. Qin Wentian hurriedly shook his head and said, "Xiner, stop joking. How dare I treat you as a maid?" "But Xiner is willing." Lin Xiner's voice was charming. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and said, "Xiner, you go around by yourself. I'm going back." After saying that, he took his people and ran away. Lin Xiner looked at Qin Wentian's back and smiled lightly. There was a bit of resentment in her beautiful eyes. She still couldn't forget the scene in the particle world where Qin Wentian exchanged herself for her. How nice it would be if she could have met him earlier. Qin Wentian settled the people of the Fighting Saint clan. These people have extraordinary talents and are born to fight. They will be his important helpers. In terms of talent, they can all enter the Heavenly Talisman realm, but Qin Wentian does not allow the Fighting Saint clan to join the Heavenly Talisman realm. The strength of the Heavenly Talisman realm is too huge and mysterious, while the Fighting Saint clan is his own unique power. After making arrangements, Qin Wentian went home, but he did not see King Cheng. When he walked to the training field, he saw King Cheng practicing with her eyes closed, with no distractions. Even when practicing, she was so beautiful and had a peaceful temperament. After Qin Wentian baptized Mo King Cheng with the holy light, her practice became very hard, and she improved very quickly. After all, she was still in the heavenly phenomenon realm, which was easy to improve. It was not like the immortal stage, which was difficult to break through in several years. For many immortal stages, it would take hundreds of years to break through one realm. Qin Wentian perfected the holy immortal stage, which was extremely stable. It only took him several years to enter the second level of the immortal stage. Sitting quietly beside the training ground, Qin Wentian did not disturb Mo King Cheng's practice until a few days later. When Mo King Cheng's aura fluctuated, she opened her beautiful eyes and saw Qin Wentian at a glance. She smiled sweetly and said, "Why didn't you call me? You look so beautiful, I can't bear to disturb you." Qin Wentian stood up and said with a smile, "You are so smooth talking, are you flirting with other girls outside again?" King Cheng showed a playful look and walked in front of Qin Wentian and said, "I just came back from the battlefield, how can I flirt with other girls?" Qin Wentian said with a bitter face, "I don't know your ability yet." Mo King Cheng smiled lightly. "What do you know?" Qin Wentian grabbed the other's arm and hugged her, causing Mo King Cheng to exclaim, but with a happy smile on her face, "I'll let you know my ability." Qin Wentian picked up Mo King Cheng and walked towards the room. The two laughed and played, and they were very affectionate. However, Qin Wentian did not know that at this moment in the vast and endless area in the eastern part of the immortal realm, the neighbor of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, there was a behemoth, the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, and a powerful delegation was heading towards the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1099 Taishan Immortal King. Xianlan Fairyland, the neighboring country of Changqing Fairyland, has endless cities and vast territory. It is an extremely ancient fairyland with a terrifying foundation. At the beginning, when Changqing Fairyland experienced great turmoil, Xianlan Fairyland reached out to it and affected the fortune of Changqing Fairyland. That civil war consumed the power of Changqing Fairyland and countless strong men fell. In the end, Emperor Changqing won, but it was also a tragic victory. That civil war was definitely a history that Changqing Fairyland could not bear to look back on. After the civil war in Changqing Fairyland, Xianlan Fairyland also withdrew its hand and did not interfere in the internal affairs of Changqing Fairyland. However, now, in the imperial city of Changqing Fairyland, a delegation from Xianlan Fairyland has arrived. This delegation did not directly enter the palace of Changqing Fairyland. When they stepped into the imperial city of Changqing Fairyland, the entire imperial city was shaken. The palace of Changqing Fairyland caused an uproar. Emperor Changqing was alarmed, and often princes and nobles met the emperor to discuss the matter. Everyone knows that Xianlan Fairyland has bad intentions. As both are fairylands, and as neighboring countries, the two fairylands have had countless conflicts and frictions in the long river of history. Now, Xianlan Fairyland has gradually gained the upper hands in the civil war of Changqing Fairyland. How can the people of Changqing Fairyland not understand the ambition of Xianlan Fairyland? They wish to nibble away at Changqing Fairyland bit by bit and turn it into their territory. This time, they must have come with ulterior motives. Moreover, the palace of Changqing Fairyland has heard that there are several important figures in the Xianlan Fairyland delegation that came to Changqing Fairyland this time, including several Fairyland princes. On this day, The Xianlan Fairyland delegation presented the letter of credence to the Palace of Changqing Fairyland, sent it into the Palace of Changqing Fairyland, and directly delivered it to the hands of Emperor Changqing. Changqing Immortal Kingdom, Imperial Palace Hall. Emperor Changqing sat on the true dragon chair in the hall, looking at the letter from Xianlan Immortal Kingdom. Although his expression was still calm, a destructive force appeared in his hands. In an instant, the letter from Xianlan Immortal Kingdom was destroyed. The Xianlan delegation is here to visit. I hope Emperor Changqing will fulfill the promise of the Immortal Kingdom. A faint voice suddenly came out, like a wisp of green smoke flowing out of the destroyed letter. This faint voice resounded throughout the hall. How dare you? Many princes in the hall stood up, their faces were livid. One of the princes said, the thieves made a fairy kingdom agreement with Xianlan Immortal Kingdom back then, and used the power of Xianlan Immortal Kingdom to interfere in the affairs of our fairy kingdom. We didn't settle this account with Xianlan Immortal Kingdom later, but they dared to mention the fairy kingdom agreement. That's right, Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, arrogant. Another prince said coldly, and many princes showed anger. Emperor Changqing waved his hand and said, no need to say more. Since they are here, we should receive them well. As for the agreement, I want to see how they open their mouths. Yes. Everyone nodded. This matter might cause a big disturbance. The palace would not be calm in a short time. In Qianbi and Xianmen, Qin Wentian was practicing peacefully. Although it was difficult to improve the realm of Xiante, Qin Wentian's heart of practice was extremely tenacious. He tried his best to improve his realm as much as possible in the shortest time. In the vast fairyland, the realm of Xiante might be able to live without worries. However, if you want to become a strong man and be on par with those capable people in the fairyland, you must step into the level of Fairy King. Fairy Kings have the right to speak in the fairyland, can become a powerful force, open up a tyrannical force, and even rule many cities and become the king of a state. On this day, Qin Wentian finished his practice and saw King Cheng thinking. He couldn't help but smile and said, King Cheng, what are you thinking about? Some questions about practice. King Cheng saw Qin Wentian coming over and turned around and smiled. You can ask me. If I don't understand, I can also ask Senior Bai and others. Qin Wentian walked to King Cheng and said softly. Yes. King Cheng nodded. By the way, Taishan Immortal King sent someone to come over a few days ago and said that after you finish your practice, he wants you to go to him. He seems to have something to ask you. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. I'll chat with you first and go tomorrow. Let's go first. Senior Taishan Immortal King came to see you. It must be a big deal. King Cheng shook her head and stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Okay, I'll be back soon. Qin Wentian pinched King Cheng's face with his fingers, and then went towards the direction of Taishan Immortal King's fairy palace. Qin Wentian found Taishan Immortal King and bowed. Senior, you are looking for me. Yes, there is something I should tell you. Taishan Immortal King nodded. Senior, please speak. Qin Wentian said. You are still young, and you came from the particle world. You probably don't know much about the history of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. I will briefly explain it. Taishan Immortal King said, at that time, a civil war broke out in the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. The Evergreen Emperor and another person competed for the ruling power of the Immortal Kingdom. Both sides had many supporters. The Immortal Kingdom experienced great turmoil. In this turmoil, another Immortal Kingdom participated. The neighboring country of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom, the powerful Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, supported the opponent of the Evergreen Emperor. Qin Wentian listened quietly. He really didn't know much about this immortal war, but Kinger seemed to be sent to the particle world in the lower realm because of this. It can be imagined that the situation faced by the Evergreen Emperor must have been very serious. Otherwise, he would not have hidden his beloved daughter Kinger's identity and thrown her into the particle world, and even cut off contact. In this way, even if the Evergreen Emperor failed to fight for the throne and fell, Kinger could still live safely. As for the specific struggle, of course he couldn't know. The Xianlan Immortal Kingdom has an ancient historical background and is extremely powerful, far beyond the previous 13 states of Dongshen. In order to gain the support of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, the opponent of the Changqing Emperor once promised that within 1,000 years, the most outstanding princess of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom would marry to the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom. Even in that year, some of his younger princesses were sent to Xianlan. In other words, the lineage of the opponent of the Changqing Emperor has not been completely destroyed, but married into the royal family of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian was shocked. Such behavior can be said to be despite, but it is more foreseeable that the fight between the Changqing Emperor and the opponent was a fierce battle in which neither side was sure of winning. Now, the people of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom have arrived at the imperial city of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom and presented the letter of credence, asking the Changqing Immortal Kingdom to fulfill its promise. Taishan Immortal King spoke calmly, but Qin Wentian's eyes stagnated, his eyes gradually narrowed, and a faint cold light flashed through them. This is not what the Changqing Emperor promised. What right does Xianlan Fairyland have to ask the Changqing Emperor to fulfill his promise? Qin Wentian said coldly. In an instant, he thought of Kinger. Xianlan Fairyland had bad intentions. Having said that, the opponent of the Changqing Emperor also had the right to speak in the Fairyland. He made the agreement on behalf of the Changqing Fairyland. Although Xianlan Fairyland asked the Changqing Fairyland to fulfill the agreement, it was a bit far-fetched, but it was also justified. Taishan Fairy King said, this matter may be detrimental to the Changqing Fairyland, and it will also affect Princess Kinger. Kinger became GD's disciple and trained with GD. GD should stand on the side of Kinger and Changqing Emperor. Qin Wentian said. He naturally knew Kinger's master. GD was good at spatial power and was a very strong immortal emperor. I know this, but there is one thing I don't know if you know. Taishan Immortal King said, back then, Zidao Long, the son of ZD, went to the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom to visit Changqing Emperor. Although I don't know what happened specifically, you happened to be in the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom at that time. Zidao Long should have gone to ask for someone, but failed. This incident may have made ZD dissatisfied with Changqing Emperor. Now, ZD also has subordinates in the imperial city of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that Changqing Emperor had protected him back then. Qin Wentian had some good feelings for Kinger, the father he had never met. He should love Kinger very much. Let me tell you one more thing. In the past, the relationship between the Purple Emperor and the Changqing Emperor was always good. There were even rumors that they were probably from the same sect, but there was a slight age difference. In different eras, the Purple Emperor and the Changqing Emperor had some friendship, at least on the surface. Taishan Immortal King said again. Qin Wentian remembered what Zidao Yang had said to Kinger back then, and it seemed that it was not a lie. Zidao Yang, in fact, died quite unjustly, and must have been plotted against by the evil spirits. Thank you for telling me. Qin Wentian bowed. Taishan Immortal King was directly ordered by the Emperor, and he knew a lot of news. It seemed that he was quite concerned about the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Do you have any ideas? Taishan Immortal King asked. I want to go to the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian said. Okay. Taishan Immortal King smiled, as if he had already known that Qin Wentian would do this, which made Qin Wentian a little confused. He didn't know what Taishan Immortal King meant. I'll have someone go with you. Taishan Immortal King smiled and said, go to visit Changqing Immortal Kingdom in the identity of Qianbian Immortal Sect. This. Qin Wentian looked at him, only to see Taishan Immortal King patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said with a smile, I really hope that you can marry Princess Kinger. In this way, Changqing Immortal Kingdom and Emperor Ji will have a close relationship with my Qianbian Immortal Sect, haha. Senior, you too. Qin Wentian was speechless. Taishan Immortal King smiled and said, why, if it weren't for the fact that the inherited saint of the Nanhuang clan does not marry outside the clan, I have thought about whether you have abducted Nanhuang Yangxi as well. Qin Wentian was completely speechless. Taishan Immortal King's idea was really cruel. If he really did this, then the four major forces of Qianbian Immortal Sect, Changqing Immortal Kingdom, Emperor Ji and Nanhuang clan would have a wonderful connection. This power would be enough to shock many powerful people in the Fairyland. No wonder Taishan Immortal King encouraged him to go to Nanhuang Immortal City. It seems that he had bad intentions. Chapter 1100 Xianlan Sea. The imperial city of Changqing Immortal Country, except for those years of turmoil, this ancient and powerful imperial city was firmly ruled by the imperial family of the Immortal Country. No one dared to act recklessly in the imperial city, and everyone in the imperial city was protected by the Immortal Country. This is just like the Nanhuang Immortal City. If a city wants to be glorious and powerful, it must have its rules and give the people in the city enough sense of security. Only in this way can the city be attractive enough to allow those powerful people to pour in and settle their families in the city. At the same time, it can also promote various transactions in the city, making it more prosperous. This is a virtuous circle. Now, In the palace of Changqing Immortal Country, there are powerful people from all sides pouring in, gathering a torrent of storms, and there is a faint trend of storms coming. These powerful people who came in even included many super powerful forces in the eastern part of the fairyland, the forces of the fairy emperor level. They naturally came because of the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom's visit to the Changqing Fairy Kingdom. They wanted to see what direction the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom would go in after presenting the letter to the Changqing Emperor. Everyone knew who the Changqing Emperor was. He would definitely not compromise easily. So, will the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom give up easily after coming here with great fanfare? In this matter, in the imperial city of the Changqing Fairy Kingdom, a line of figures walked around. This line of people had an extraordinary temperament. Many people stood there casually, giving people a feeling of needing to look up, which made passers-by look sideways and look at this group of people. Those few people should be fairy kings, and I can't tell their depth. Is this the power of my imperial city or an external force? A passerby said with curiosity. It should be an external force. Many forces have come to the imperial city in recent days. It is rumored that some immortal emperor forces have descended on the imperial city, causing quite a stir. Well, there was a fight in the imperial city a few days ago. The cause seems to be the Heavenly Demon Palace. The Heavenly Demon Palace is also close to a Changqing Immortal Kingdom. It is an immortal emperor force. Its palace master is terrifying and said to be unfathomable. That's natural. If the Heavenly Demon Palace was weak, it would have ceased to exist long ago given its location between the Purple Emperor Force and the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. People from the Supreme Sword Sect have also arrived. That group of sword cultivators all have the sharp aura of the Supreme. It is rumored that they can kill people with just a glance. Qin Wentian listened attentively. Many people were talking about some super powerful forces in the eastern part of the Immortal Realm. The eastern part of the Immortal Realm is different from the southern part. There are 3 extremely ancient clans in the southern part of the Immortal Realm. The 3 parties are dominant and no other forces can match them. No force can reach the level of strength of those 3 families. Therefore, the forces opened up by many immortal emperor figures cannot be expanded. The forces in the eastern region are slightly more balanced, with more immortal emperor forces. The Eastern Saint 13 states were once under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. On the other side is the Beast God cult in the Great Snow Mountain of the Immortal region. The location of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom is close to the middle of the east, and is surrounded by major forces. The Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, the Eastern Saint 13 states, the Xian'iao Palace, the Supreme Sword Sect and other forces are all in the surrounding areas. Of course, there are some powerful figures who do not rule over a vast area, but their influence is still great, such as the Purple Emperor and the Ji Emperor. Strictly speaking, the Purple Emperor is close to the middle of the Immortal region. In addition, there are powerful ancient dynasties such as the Taohu Immortal Dynasty, and many hidden forces exist in the eastern area of the Immortal region. It can be said that the strong are competing. Qin Wentian also studied the forces in the eastern part of the Immortal region and felt very shocked. The Immortal region is too big. There are already many terrible forces in the eastern area alone. There are also many immortal emperors who have not opened up the existence of major forces. These are only the top forces at the Immortal Emperor level. As for the forces at the Immortal King level, they are simply impossible to count, and they are countless. Seniors, let's find an inn to stay first. Qin Wentian said. This group of people was the Qianbian Xianmen and Qin Wentian's group. Among them, there were several powerful immortal kings who came with Qin Wentian. Since they were going to visit the Changqing Xian Kingdom, the lineup naturally could not be too weak. You have the final say on this trip. A person next to him whispered, letting Qin Wentian make the decision. Okay, I won't be polite. Qin Wentian nodded gently and found an inn to stay in first. The inn had its own restaurant and tea house. It was a mixed crowd and it was easy to hear news from all sides. Sure enough, Qin Wentian sat here for a while and heard someone sighing about the Xianlan Xian Kingdom. After the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom sent the letter of credence, there has been no movement, and it has never set foot in the palace of the Changqing Fairy Kingdom. No one knew what that meant. But now the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom has finally made further moves. However, it did not enter the palace of the Changqing Fairy Kingdom. Instead, it invited friends from all directions to party. It was initiated by a younger prince of the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom, saying that it was a gathering of heroes from all sides. No one knew what their idea was. I think the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom is deliberately making a fuss, Fearing that people all over the world don't know about the agreement made between the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom and the Changqing Fairy Kingdom, someone said with a smile. The person who sent out the invitation this time is Tianlan Hai, a prince of Tianlan Xian Kingdom. However, according to rumors, this person has a dandy personality. He is over 300 years old, but his cultivation is only at the 3rd level of Xiante. Although his talent is quite outstanding, it can only be regarded as barely for the prince of Tianlan Xian Kingdom. It is rumored that he likes beautiful women and is boastful. He is much worse than other Xianjiao princes. Tianlan Xian Kingdom came to ask Changqing Xian Kingdom to fulfill the agreement. It is very likely that someone was married to this dandy prince. If so, it is undoubtedly intended to humiliate the princess of Changqing Xian Kingdom. Are you interested in going to see it? Someone asked. Where is the time and place? Many people are indeed interested in joining in the fun. Although they are not qualified to be invited, it is still okay to watch from a distance. It will be in 2 days, and the location will be set at Jiutian Tower. The man replied, and many people bowed their hands in greeting. Qin Wentian drank a glass of wine silently, and then got up and left. Tianlan Hai, the prince of Tianlan Xian Kingdom. 2 days later, there were many pavilions on the top of the Jiutian building. The terrain here was very high and the view was excellent. In many pavilions, people were sitting there, admiring the beauty dancing on the stage in the middle. The dancing women were wearing thin shirts, and their white jade-like skin was faintly visible. They were covered with veils, and their figures were plump, but they had a slender waist. When they danced and twisted their bodies, they made people feel weak and boneless. The sexy and provocative dance posture was pleasing to the eye and even made people's blood boil. Beauty, good wine, is indeed a pleasure. A young man sitting in the pavilion in the upper direction had a fair face and a slightly luxurious temperament. When he drank, his eyes wandered over the beauty dancing on the stage in front of him, and there was a flash of lightning in his eyes occasionally, revealing a strange brilliance. His Highness Hai really knows how to enjoy life. Someone said with a smile, but Tianlan Hai still seemed to have only beauties in his eyes. Life is long, and it would be a pity if you don't enjoy the beauty of the world. Although she is beautiful, she is too coquettish. I'm afraid she has been played with by many people. There were several young men in a pavilion. They had sharp temperaments and no impurities in their eyes. They looked at those women with a hint of contempt, as if they looked down on such prostitutes. Haha, the swordsmanship of the Supreme Sword School is sharp, and the words are so sharp. What kind of beauty is considered a beauty in your eyes? Tianlan Hai asked. The purest and most beautiful woman, flawless. One person said. Such a woman is probably very rare. Tianlan Hai said. Really? Isn't Tianlan Xianguo here for this? Someone else said. The man was dressed in gorgeous clothes and a golden robe. He was a figure of the Xian dynasty. He was actually a strong man from the Tao Xian dynasty, a major force in the eastern part of the Xianyu. Tianlan Hai's eyes flashed, and there was a faint glow in his eyes. He looked at the people in the pavilions. These young people sitting in the pavilions on the Jiutian building were all people of status and had extraordinary momentum. Although Tianlan Hai did not say it explicitly, ordinary people did not dare to sit in these pavilions casually. Qin Wentian was also sitting in a pavilion. Beside him, there were 2 young people sitting there silently. They were people from the Daozun Saint clan. Jian Mengchen did not come this time, but retreated to prepare to impact the 2nd level of the immortal platform. Little Bastard and Purgatory also accompanied King Chang to practice. It is rumored that Princess Qinger and Princess Liuli of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom are both pure and innocent. They can be regarded as pure, beautiful and flawless women. Tianlan Hai asked. I have heard of it, but I have not seen it with my own eyes. Someone said with a smile. Your Highness Hai, could it be that, I'm sure you all have heard something about the visit of our Xianlan Fairy Kingdom to the Changqing Fairy Kingdom this time. Back then, the Changqing Fairy Kingdom promised that it would marry the most outstanding princess within 1,000 years into the royal family of our Xianlan Fairy Kingdom, and that the relationship would continue for generations. Our Xianlan Fairy Kingdom will never forget this, and we have come deliberately to propose marriage to the Changqing Fairy Kingdom this time. I think, as a great emperor, Senior Changqing Emperor will naturally agree. Xianlan Hai smiled and said, What do you think? I don't know about that. The strong man of the Tao Fairy dynasty smiled. Naturally, he would not easily express his opinion on such matters. Could it be that this marriage proposal is for you, Your Highness? A voice came, And Qin Wentian laughed, pointing to the beautiful woman dancing in front of him and said, "If I can let Princess Qinger or Princess Liuli dance like this in front of me, it would be such a happy thing." Seeing Qin Wentian's high spirits, everyone's expression froze, stroking the wine glass and pondering in silence. This was very disrespectful to the two princesses, and there was a hint of frivolity. Let Princess Qinger and Princess Liuli dance like this in front of him? This Qin Wentian really dared to think, or should I say that Qin Wentian fairyland is imperative? Puchy. An inappropriate laugh suddenly came out, and the eyes of the people in the pavilion suddenly turned around and looked at the pavilion in one corner. There were 3 young men there, and the one in the middle had the weakest cultivation, but the laugh came from his mouth. He lowered his head and looked at the wine table, his slender fingers playing with the wine glass, and there was a coldness in his eyes when he lowered his head. What are you laughing at?" Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with a bit of viciousness. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian, also playing with his wine glass. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.